out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. I
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever.
my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
「身も蓋もないわねマジで」「メール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて」「細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way」ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙さ
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm ballin' out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education
my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young.
straight ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, oh, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something done come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that stated. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop, I'm reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the
hesitate and the world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood. to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 4 of the LPL playoffs here in 2023 spring. I'm Munchwills, joined by Jamada. I nearly called myself Jamada there for a second. Day 4 playoffs, and Jamada, what a banger we've got for ourselves today. OMG and Top Esports, and both rosters are raring to go.
Both rosters are in to go. Not only that, they played recently. They played towards the end of the split, right? OMG took the best of 3. Top Esports, how much readjustment have they? How much time have they had for readjustment? Right, they've had their first best of already in playoffs. Now they're facing OMG again,
and it feels like everything is going to be about the early game, right? Everything is going to be about scrapping for those neutrals early on. We already saw it in the regular split. Let's take a look at yesterday's results, or I guess at the standings in general. As yesterday we saw BLG and RNG going up against each other, and honestly, some pretty close games there, but BLG coming out on top. Bin, I think, especially looking fantastic across the course of the series.
Yeah, it does feel like whenever it matters a lot, Bin does show up. I feel like that has more or less been the theme. But obviously, sometimes BLG do struggle against RNG. However, it just didn't really seem like the case. Maybe through not necessarily fully, storytelling of how the series went. I think some people had a lot more faith in RNG after they saw how TT went down, but BLG definitely the strong team over
there. Yeah, BLG managed to show up, and I think a disappointing performance from RNG. I think a lot of people disappointed that they will be knocked out in the second round of playoffs. I mean, it's a dramatically different look from RNG in spring last year around. Xiaohu leaving, perhaps being the crux of everything. But it's kind of a similar story for Top Esports as well, right? Where coming into this year, I don't think anyone was expecting them to be in the first round of playoffs. But they have a mountain to climb now, and their next opponent is going to be OMG that, like you said, we just saw a preview of this matchup in week number 10 of the regular split. OMG winning that one 2-1. So now Top Esports, not only do they have to prove that they've improved from the regular season in general, but they have to prove that they've improved enough to beat someone that just beat them a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and best of 5s, different gravy, right? It tests your mettle a lot more. There's a couple more aspects that come into it, right? If you do end up going past the 3-game mark into 4, into 5, it does test your endurance a bit. I think in terms of what you were saying, right? How much have they improved? I feel like their WE series, we still saw a lot of the same weaknesses that we'd come to sort of get accustomed to with this version of Top Esports, but they've definitely been shored up a lot, right? The cracks in the armor weren't as big. It's as if they'd done a little bit of repairing of the ship. But still, I think, against WE, it didn't seem like full confidence in every single game, bar like game 2. And WE had their moments where they could have taken Top Esports. So that does give me a little bit of worry for them, but also hope for OMG. Just in the sense of, I feel like, I don't want to say it just because of how strong Top Esports roster, was. But OMG to me almost come into this as like borderline hard favorites, right? I don't think you'd be ashamed to say they were favorites, but I feel like Top Esports, given form, if OMG win today, I don't think people would be surprised.
I mean, when you just look at the outright facts, OMG beat Top Esports in week number 10. OMG are coming in as a higher seed into playoffs. And I think the biggest factor in favor of Top Esports in the eyes of like the community is name value, right? And I think name value is something that's often a discussion in the LPL. But this roster from Top Esports cannot rely on name value alone, especially in this matchup specifically, because that name value will win you lanes. But OMG, they are damn good in the early game. I don't know if you'll win a series like this just off of lane prowess. We're headed to the stage, and I'm excited. I feel like this is going to be so much action in the early games. I feel like these two teams are going to have to fight tooth and nail for their advantages.
Yep, they absolutely are. And it does make me wonder how drafts are going to be adapted in that same sense. I feel like typically we're kind of seeing a lot of I wouldn't say hardcore late game compositions, but we're seeing a lot of teams with, hard engage, which makes the mid games very explosive. Makes me wonder whether or not we're going to then maybe see a closer shift towards the early game just for this series, right? Just as an adaptation. I feel like OMG, with this iteration of their roster, they flourish in those situations where they get to snowball, they get to bring out their more creative picks. And I wonder whether or not they're going to give these curveballs over to Top Esports and make them think a little bit creatively and draft here today.
That'll be one of the big questions. OMG stepping out onto the stage, though. And once again, I kind of want to remind people, if anyone missed the regular split, what's been happening with OMG, this is already the most successful split for OMG since 2017. It has been more than half a decade since OMG made it past 9th, 10th place in playoffs. So already, this squad is breaking records for the team in the last few years. And that's with 3 rookies, like Shanji being picked up from Team Pinnacle in the LDL and like making moves in the LPL. Aki, who he had played 6 individual games of LPL with Top Esports back in 2019, but really had been riding the bench, gets brought onto OMG and brought into the fold, brings into the LPL. And then Cream as well, coming through OMG's LDL system. This is a team that have built upon the power of rookies, and it is working out for them. But now they have to go against the rookie.
The rookie, the Jackie Love, the Mark, as they are being shown on that back screen there. And yeah, you know, no matter what you say about form, Top Esports, they do still have the name power. But as you mentioned, coming into the walkouts, you can't always rely solely on name power, right? It is a team game after all. Nice to see Wayward back out on stage. This is my first time seeing him return to just that. But yeah, I continue to worry, right? I came into this year, admittedly, hands up, very excited for Top Esports, like many, but also because I feel like, as an outsider to the league at the time, nice to just kind of attach myself to a team and be like, this is the team I want to follow, this is the team I want to track the most. And it was Top Esports because it's a very interesting roster and very strong roster. The journey, however,
they're just hilarious to watch.
And they're just hilarious to watch, which definitely helps. But the journey, outside of, you know, the first maybe 4-5-ish weeks, has been tumultuous, to say the very least. And I think today, not only obviously because we're in playoffs, will it be their true test, but I think OMG just is a pretty good benchmark in terms of if they do win the series, how does it look? And then it should give us a pretty good indicator of how they could look into LNG, who would be either of these teams' next opponents after this series. Because for Top Esports, you know, the expectations were sky high, as they should have been for a roster like this. And so far, they have not come anywhere close to meeting them whatsoever.
They need to kind of button themselves up here today. I will say, in the regular split, they had a 0% win rate when behind at 15 minutes. They finally got that monkey off of their back against WE in game number 1, where their nexus was literally open and they managed to fight their way back into that game. Wayward coming in, though, bringing that Olaf to the top lane was a very exciting pickup from him. And I want to just quickly talk about Wayward coming back in, because for anyone that has watched LPL like last year, for example, will know that Wayward and Qingtian were kind of swapping positions. It was mostly Wayward with Qingtian coming in, but, you know, swapping back and forth throughout the year. And we're saying, you know, Wayward's back in for playoffs, and it doesn't sound like that big of a deal. But just to give context on that, 7 games ago for Wayward, 7 pro games ago, was Worlds playing DRX in the group stage. He played 2 games against FPX this split in the regular season, and then has played the series against WE in playoffs. Like, he has barely played professional League of Legends this year. I mean, I'm sure he's been screaming based on his performance in that series against WE, but like, for them to swap Qingtian out after the full split of committing to him, clearly Top Esports are changing things coming in.
Yeah, it's a very interesting take, right? I think it's always very hard from, you know, a pundit position or just an outside position to really get a good gauge on why a substitution happens, especially in this nature with top lane as well. I feel like, you know, oftentimes if you see, you know, there's a hard underperformer, you can be like, okay, the substitution makes sense. I'm not saying this one doesn't necessarily make sense, but I don't think necessarily people are pointing fingers at Qingtian and saying, hey, this guy's griefing, get him out. So, you know, Wayward coming in definitely does at the very least spell, all right, Top Esports want a different look, they want a different feel. Maybe there are picks and niches that Wayward feels that perhaps Qingtian doesn't, and it just suits what they need for the now. And so far, it's been working out. They won their series, obviously, in the regular season with Wayward in, and then they've won their series against WE. So it's definitely getting them a little bit of distance. But again, you know, today now, I think, into a player as well, like Shanji, who has a lot of individual prowess behind him. Wayward will certainly finally be tested back on the stage here this year.
Certainly will. And that top lane pool, going to be interesting because Shanji, heavy focus on the Cassante this year. Easily his most played champion. Very successful pick for OMG. But with Wayward bringing out the Olaf against WE, it working quite well into that Cassante. But also Wayward, his like historical classic pick is that Gnar. Very safe in the top side. We'll keep our eyes on that. There is a pick, though, that was banned every single game by WE that I think we have to mention, and it's the Jace. Now, historically, that would be a top lane pick, but it ain't a top lane pick for top esports. That's a mid lane pick. Rookie, 100% win rate over 6 games on the Jace so far this year, and he ain't looking like he's going to stop. Every single time you let Rookie get that Jace, he will dominate. So keep your eyes on whether or not that Jace gets banned. I expect it to be banned every single game.
Yeah, oh, whoa, what surprise.
There it is.
B1 for OMG. Great call, Munch. I don't think Rookie is going to be getting his hands on Jace. I was going to say, I don't think Jace can be getting his hands on Rookie. Honestly, interchangeable names at that point. But yeah, OMG go towards the LeBlanc as well. Lee Sin, so trying to strip away a lot of mid-jungle power. And on the opposite side of things, Top Esports putting a lot of respect as well on Cream and Arky's name. I was going to say, don't be surprised if you even see an Akali ban, but they go down the other route, which is the Yone. So a lot of the, very traditional power picks up because there's a lot of focused bans. Things like the Wukong still there, Sejuani. You've seen a lot of renewed Maokai presence as well here on 13.5. So expect things like that to come through. OMG Aki goes towards the Wukong. So Top Esports looking at someone like Wukong, looking at someone like Sejuani, plus probably an AD carry. Zaya's still up and available, didn't get banned away. All of the Premier AD carries up as well.
Yeah, lots on the table still, that Wukong there. But obviously with the Vi band, it does open up some interesting jungle picks. But the Lucian Nami, going to be the standard. And it's going to be something that Top Esports have fallen back on a lot across the course of this year. Going with that strong bottom lane to try and find prowess. I will say, they lost the 2v2 against Hope and Iwandi while playing that Lucian Nami. So I'm surprised to see the sheer confidence with which they're still just locking that in first.
Yeah, it's a bit of a statement lock-in, right? It feels to me as they're saying, almost goading Abel and PP God, who would be the kind of duo to go something like super crazy early. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Probably Zeri Rakan, maybe Zeri Lulu as well. I think both work. I would have liked maybe the Rakan a little bit more just for the team composition, but you go Zeri Lulu, you get to nullify the lane a little bit more. It's a lot easier to navigate in the 2v2, and I think you just have to go down that route. And Top Esports will eventually go towards this Maokai. Kind of telegraphed, kind of expected, but oftentimes that is the jungle meta for now. And this is kind of where things, I suppose, get a little bit interesting, and Top Esports may show some of their hand in terms of what they want to do for the solo lanes. You probably ban away some more of Cream's champions unless you are concerned about Shanji's pool with things like the Rumble there, maybe the Cassante as well, just as a clean takeaway to sort of chip at that champion pool. You are going to be blinding one of the roles at the very least in the solo lanes. Maybe you've got something up your sleeve to flex, but OMG paying over that Gnar respect towards Wayward.
It's interesting to see such a different bottom lane to the OMG Top Esports series of week number 10 as well, where we had scaling AD carries. It was Aphelios every game for Abel, and it was Jinx and it was Zeri for Jaculov. This time Top Esports being a bit more aggressive down there. But the Gnar that we talked about for Wayward being banned away, Kennen, Rumble taken off of the board. Feel like we are running out of top lane picks, except for the Cassante, which has been the premier pick for both of these top laners. But the question is, are Top Esports willing to blind that Cassante? Do they want to go for a counter pick into the Cassante? Because like we said, that Olaf was played in the top lane against WE, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting options here, right? Because if you're Top Esports, also giving Rookie counter pick just kind of makes a lot of sense, right? To give him the additional advantage, not that he necessarily needs it in most 1v1s. Going towards the Akali, though, I guess technically a flex, but I don't suspect that this one's going to end up in Wayward's hands. So now Cream, with the mid lane pool trimmed quite heavily, still has a couple of good options hovered through. I mean, just the Ryze or the Ahri alone, I think both make a lot of sense. Ryze for the lane counter, Ahri to kind of be a little bit of a diving buddy alongside the Wukong, and that will be the choice. Safer lane, earlier priority as well in the 1v1, so we'll see whether or not OMG and Cream and Aki can maybe make use of that, roam towards the bottom side of the map, and free up a little bit of pressure away from that 2v2. As are we just going to get Shanji on Sion? That'll be a little bit sad for game one, but pressing a Sion button and, just having a confirmed strong front line makes a whole bunch of sense for a team composition like what OMG are running, and that'll be the case as now Wayward gets the opportunity to counterpick into that Sion.
Certainly does. We certainly know Wayward's Gwen is a pick he's happy to lean towards, can do well into the side. We'll see what he opts into in the end. But I will say, OMG, quite a passive composition comparatively to what you would expect from OMG in that early game, being able to take control of those neutral objectives. Kind of the opposite story is, the Cassante comes out from Wayward. Not too surprising here. Tank v tank at the top side. But the mid lane, I would say, is probably the most interesting lane in terms of matchup, right? With the Ahri up against that Akali.
Yeah, absolutely is. Ahri, Assassin. Akali, Assassin. Assassin versus Assassin. We're back in Season 3. Smile. Should be very, very interesting.
Different Akali to Season 3.
True. Gosh, old Akali, man. That was champion. Not going to go down that rabbit hole either way. I expect that OMG should have a lot of middle priority here to work with just by nature of the matchup. Akali, very high energy cost, so access to wave clear doesn't really happen until around maybe level 7 or so, or easy wave clear around level 7 or so. So with that in mind, OMG should at the very least be able to force a 2v2 quite easily. I think there's a bunch of CC, however, on the opposite side, between the Maokai, and just being able to press his R and W on the target and then have Rookie blow them up can be very powerful for a team fight snowball. So I think level 6 is where the power point starts to come alive for top esports. Obviously, same thing can be said for OMG in that mid jungle, but I think mid jungle is going to dictate a lot of the priority here on the rest of the map, because I feel like the bottom side, very versatile, but can also be very volatile on both ends. Level 1 is going to be very important down there too.
Well, Jamada, it's time for day number 4 of playoffs. So I already mentioned OMG. A win here today would be the best result they've had in the last 6 years. But for top esports, finishing second in spring playoffs 2022, finishing second in summer playoffs 2022, and now in their second round of playoffs, already having played a best of 5, top esports once again have to prove their worth here in 2023.
They do. They absolutely do. And, on that point for OMG, it's been so long that I recall when we were casting this series and OMG were on the cusp of winning, I recall even saying, this is going to be like one of their highest finishes ever. Even though OMG had one of the legacy organizations in the LPL.
It feels like it, right? It feels like a different organization to that one of old, the one with Going and Cool, the one that everyone knew back in, what was that, 2014?
2014. Yeah.
Oh, Shanji.
Oh, yeah. Oh, give this to me. This is good, though. I mean, here's the thing. You see cheese like this are sat on all of the time. Where is he? Alcove, second bush. Okay. Huge. And they're going to try and bait them into a trade, potentially. Just step a little bit back.
And we've seen this from Shanji. He started bringing the Scion out towards the end of the split and did this multiple times.
Ooh, okay.
W, I don't think spot him, but he's still going to TP away.
Yeah.
Did hit him, but I think here PP got 2. Either way, he has to TP out.
That's TP
and well played
out.
by top esports not to go too aggressive there in the level 1.
Yeah. Maybe kind of anticipating some kind of potential cheese, right? It's always a possibility of Sound. We've seen so many adaptable and malleable level 1s involving this champion. Whether it's bringing back the double jungle or, of course, that bottom brush cheese. But top esports, not going to fall prey to it.
No, absolutely not. And I want to talk about the picks that we've got coming out here because, as you can see, some of the win-loss records on some of these champions. You see TN 6-0 on that Maokai. On the previous screen, though, we saw Cream as well. 4-0 on the Ahri. He's got a 13 KDA on that pick. Like, Cream, we know the guy for controlling the early game, and if there's one thing Ahri offers, it's control. It's being able to skirmish over those neutral objectives, and that is OMG's bread and butter.
Yeah, and it's also just picking fights on her terms, right? Like, especially once level 6 comes online, if Ahri wants to start a fight, she's going to dash in. If she wants to disengage a fight, she'll dash backwards. That's kind of it. And I feel like with that in mind as well, OMG's composition really does quite well at, going in both directions, right? Being able to either go forward between the Wukong, between the Ahri, even though it's not necessarily the hard engage of a Rakan or Nautilus, I think still being able to play space and kind of just play around with your CC and mobility is a tool that a team like OMG and the players on the roster would utilize very heavily. So top esports gonna have to manage that quite well. A lot of short-ranged champions on their side, pretty much across the board actually. So OMG gonna have that to their advantage.
You can see there the win record between Zeri and Lucian here in the LPL. Zeri winning it pretty handedly. The fact that those numbers are so high, it's just so depressing, though. The amount of Zeri Lulu we've seen across the course of the year against this Lucian army.
Yeah.
But we'll see, because I think if there's any team in the league that is willing to play aggressive enough for the Lucian army to work, like, you have to spike in mid-game and you have to use that spike. You cannot be passive. Top Esports certainly not passive, but neither Zaki, apparently. I think he was spotted as he went over the wall. There is a ward in the river, so fortunately he won't be able to get his dive off for now. At a very quiet early game, and I feel I've sold everyone a lie here, Shibata, because I came into this saying, you know, it's going to be an early game bagger, it's going to be fighting from the window.
Look. We're 4 minutes in. Give it another 4 minutes, right?
Okay.
And then there'll be about 6 kills. Because someone's going to die at the dragon, and then there's definitely going to be a skirmish at the Herald. Or it'll be a 2v2. Either or.
A 2v2 in the bottom lane, yeah. Ignite comes out, it's answered with a heal. But doesn't actually do anything in the meantime. Great job coming out from Cream. It will keep him alive, but Rookie, an attempted all in there, does manage to force Cream out of lane.
Yeah, and you can really sort of see the pressure mount there, and once level 6 comes online, Rookie on the Sakali. He already had a couple of montage plays this year on the pit.
All I needed to do, Jamada, was complain that there wasn't enough action, and apparently that was enough to set all 3 lanes off.
Curse. Yeah, you know, these guys up here, I mean, Wayward does have a pot, just no biscuits, so they're both ruined. But Shanji doesn't have teleport, right? So that's kind of why he's so steadfast in potentially just not basing. He will just give up the wave. No, he's not going to give up the wave. He's going to do the top lane thing and just stick around. Wayward, he has not got enough mana to cast off, so he's kind of just here. He'll get a play. Okay. Demolish is great. But that's it.
And honestly, you'll take that, right? You'll absolutely take that. An XP advantage, you're just crashing these waves. Shanji has no threat on you. And in the meantime, OMG going to decide it's their time to go for this strike off the back of the reset. Jagular Mark will get themselves their first neutral objective.
You know what? Maybe I sold you the lie, because, I mean, 600 on Smite. Flash?
I think he's a little bit too late. Maybe he can force the summoner out, though. Aki's stuck in the pit for the time being. Bramble Smash is there. But manages to jump out with his little warrior monkey.
Warrior monkey.
And we return to the status quo, Jamada. So let's talk compositions. Let's talk big picture here for this game. Because, you know, I'm kind of in blood for the blood god mode. But realistically, just fighting all the time is not necessarily the right thing to do. When should we be expecting, like, smart fights from either team?
Level 6s, really, really soon. I think, for me, OMG definitely spike a little bit there. However, I kind of await with bated breath from what Aki's going to do on this play. He's getting collapsed on, though. He needs to be careful.
Aki actually could be in trouble here. Big damage out from Jagular. In comes Tien, and there's first blood. Aki, he thought he was the one that could disappear himself, but it's Top Esports that make him disappear this time.
Yeah, there's a magician here, and I promise you, it's not Aki even though he disappears here. As almost they also got traded in the mid lane. Rookie will go back in. Tien.
Oh no, Cream forced to flash here. Tien doesn't even follow him. Just used the ultimate as well. Disaster for Cream.
Yeah, it feels a little bit bad. And there could potentially be a small window now where Cream could get engaged upon. We'll see whether or not Top Esports will take that window or not. But Rookie using that ultimate pretty much as soon as he gets it, by the looks of things, in that 1v1. I feel like Ari ultimate, well, it's kind of hard to gauge. I feel like Rookie's ultimate is definitely very high value. It really allows Akali to basically just skirmish on command. But for now, just going for trade, Top Esports. Looking like they were eyeing up, diving the top side. You can see Shanji burned a lot of his mana, but still quite healthy. And Tien's just going to be a nuisance here and just push away Aki, because he's got this level 6 advantage. And yeah, he's going to have to back away.
That's not a fight that Aki can go for, especially with Wayward behind the enemy top lane tower here. Knows that he has the jungle presence, and there's nothing Shanji can do about it. So just proxy farming for the time being as Tien steals away this blue buff. And you can see Aki, in the meantime, has to catch the wave in the mid lane. So Top Esports, full information on what's going on for OMG. And currently, a 1,000 gold lead, despite the fact that really there's not been that much action, just lane advantages here.
Yeah, it's really strange as well. When we talk about Top Esports, their early games are still like fine, you know, like they're not oppressively ahead all of the time, but they'll find themselves with like, you know, very nominal leads, very small leads. And it feels like we're seeing that here right now. Now, what we are seeing also is a herald attempt by Aki. Does have first move from the top side, but also Tien's got a rookie behind him. So it looks like we're just going to get a reset. And we could just back away, though Shanti, no. Shanti will walk away. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing bad's going to happen much.
And just to mention the leads point that you were bringing up there.
Yeah.
Top Esports, their average gold difference of 15, over 1,000 gold at 1,166. That's second best in the league. But also, their win rate when they're ahead at 15 minutes is 85%. They barely ever lose if they won that early game. So it feels like for OMG, the first 15 minutes are absolutely crucial in trying to defeat this team. That Spirit Rush used by Cream off of literally just a Q from Rookie, as well as Tien, like wandering near the lane.
Yeah, I think Cream just paying their respect and not even risking potentially getting locked down by the Twisted Advance. Have to respect it. And with that ultimate now down, you expect Top Esports will go towards that Rift Herald with the ultimate mid lane advantage, as a little bit of poke tried to come in there from Jackie. Doesn't really find anything. This Herald should be a pretty clean take from Top Esports, and when I look at the map here for OMG, doesn't really feel like there can be much of a response. Maybe you can take some bottom side jungle camps at absolute best, but it's really going to feel like a bit of a consolation prize here, as even Jackie Love and Mark can kind of just come over and maybe just guard the entrance. Maybe not overcommit to a play in the defense, but slow down OMG. So Top Esports, kind of just clean win all around.
Yeah, fantastic hit game so far from Top Esports, and not brute forcing fights just for the sake of brute forcing fights, knowing that they can build small advantages over time. And this really has been the way that Top Esports won a lot of the games that they did win across the course of the year, and often against lower tier teams. I do just want to quickly mention, while we have a moment of quiet here, Jamada, that something we didn't mention, or something we failed to mention, I would say, when we were first talking about these two teams and the matchup that we're in, and that's that we've got two ex-teammates up against each other here in PP God and Rookie. When you think back to last year, when you think back to that B5 squad that finished first in spring, third in spring playoffs, then third in summer, kind of faltered towards the end of the year, right? 5th, 6th in playoffs, didn't make it to the double elim, and then 4th place in the regional finals, losing out to LNG in the end. But generally speaking, a phenomenal year, especially for V5. Now the two players up against each other, both on new organizations that they've never played with before.
Exactly. And in effectively the highest stakes. To a point, as Aki not going to get the steal. He's actually trapped in there. So he should probably have to flash out. He does off screen. As almost again traded in the mid lane. And it's Inferno. I think very, very fitting for our first game.
Yeah, I feel like Rookie and Cream here are just testing each other. They're basically saying, look, I'm going to use my ultimate, and if you don't respond appropriately, I'm going to kill you. And trading back in kind, both of them knowing the matchup well enough to be able to play out those situations.
Yeah, and it's good fun too, right? I feel like Cream is silently one of our, well, not even silently to be honest with you, one of our more fun mid laners to watch in the league because of his champion pool. And Rookie, I think undeniably one of our best laners in the entire LPL, not even of the mid lane pool. And like you say, just kind of keeping each other at arm's length almost a lot of the time. Yep. Just getting a feel for how each other want to play out the lane. I think after this is like the download game, you know, like in fighting games when you're playing against each other for the first like couple of matches, you're just getting downloads off the opponent. You're like, all right, this is how they do this. This is how they. Oh, they always dodge up. Okay. Yeah. It feels like that's what's going on in the mid lane. Next game will be the bloody game. Don't worry much.
Absolutely. It's Wayward trying to get more pressure on this top side. He got that first plate a long time ago, and it doesn't feel like he's quite able to finish the job of the second one. I do just want to quickly call out Jackie Love finishing the Gale Force down in the bottom side. Big spike for him, but also Righteous Glory in the jungle. So Tien and Jackie Love both hitting their mythics, and they are using that spike immediately in this bottom side.
Yeah, no faffing around. Just straight to the bottom side, drop a couple of plates off this tower. Not sure OMG can really aggressively trade back here, as Tien ultimate Just a bit of
Waves
extra
are there,
poke.
the waves there, yeah. They're not actually going to commit to the play in the end. So OMG will be able to hold on. I think Aki showing up was enough for Top Esports to decide they don't want to dive this one. I feel like it would have been a tough dive to pull off against a Lulu, perhaps, but either way, Top Esports going to get their plates. They're going to be able to get a reset off the back of it as well. And they'll be happy. It's a net positive regardless.
Yeah, absolutely is. Any pressure you can kind of put down for your Nami Lucian and the gold as well, right? I think getting marked towards that Imperial mandate, very, very important as the actually basis for it just now.
Yep.
So now the spike is there, right? Jackie Love also just immediately rushing towards the rapid fire cannon. Just not even going towards the just says, I want that second item ASAP. So this is kind of now, this is where Top Esports' PowerPoint is, because Rookie should be basing for the Rocket Belt. That should be finished up. And now I expect Top Esports to effectively take every single skirmish that they see in front of them. They've got all mythics and all of their champions spike heavily at this point. Now we need to see the clinical version of them. And for OMG, the response is the turtle is going to have to be very, very potent. And they're going to have to try and prey on whatever misstep potentially the Top Esports do make, because they have been very, very liable to make them recently.
They certainly have. I want to quickly mention as well that this matchup is a little bit personal for one of our players on the RIP today. We're going all in on every single lane simultaneously, so I'm going to shut up as the colour comes out from Jackie.
No time for story, Munch. That's
Yeah,
how it goes.
I mentioned the rookies right at the very start when OMG was
Yeah.
stepping out onto the stage. I mentioned the fact that Aki had his opportunity in LPL. People got so close. Jackie looked desperate to make this double mythic spike stick, but can't quite find the kill. Cien's down at the bottom side as well as Wayward
Wayward's had
goes
enough.
for an all-in the top side. Shanji, the target, is going to use ultimate, but denied by the dash. The knockback is there. Does Wayward have the damage to cut through this Scion? Shanji seems invincible, but knockback once more, forced to flash. Wayward finds his pressure, but cannot find the kill. Tower down in the bottom side.
Tower down at the bottom side. Wayward, it's like it's an old oak to an axe, right? And it's kind of a blunt one. As Shanji just stands there menacingly, tanks up a lot of the damage. Probably TP for this wave. But key thing here is Top Esports finally forced the mark we said, right? We need to see the aggressive plays immediately come out, and they need to be clinical. They get the bottom side tower, and that's going to feel good just to advance the game a little bit. Jackie Love has to be so close to that rapid fire cannon just based on his components. Third dragon on the map, Herald as well, spawns 10 seconds before it, so it seems like Top Esports just going to go to the Herald first and then immediately try and wrap back down towards this bottom side and test both objectives.
Yeah, Jackie Love basically just trying to spike as fast as he can, try and be as powerful as possible in this early game. 2,000 gold lead for Top Esports as they fight for mid prio, looking for this Herald. Shanji trying to move in as well. Jackie Love and Mark clear the way and move up to the rest of the team. That means Shanji has to be a little bit careful here. Rookie and Wayward start to get some damage down onto this side. He ain't that tanky just yet. Will be knocked up and surely taken down. No, the shield at the last second finally falls. Actually flashes in with a knock-up, but the wave denies the follow-up from the rest of the team. Calling out now, and Top Esports flip it onto its head. Rookie with a double already, and he makes it 3 for the hat-trick. Triple kill for Rookie as Top Esports explode onto the map.
A bit of Haaland action there for Rookie. Really easy triple kill for him to pick up. Like you say, the hat trick of kills, Top Esports, they don't even go for the Herald. Now that they've got the fight, they just go towards the Dragon. Longer term objective. Mark eats a charm. It's going to be fine though. And it's just a really awkward fight for OMG to take in general, right? I think once Shanji gets called out, I think you just cut your losses there. But Aki just kind of makes the call. It almost seems by himself, but eventually the rest of OMG do show up for it. But the overcommit means that they lose more members, and I feel like they have to in this kind of situation. And Top Esports just happily rub their hands together as the play goes down.
Yeah, and a huge pickup of not only that dragon, but also the tower on the top side, which would make the Herald follow-up that much easier. Shanji, I think, just being a little too bold, thinking he was tankier than he really was.
Yeah, you're not late game Sion yet, and also I think this tidal wave here from Mark, it helps so much because it's just directly into the choke. You know, it stops Zombie Sion from maybe putting down some DPS, Cream can't go forward, and then even the bubble as well to force the cleanse. Beg your pardon, onto Abel. Really, really good stuff. And this is the kind of execution game face, execution we need to see from Top Esports, just because I feel like their skirmishing and team fighting has been, simultaneously their worst and best. It's just so polarizing, right? They either team fight like complete gods, just peak League of Legends gameplay, or they kind of grief, right? And I feel like there's no in between with top esports. But this is one of those moments where I feel like they were really measured, and at the very least didn't overstay their welcome and just kind of allowed OMG to walk into them.
And it does feel like OMG did outright walk into them, especially Shanchi.
Yeah.
But again, I'm going to try again. I don't think we're going to see a fight right now.
Story time. Yeah.
Aki, back in 2019, played on Top Esports. He was on the bench. Got 6 games of LPL. 2-1 in series, if anyone cares about his results in 2019. But Top Esports deciding they preferred XX as a jungler, deciding not to play Aki. OMG, this organization that now building a reputation of trusting in rookies. And I feel like it's almost the opposite story for Top Esports. Not quite. Obviously, Wayward came in as a rookie and they certainly played through him. But Top Esports very much going for name value in the majority of their roster. It does feel like we've kind of got a dichotomy of teams, but also personal vengeance available for Aki.
Yeah, definitely is. I'll always say it's one of those things where, as a competitor, it always feels nice to just, you know, take down the team you used to play for. There's just that level of, I moved on and I beat you. That's
Who won the divorce?
I won the divorce. So yeah, we'll see whether or not Aki can get that down. You know, I like that as well, like you said, from OMG. I feel like generally in the LPL, you always have a fairly healthy amount of rookies coming through, especially from the LDL system. And it just proves it works, right? And OMG making their name, like you say, with so many young players coming up through the system. And it's definitely doing them a world of good. As already, they're just, like you said, I think their best finish already over the last half a decade.
Yeah, the best finish since 2017, which is a long old time ago. It doesn't sound like it's that long ago, but that's 6 years ago.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for OMG,
I was still in school.
It's not looking super great. All right, don't make me feel too old, man. Come on now. I don't even know what I was doing in 2017. No, I was already working in esports in 2017. Yeah. But regardless of how great this split has been for OMG up to this point, right now, it's Top Esports looking good with a 3,000 gold lead. Herald getting a second charge in the mid lane. They've got 2 Drakes already with the next one coming up in 90 seconds. And it feels like their composition is well and truly online. Like getting their second level in ultimates pretty much across the board here. You've got your mythics across the team as well, with Jackie Love almost hitting 3 items already. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, you have to remember, just between like first strike and also the amount of plates he got, plus rapid fire cannon just being a very cheap item, just allows him access to potentially hit 3 items super quick. And very least, Abel, I assume, should be going back to base for a second item probably now, if he's basing. And it will be on time for this next dragon fight. I just wonder how strong OMG feel, right? Because I think a lead like this can almost feel a lot bigger than it is. And I wonder if in their minds, they just kind of assume, all right, you know what? We can probably take the fight after this, but this fight might be a bit too detrimental. Because I will say, I feel like now that Top Esports kind of have control of the map, if they walk into Top Esports, I feel like going past saplings, going through chokes, it's just going to feel really difficult. They already tried that Herald fight not too long ago. And I don't think they necessarily want a repeat of that, especially at this time where Baron is a real reality if you do make a huge misstep.
And that's one of the big things that Maokai is bringing to the table is the saplings, A, for vision control, but B, that slow lands, the ult comes out, the Nami tidal wave comes out as well. Shanji the target for now as the tidal wave hits almost everyone, but Shanji left alone by his team. They're calling out on screen, but Jagalov knocked up. John should be taken down. Cream steps up to take the kill, assassinating the AD carry. Abel goes down as Wayward on the backside of the fight, flashes over to find more, and Wayward steps up to the mark as Rocky finishes another. Top Esports somehow winning out the fight.
Yeah, the fight happens in the mid lane, and we were just talking about how maybe OMG consider not taking a fight right now because it could be a little too hard to overcome the strength of Top Esports. They go for it anyway, they find Jackie Love, but Wayward is isolated with Abel on the back line, and Abel cannot go anywhere, he can't move. Only for Wayward to then finish him off, flash over, and find that massive knockup, and just rejoin the rest of Top Esports, who were already winning the turnaround fight. off the back of it. We'll get the replay. The ultimate comes in from TN. It just forces OMG into a defensive stance, and immediately as well, tidal wave hits so many members. The response then becomes delayed. Shanji gets chunked out. It feels a little bit bad, but then this turnaround between Aki, between Cream, so powerful. But as you can see here, Abel just isolated, can't do anything, isn't adding to the front line damage and space being provided, and they then just have to retreat because all of Top Esports still very much powerful, especially Rookie at this stage, to make the turnaround happen. Really good stuff on an individual level. Wayward touched her up to the Silent Pestle at the end, but it still feels good.
I love that Aki is walking away from that fight. He was literally in between 5 members of Top Esports the entire time, and he walks away full HP. Everyone just completely ignored him. He got the knock up onto Jaculov at the start. He started that pick off that Cream was able to finish off, but then just completely ignored as the rest of the team focusing on bigger prizes. Still having a bit of a gold lead, but slightly less now, 2,000 for Top Esports. But it's Rookie that we've got to be looking at because he's got 9 stacks on a Dark Seal at this stage. And if you weren't scared of Rookie already, a 4-0-1 Akali Rookie with 2 items and a 9-stack Dark Seal, that is the stuff of nightmares for OMG.
I've seen Rookie on this champion with no kills. Looks scarier than he does right now, and that's worrying as well. So I think for OMG, especially because they're only really working with the polymorph to shut down Rookie, and that's the worrisome thing. They're gonna have to try and chain their CC, and they're gonna have to do it very efficiently. Otherwise, you're just gonna have free reign in every single team fight. And again, especially with this Lucian pick now hitting 3 items, gaining mid lane priority, super hard. It's always OMG that have to check into Fog, into Saplings, maybe into a Tidal Wave. And the turnaround burst is always so potent and always such a big threat. And Top Esports just kind of have the freedom to do what they want now, right? They've got 3 minutes until the Infernal Soul spawns up. Do they have to wait until then? No, but honestly, they've been so disciplined, which is, I feel like, a word that has just been like the complete opposite of how you could describe Top Esports this year, that they might just do that.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Because I feel like the very start of the year, we did see that from Top Esports. And I remember saying on cast, like, this is the Rookie bringing some of this to the team, like, Rookie replacing Knight on this roster, and it felt like maybe he was more objective focused. I don't know why I had that thought, because Rookie was the heart of IG, for God's sake. Like, that is not a team that doesn't like shenanigans. But it felt like Top Esports weren't flipping Baron in the same way that they had been in previous years, etc. But then halfway through the split, well, not even halfway, honestly, felt like Top Esports just started throwing things at the wall. And flipping Baron has always been a bit of a bane of Top Esports. See if they're still willing to do that. They're headed towards it now.
I think what you're trying to say, Munch, is they had some happy games, and we'll see if this is going to be a happy moment or not for Top Esports. OMG definitely very apprehensive about the approach, because again, as toggled by the observers there, it's just pitch black. Walking into an Akali, walking into so many things. They've got it.
Get here in time. Baron taken. They still have the gold advantage. It's Shanji trying to attack up at the top side. Culling comes out just to melt some health bars. Shanji is so tanky, but pulled back into the team here. And now the rest of the team jumping in. Aki trying to get some damage out as Wayward, causing a ruckus in amongst the team. Abel pulled back away from the rest of the squad. And here comes the rest of Top Esports. Rookie on the back line, looking for Cream next, as he shreds the health bars, and Jaculov on a double in the meantime. Shanji can do nothing. Top Esports, Baron in a fight.
Baron and a fight, it's just such a good take. And again, the map pressure is just too much for OMG to handle. No one can really face check besides Shanji, and I mean, he's just getting pinballed into the middle of all 5 Top Esports members, and OMG can't really respond in time to try and just find AoE, CC, anything on their side of things. See, the ultimate comes in from Sion because he just has to face check eventually, but look at where everyone is. Whilst this Baron's going down, they've got complete vision as well because of the ward in the middle of the lane. Ultimate comes in, so now Shanji's committed. And not only that, he just gets, I think, knocked back by Cassante, then also a W, then also just ruined bubbles. It's just everything, right? And you can see here all of OMG zoned away because they're too afraid to walk forward in threat of getting Tidal Wave through the choke, and it happens anyway. Wayward brings Abel away amongst the front line. Could have maybe found something again between Shanji, Cream, and of course, Aki, just shredded by Rookie in the back end of it, as Wayward just separates that little bit of extra DPS, which could maybe get OMG across the line. Great team fighting from Top Esports right now.
I think we're kind of seeing why you pick Cassante over Scion for Wayward here. And that's rookie 3,000 kills in the LPL.
God.
Incredible stuff. #1 in the entire league. 3,000. That is something special right there, rookie. And it had to get 6 kills this game to make it. And boy, has he. Still 10 stacks of the Dark Seal, 3 items now as well. Aki's clone taking a bit of damage. This is soul for top esports if they can get the Drake. But in the meantime, rookie has Baron buff and is just going to take towers.
Yep. And don't forget, with that much AP, he's actually shredding towers. He's looking for the teleport now. And he will find it. It's behind everyone as well. It's a deep flank.
It's deep. It's deep, and Cream has already used his ultimate. Shanchi trying to tank for the team as Rookie comes in from the side. Diving into the fray, but won't actually find anyone for the time being. Aki on the back line. Does he have the damage to finish Jagulov? No! And now PP got Abel in trouble. Abel trying to do damage, but Jagulov plays it safe, keeps himself away, and top esports. My goodness, this is immaculate, Jamada.
Where has this version of top esports been all year long, Munch? It's been almost 2.5 months since we've seen top esports play with this much discipline, to be entirely frank with you, but I'm happy to see it.
Jamada, has every game of the split been a happy game? Is this all been a ruse all year long?
It feels like it. It really does. That's Soul going over to top esports. They'll get the inhib as well. And I mean, it's almost amusing because of how night and day it is. Which is why if you hear the almost delirious tone to me and Munch, that's why. It's because we know they're capable of doing games like this. They just haven't shown it to us.
Feels like it's 2022 again. I feel like I'm the young, tender age of just 30 with the way the top esports playing right here. 8-0-3 on Rookie as he picks up needlessly large rod. And OMG, it feels like just out of sorts in this one.
Yeah, out of sorts, but I also just feel like top esports generally just positioning really well together for the most part. Jackie Love almost gets 1v1 here by Aki, but again, no follow-up damage. Like you say, out of sorts on the side of OMG. If Cream is somehow there, then maybe the fight looks a bit different, but he's just not. And top esports just kind of keep, for the most part, a tight formation and man-mark each other, which is, honestly, has been one of my biggest critiques of top esports, has generally been their team fighting and their ability to either identify winning team fights or just like conditions inside of them, right? Drawing battle lines inside of your head. Okay, we can't let the enemy team go across this choke or whatever it may be, but this game it's been straight up to the point.
Even stuff like that, right? We're just watching them clear vision. Tien goes in first. There's a control ward. So Mark and Jackulov hide behind the wall, making sure they're not seen, just in case someone tries to contest the ward and they can find themselves a pick. Cream almost gets one shot by Jagulov. He's got damage now as Shanji can't even stand up to him. 4 items and a stopwatch. Jagulov is well and truly online.
Yes, he is. Honestly, if he doesn't get hit by a charm, I think he just one-shots everyone. He has to, like, Cream has to find this crucial bit of CC here. And there is no Mikhails, there is a stopwatch, but if you can get him charmed up, CC'd, maybe it's enough, but I mean, top esports just forcing through here.
Yeah, threatening the tower. Rookie jumped on by Aki, but I don't think that's a fight you can win, Aki. He goes down, and now top esports pretty much tying a bow on things as Abel trying to stack up. Where did his health go? Jackulov dives in, just taps him once, and Abel almost dies. That was something else. Wayward still sitting up on the front line here. Mid inhib down, top inhib open. The top esports will move back over to that top side. They really want to finish the second inhib before they retreat.
Yeah, they really do. I don't think it's much an overstep either. A couple of members have to go back to the platform, regain the HP. Guys.
Oh, no.
Guys. All right. It's
all right.
fine. They've got it. They've got it. Don't worry. Disaster averted. They will grab that, and the Baron spawns in 5 seconds time, and with Aki spawning in 5 seconds also, they might just go and do it on spawn, or they're going to do the sensible thing and recall. However, Rookie's really messing with his tempo here. Yeah, that's to just back away from that. Does have teleport, so he will just likely look for that if he's got gold to spend, and then make his way up towards the top side. Doesn't seem like that'll be the case, though.
No, it looks like he's just going to stay out on the map. Can't afford an item. Like, he has no item slots. So, unless he can afford a tier 3 item, there's not much point. Oh, well, he has got 2,500 gold. So he probably
that's
can
gold
afford.
for decap. I think he sold his 10-stack Dark Seal to get decap. Okay, I'm in short. That works. I think you take... how much is full
I respect
Dark
it.
Seal? I think it's 55 AP? Something like that.
I mean, he got himself a control ward as well.
Yeah,
And clearly
coach's dream.
not interested in going for the Medjais, right? If he was going to go for the
No.
Medjais, would have done it a long time ago. Playing
I mean-
much more disciplined than, honestly, anyone would have expected today. Sorry, go on. You were going to talk about builds.
To be fair, this is probably more AP in total because of where we are in the game. So, goodbye. And like you say, yeah, going back to your point, I think I'm just really surprised to see Top Esports be this disciplined because, I mean, we definitely didn't see that in their WE series either. Which is why I was generally very concerned for them in coming into today's series. Of course, this is only game 1, and we're in a best of 5, so it's not like the series is over, wrap it up, go home, Top Esports are going to the next round. This is definitely a bit of a statement game to open up the series with. 35 minutes in, they're taking their time. You know, they're not over-rushing things,
They're cruising.
and they're just doing it by the books.
And you do have to wonder if there is a point at which, you know, Abel can come online and win some crazy team fight. But the thing is, even if you entertain that conversation of scaling, it's like 3.5 items isn't enough to come back from this just sheer death wall the Top Esports are bringing to the fights, forcing Shanji out. He's 3.5 items as a tank, and he's still not tanky enough.
Yeah, no, he doesn't really feel like a tank, does he? He just feels like a health bar
Oh
to
my
drop.
god. Cream forced to flash here. The root's coming on through as Shanji rejoins the fray, but this will be third inhib down. Top Esports slow and steady by the book here. 3 inhibs taken. Baron being used to siege the Nexus. Not overforcing, not just going for a fight for the sake of it, but looking for clean wins. It feels like Top Esports have finally realized they've got to book up their ideas for playoffs. And it's looking good in game number 1 here against OMG. Last ditch attempt as OMG will try and defend their Nexus. Shanji, the target, knocked up and will be taken out here. The Nexus tower next on the chopping block. Abel just about surviving the attempt from Rookie, and Rookie goes down. That would have been his Dark Seal stacks, but he sold it already. Top Esports dominate game number 1 against OMG.
He looked into the crystal ball and saw that he would lose his perfect KDA. Goes for the decap, but what a great game from Top Esports to open out this series with all of the context added for how we got here for Top Esports, right? Not necessarily being what most people would have expected, just being in round 4, or at the very worst case, round 3. Starting it off all the way from round 1 here in round 2, and just surgically dismantling OMG. It didn't really feel like OMG had any foothold at all, right? You know, the strengths were maybe at best mid-jungle 2v2, scale up off the back of potentially having some strong skirmishes there, and then just utilizing Zeri Lulu, good engages between the mid-jungle, and finding key picks like that. But Top Esports shut that down from minute 1, right? I think Rookie constantly burning and trading ults with Cream as well, kind of shutting down the potential of that skirmishing, really went the distance, and eventually it just culminated in Heralds being picked up, going down towards the bottom side, and it put Jackie Love into a position where he was so far ahead that Top Esports just utilized that pressure until it became too overbearing for OMG to deal with.
And I think we've got to go back to the draft, right, when we're talking about this series and OMG really not having many proactive tools in the early game. Like, we talked about Cream's Ari, we talked about the 100% win rate, we talked about the insane KDA. I mean, Cream basically didn't leave the mid lane, and obviously that is not just an exclusively Cream decision. That's the whole team of OMG deciding that wasn't how they wanted to play this one, but I think we've got to see them trying to contest these early Drakes, trying to fight for the Heralds, trying to exist a bit more in the early game, because if you let Top Esports have a lead, this is what happens.
Yeah, and you know, to me, I think OMG look the best when they have agency options. I feel like you can say that about a lot of LPL teams, but I feel like it rings so true for this team when you've got somebody like Cream, Abel and PP God as a duo, even when it was Abel and Cold, right, last year, always looking for the 2v2s. I feel like we need to see more of that, right, from them here. Otherwise, at the very least, given by how we just saw Top Esports navigate this game, if you don't look for those kind of proactivity options, this could just be a very quick wash. This could be a very quick series tonight. So OMG definitely need to recollect themselves a little bit. I don't necessarily think the draft inherently was bad, but I think contextually into a Top Esports, who you want to try and find some proactive leads, shake a little bit in the early game so they don't feel confident. This is maybe not the angle to go at it with. As Jackie Love damage to corpse ratio 238% as well. 42k. I think we know who will be getting MVP in game number 1.
Yeah, and the fact that you went for this Scion on the side of OMG, Shanji not managing to make the cheese work at level 1, like tried to get in the bottom lane but spotted out by Jackie-Love, and then the fact that he doesn't really have any significant impact beyond that in the top side. Maybe they need to rethink things and perhaps get Shanji on a carry. I'd love to see that Wayward versus Shanji carrying each hands. I would be here for it, but let's see what OMG are going to change coming into game number 2.
And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shine out, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate if he could find the stun. This could be a kill from the Shine. Flashes in.
As Knight jumps in on the Doggo, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Look back into the game. But Tarzan,
Oh
it's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence, and so does LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level. It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door.
下一站面对 OMG 的话，然后我对他们中单的神奶油选手还是比较印象比较深刻嘛，因为他就是出名的操作好，然后下一次面对他们的话，可能需要注意一点他们的打架能力。我个人觉得中单这个位置这个版本的作用还是蛮大的，只是他每个英雄的作用都不一样。我想跟 OMG 说，上一次你们赢我们就是因为我们失误，这一次我们不会失误，所以希望你们小心点。
Oh, that last little answer in the interview says everything about this series so far, doesn't it? I'm much joined by Jamado as we head to game number 2 of this series, because Rookie coming in saying, look, last time we lost to OMG, it was because of errors we made. And we just witnessed an absolutely immaculate game number 1 out from Top Esports. And Rookie especially, going to be MVP, not at all surprising about that.
Yeah, no, it was him or Jackie Love, and I don't mind that. It's gone to Rookie, because that game 1 was pretty damn good on this Akali, and I think just from minute 1 kind of understood his role really, really well. just shutting down Cream, making sure he can never really be the one that made proactive plays here in this game. And as soon as that happens, OMG's composition kind of falls apart in terms of what it can do and what it can achieve in the early agency department. And with that in mind, Top Esports kind of just run home with it, pretty much. After the 15-minute mark, every skirmish that they took was theirs, and it was theirs wholeheartedly as well. There was no comeback for OMG.
Absolutely monumental game coming out from Rookie. And not just in terms of, like, I feel like a lot of the time when a mid laner gets themselves an MVP, it's usually off of the laning phase. It's usually off of ganking the side lanes. This was all team fight. This was all Rookie just diving into the back line, dipping around the fights and being just unstoppable.
Yeah, like, no one could really lock down Rookie. I think a lot of that just comes from the composition, right? From OMG, where it's just basically polymorph, and that was it. And if you don't polymorph him, or you don't charm Rookie into just chain TC, that's it. He's taken over the team fights. And unfortunately, a lot of the fights here for OMG kind of looked a lot like this, where Shanji's kind of overstepping. It was the same thing at the first Herald. Yeah, OMG just kind of were out of sorts, and they allowed Rookie all of this freedom to basically pull off fights like this. And also, I want to give an honorable mention to Wayward too, because so many times did he separate Abel from the whole composition of OMG, which kind of just cuts a lot of their DPS, their AoE, effectively in half.
Yeah. And you see, like, that last replay, Rookie is just hitting Shanji on the front line for the vast majority of the fight, playing very safe, very far back. And then you see the mobility that is accessible to an Akali if the pilot is good, right? Rookie somehow gets all the way into the backline with a perfect execution and finishes Abel off. Like, absolutely fantastic fight coming out from Rookie. Phenomenal game out from Top Esports, and a bit of a head scratcher, honestly, I think, coming into the series. I think a lot more people expected early proactivity from both teams and a lot of scraps for neutral objectives, where we really didn't see OMG showing up to a lot of these fights before Baron, basically. So I think looking towards this next draft, I'd anticipate some changes from OMG. That said, though, they are going to stick to the blue side.
Yeah, OMG still blue. I don't mind. For me, I think that the big change I would make is to the bottom side, just because I feel like you want agency on all fronts. And I feel like if you limit yourself to just the mid jungle, Rookie's proven that he's very happy to just effectively shut that down very quickly. So I think try and find it from the bottom side, right? You saw Nami Lucian, maybe just opt in something like a Phelios Nautilus, right? Something just something where you can pull the trigger, something where you know you're going to scale into the late game anyway. Sure, Zeri Lulu, it's boring. We've seen it since the start of the year, but it doesn't get the same job done, you know? So I think just more agency for me.
I'm curious if we get, like, the Aphelios coming back in as well. That was something that OMG leaned on heavily in the series against Top Esports during the regular split. Or if maybe just going back to what worked for them in the regular split could be the answer. Obviously, Zeri can fulfill a similar role to Aphelios, certainly in terms of the scaling department, but whether or not it works for them is a different question. Our two teams stepping back onto the stage once again. And I have to say, the impact that Wayward is having, the fact that he didn't play for basically the entire year and now stepped in pretty much just for playoffs, is having this kind of a performance. Really, really impressive stuff coming out from Wayward on the top side. I would love to see a little bit more proactivity for Shanji. I think I much prefer the Cassante to the Scion for him, based on what we've seen from him across the course of the year. But are you willing to go for that? Are you willing to open up for the potential Olaf counterpick from the side of Wayward?
Yeah, I think that's the big problem, right? I think the fact that Wayward has shown this counterpick hand already makes it a little bit awkward, right? So I wonder how creative you can really be on blue side, right? Because, yeah, Wayward... I think when you especially look back and you think, hey, why was Wayward taken out? It was, funnily enough, for why probably the same reason he's in, is kind of his volatility, but also like his flexibility that he could bring with that, right? And I think staying on blue for OMG kind of just feels rough. So I think creativity from Shanji may be going to be curbed a bit as we hit the second pick bans here. I suspect a lot of the bans in the first phase will stay mostly the same, but it's definitely adaptation from OMG that I still need to see, right? And I think the bottom lane is the first place I'd hit.
Yeah, definitely looking for adaptation. And we'll see what it is that OMG changes, and there it is, the Lucian ban coming on through. trying to deny some of that mid-game presence out from Jakulov. And we'll see if that is going to be enough. I feel like something more has to change than just banning the Lucian. I don't feel like the Lucian necessarily was the big issue coming out from that side, because now you've banned the Lee Sin, you've banned away the Lucian. It means that LeBlanc is now open potentially for rookie.
Yeah, and I mean, Hover, so Top Esports are acknowledging, hey, you left it up this time, guys. I think straight away, though, we're still going to see at the very least Maokai AD, unless Top Esports want to give us a first rotation LeBlanc. I mean, rookie, he's pretty good at the champ, right, Munch? He's not that bad. And they will just first pick it. All right, cool. I'm down for this.
He's been known to dabble in LeBlanc. You know, he's got... I mean, he only has one skin on the champion. So really, how scary can it be? Yeah, we've got Rookie's LeBlanc. We've got his signature champion. We've got his world skin in play for Top Esports. And I mean, that is powerful, because now Jakulov grabbing that Aphelios, taking it away from Abel. We just talked about how Aphelios was very much a crux of the OMG strategy.
Okay.
Previous time these two played. Xayah now locked in for OMG, and the Rakan instantly to follow.
Yeah, so I think this should just be Nautilus here for Mark. I don't think there's any reason not to. Speaking of IG skins, there's a couple on the opposite side now for OMG
True.
as well. It would be pretty funny if they decided to rock it. We'll see whether or not OMG kind of give them the little bit of flair, a little bit of XDD. But I think
isn't that Samsung Galaxy? IG is Kai'Sa, no?
Kai'Sa, yeah. I think I'm thinking of the Kai'Sa skin. Yeah, you're right. Is it IG Rakan or is it Samsung White Rakan as well? I think it's
Samsung White as well. Yeah.
I mean, you know, one season apart. You know, cut me a bit.
And let's be honest, the skins do look very similar. They're like black and white skins.
Yeah,
I can see where you were coming from. Let's get back to the draft, though, because we've got a Renata locked in for Mark, which this is something that actually PP God was known very much for. I feel like PP God, one of our biggest Renata enjoyers in the LPL, but taking it away, denying that dive potential from both the Wukong and the Rakan.
Yeah, definitely does. Rakan kind of gets a little bit hamstringed in the lane. You can get handshook out of your W, and also just generally, unless you're coming at it with a flank, it's pretty telegraphed, right? The Rakan engages a lot of the time, and at the very least, you should be able to press your Arki, as they're in a lot of the times. We've flown through the bans also, by the way, and Top Esports just removing away a couple of dive options here from Cream between Akali and Vex. Real nice callouts. I like those, especially the Vex one, just because it's a little more like left field, but can definitely be a little bit of an annoying matchup to play out from the LeBlanc side. As more wayward respect. Will we see Cassante? No, we're going to see Viego, actually, which is a very, very interesting call out, which says to me that they don't mind if Tien goes towards this Maokai again. But I feel like Top Esports wouldn't mind either, realistically. I think just trying to hamstring a little bit of the power of the mid-jungle 2v2 that can come from the mid lane when you've already got LeBlanc, and trying to sort of nail down the potential skirmish power. And with that in mind, Tien just indexes into the Sejuani, more team fighting prowess, and I don't think Top Esports mind either way about this.
Yep. Interesting to see Sejuani with a ranged mid laner. Quite often you do see melee in both of your solo lanes if you're going to go for a Sejuani, but regardless, I'm sure he'll be able to find effect on that. Is it going to happen? The blind pick Rumble for the top side for Shaji. You bet your bottom it is. Rumble locked in the top lane. And what do we see for the mid lane? Because Cream could go with his signature Ari as well. Tristana.
I like Trist here. I like Trist because I think now you can have, at the very least, a very serviceable laning phase into LeBlanc. And up in the top side, it gets kind of difficult to pick a lot of melee champions and survive the lane, right? You would have to call Tien up there towards the top side to really make a big mess of the top lane. Irelia, off the top of my head, I think is okay into Rumble, actually. So this will be a very, very fun matchup if Wayward decides to go towards it. This is what you would usually expect, however, with the pairing of Sejuani and Jax. However, in isolation, I'm just going to say it, this lane sucks for Jax. It is really, really hard to play out. In the 1v1, you jump on Rumble, you get double harpooned, and then sometimes, more times than not, as Rumble, you walk away from the Counter-Strike, or at the very least, Jax is so slowed that he can't trade onto you, and then he has to walk out from the Flame Spitter. So Jax loses the trades a lot of the time. So I think Top Esports might actually have to give a little bit of time over to Wayward on the top side, which could be quite fun, because, well, Rumble lanes with Wukong there as well. I think we could see bloodshed more on the top side than we do on the bottom side this game much.
Could be an exciting one. As on the side of OMG, compositionally, you've got a bit of a full house. Yordles over Vestians. Then for top esports, not really going with the thematic draft in the same way. But like you say, a lot more excitement in the early game here. A bold Jax lock-in for Wayward. Could be a tough laning phase for him, but we'll have to find out if that's going to be the case. The thing I'm looking at, though, is Rookie versus Cream in the mid lane. It was a fairly quiet matchup to start us off in game number 1 today, but Rookie blind picks the signature LeBlanc. I'm assuming going to lock in his own skin as well, as he usually does. But Cream going with the Tristana to try and answer. Very aggressive picks, a lot of proactivity on both sides. And we'll see how they can influence game number 2.
There you go.
There it is.
There's the skin you asked for. Always does it. I mean, you'd have to, right? There's no way. There's no way you could be a world champ. Have a skin
Well,
for
you
a
say
champ.
that. Do you know, there was an interview with Ruler talking about his world skin, asking why he didn't use his world skin. And he said he saves his world skin for really important games. It's like that extra level that he can always go to. Whereas Rookie, he's happy to just swag it out on the Rift. And rightly
Two different
so,
mentalities,
I would be too.
right? It's two different mentalities.
I absolutely
Like,
would be too.
Rookie's like, you know, I'm a world champ. What are you going to do about it? And then Farulis, like, his Super Saiyan form.
Yeah.
He's like, I need it now. As Wayward doing the very traditional Jax thing, you know, you might want to try sit. If you're on the blue side, you might sit in the tri-brush, try and catch the enemy laner off guard if they've gone for a leash. And on the red side, kind of a similar thing. You just sit in that third brush. Prepared for, though, by OMG. So won't get caught off guard. And also an additional thing I want to just briefly notice that Shanji's got the Ignite. Not uncommon to see with Rumble lanes, where you just want to get the full-blown lane pressure. So we'll see how Wayward decides to navigate that with that in mind.
We'll have to see. Shanji obviously had that ward. We could see the ward. Wayward couldn't. Counter-Strike going to come on through, though, and it does mean Wayward gets a decent trade. There's another Harpoon lands. And I want to add something. You know, in game number 1, when we're talking about OMG, the last time they made it better than 9th, 10th place in the LPL. 2017, Mark could be in trouble in the bottom side. It's a 2v2 potentially going to happen. Mark down. First blood for Abel.
Oh boy. That's the 2v2 that we're used to seeing, where Jackie Love and Mark, they go a little bit, if I'm to go Twitch chat here, a little bit XDD. They kind of just overstep, and are they just going to recall on level 1? They are. All right, fair enough. The wave is stacking, right? And if PP Gold can hold this feels pretty good. So 2v2, just a straight up overstep here from Mark, gets caught out. And, you know, personally, I feel like Zai and Rakan aren't always the strongest 2v2, but it's about the level 1, all right, between the W starts. And Mark also, being highlighted here by the observers, has started E, hasn't started Q to try and interrupt the potential W engage either, and just gets run down for his troubles.
Yeah, absolutely taken out of the play. Jackie Love somehow almost 20 CS up off the back of it, but you can expect Abel will be able to sweep a lot of the CS up down in that bottom side. Now the wave is crashing. Every time I try and make a story point in this series, Gerarda, action kicks off. So I'm going to start another story point, see if we can get a fight going for everyone at home. I mentioned 2017. Look, it happens again. It's Rookie and Cream trading.
All right, just keep talking about story. We get blood. Like go, quick, another one.
2017 was the last time OMG did better than 9th, 10th place in the LPL playoffs. Well, guess who was on the squad that knocked them out of playoffs back then? Guess who was the team that shut down their run? It was IG. It was Rookie. And now, here in playoffs, once again, OMG doing the best they have done in a long, long time. Rookie 1-0 up against them. This is personal, not just for OMG's players, because, I mean, none of these guys were a part of that. But for the fans, for OMG's fans, the old school fans, this one is personal.
This one is personal. And the old heads will probably remember that as a very painful time. I'm just assuming here. I'm way too young to know. I'm going to make you feel old anytime I can. just because of the age difference. I'm sorry.
I mean, I wasn't doing LPL in 2017. That's even before my time.
True. But still, 6 years. It's a long time. Long.
It does feel like a long time ago, doesn't it? TN hovering on the bottom side, but we'll reset here. See decent vision control around the Drake here. Other side of top esports, where they've got a ward coming out of Raptor entrance. You've got a ward for the Tribrush entrance, and then you've got the Scuttle Crab as well. Aki cannot play on this bottom side without getting spotted.
No, it's really, really difficult. I think maybe just wait until level 6. For now, the priority still is very much in OMG's favor, so I think that's going to be fine. Maybe an early Dragon here off the back of these Raptors could be a pretty nice call. This wave, however, it's going to crash at a bit of an awkward place. Could get mostly cleared out here, especially because of the guns Jackie love. So maybe the Dragon, bit of a hard option, but still priority in the mid lane. Priority still remains here on the next wave, so I expect, yeah, this Dragon will get kicked off. We'll see whether or not top esports try and respond. You can see the chase down coming in.
Big damage out from Jackie though here. The Feathers will deny any immediate follow-up, but Tien is here. PP got the target, does manage to dodge for a little bit there. Graviton back in play, but I don't know if he has the Q. There it is. Able now to target. Ignited. The force away, but Shanji's here. He's traveled down from the top side to sweep up some kills. A double kill as he sets top esports ablaze.
What's the rat doing down here? Shanji just comes in with an awesome roam. Doesn't even have ult either. This is just a pre-level 6 roam from Shanji, and the wave looks great too. On the top side, what an amazing timing. As that's really set OMG into such a good position now, and even individually for himself, as long as he can get to the wave in a nice enough time. I mean, Cannon as well, he's barely gonna miss it. I cannot overstate how good a roam this was from Shanji in terms of timing. We're able to put down a little bit of pressure. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Should be fine to walk out. Right.
Or will he? Because Shanji just hit level 6. Wayward in all kinds of trouble. Grandmaster's might. Okay. And Shanji holds the ult. Doesn't even burn it.
Okay. Had to take a breath there. Wayward was definitely in potential threat of getting all in. Doesn't happen. One bonus to what happened down there in the bottom side is the Dragon didn't go down. So top esports feel okay about that. Oh, I love the observers. Look at him. He's on his way. He's getting it. He's getting it. It's going to take some time.
It's a long old walk. It's a long old walk to Dragon from there.
It is. But you can see, right? I think Jackie love Mark just because I'm sorry, I love
It's a
these
blast code, Shanji. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Where's the this is great observing though, and yeah. So the wave is where it is. So Shanji's never going to miss much. The Graviton is why top esports get kind of baited into this chase, and sure they get able, but they just lose so much else that it just doesn't feel worth ever. And Shanji now 2 kills to the good. Every time he shows up to an objective, he's gonna be massive.
It's the fact that he's doing this without TP. Like, we see top laners with TP have less map impact than that. But, you know, he was the guy that was bringing the level 1 Science TP into lane, right? He was the guy that's brought all of this creativity to the top lane. Over the time he's been playing Cream, all in the mid lane as Rookie does have his chains. We'll be able to avoid potential kill there in the mid lane. Rookie about to have his Mimic up available as well. Tien now getting a bit of pressure. 4 players on the bottom side for OMG, but won't go for the invade. Won't even go for the Dragon just yet, although maybe Aki started it. No, still playing a little safe for now. Keep it on. This feels tense, Jamada. This feels like neither team willing to give this Drake up.
No one wants to. And I think after what we just saw, we're gonna have to also keep an eye on the top lane wave state and just be like, hey, does Shanji have a window to roam? Speaking of roams, I think Cream would have maybe made his way all the way to the top side if there was no scuttle. Rookie, not gonna go over the wall. Won't face check, well, with his face. And like you said, no one really wants to give up that Dragon, so it seems like attention will just shift focus over towards the Herald, and I mean, why not? If you're OMG, you've got 2-0 Rumble up here. Equalizer, still in the year 2023, very powerful in these objective skirmishes.
I mean, it's huge. It is the reason why Rumble is such a strong champion as Wayward. Actually going very aggressive. Grandmaster's might comes out. He's only got boots, and he's looking for a solo kill anyway. Shanji 1 HP, but somehow survives and burns him down. Tien now blocks the ultimate by Aki. and Cream's arrived. It's all going sideways for Top Esports as TN forced out to play Rookie back into things. Aki goes down. Cream versus Rookie 1v1, jumps out, but Cream follows him. Won't go for the kill.
Oh, that was so close. Wayward, you can't really fault him for trying, but he just has to respect that Aki could be up here, man. Ends up getting the 1v1 interrupted, turned around on, and then just too many members. You know, TN oversteps his bounds, goes into the river, looking for the turnaround, gets run down as well. Let's see how this starts. It's just, I mean, to be fair, Shanji does not have to walk up with this wave. It's also a really bad time because he's not anywhere near overheat, so his damage output potential is just so much lower. Does just about get over here, and also another moment in the very long case study of why you pop your pots when you're fighting. Good job, Shanji. As TN, yeah, already used his Q to try and close the gap. No flash. Can't get over the wall. Does get a little bit of damage back in return to help Rookie get that kill back onto Aki, but yeah, as you can see, Cream just doesn't quite have the DPS to also find Rookie. No one got the Herald, just like no one got the Dragon. So we're back to square one.
This is what I expected coming into the series, Jabada.
Right.
Was fighting back and forth with these neutral objectives, fighting tooth and nail for the early game lead. This time around, though, despite the lack of objectives, it is OMG with that lead early on in the game. Wayward just about escaping here. And I want to bring up a statistic that I brought up right at the very start of the day, and that's the Top Esports in the regular split did not win a single game when they were behind at 15 minutes. Wayward playing with fire quite literally there, staying around. Tien's in the area as well. They changed that against WE though, and now looking to change it against OMG as well. The CC changes there. Wayward's still burning though! And Shanji just 2v1s and PP got in onto the play as well! Oh my days, it could not be going worse with Top Esports.
The fire rat is too much to deal with mid lane. The rocket rat? Yes, just rocket jumps away. We do love yodels as OMG get everything and more. It's such an insane turnaround, and I mean, this is just the thing about Rumble, man. There's so much burst damage potential at this early stage. You just don't really expect it. You just really don't sometimes, and Wayward not respecting the potential. I think it's because he just about gets the Flame Spitter cast off as he's stunned up. So you see here, starts it, and Wayward's still in the cone. So he's burning down to the DPS. It's overheat damage as well. And PP God also here. Really nice for Shanji to just close the gap so he can get the engage off sooner. And you can see OMG coaching staff. Kind of game facey, but very tense. I'm very happy.
They're happy with the play, but they know that there is still a long way to go in this series. But, you know, we were saying after game number one, I'd love to see Shanji on a carry once more. I didn't expect a performance like this. What a day so far. 4-0 and 2. Absolutely massive performances. Rookie just going to zip over and steal away a red buff. Don't mind if I do. 2-0-0 on Rookie. Feels like he's going to be the one that has to carry Top Esports if they want any chance in this game, because right now, 5,000 gold down. This is all about OMG.
Yeah, it is. Every single lane is ahead at the moment. 5,000 gold lead.
I mean, look at that top lane, man. 4-0-2, 20 CS lead as well, and has taken the tower. I mean, I want to see that individual gold lead because it must be absurd.
You're right, Munch. You're right. I think, though, this is going to be a good test for OMG this game because they've already got that top tower. And often when you break a tower, especially like top lane in a long lane where, you know, you could have rundown situations where if you catch a wave too high up, you get caught out very easily. OMG, they're going to have to move Shanji around very, very efficiently, as he's actually just trying to hold a freeze. I think still very much capable of being dove. It's just very difficult in the sense of the amount of damage that can come back out from the Rumble. Ooh. As this is really creative, but Wayward's kind of low on mana, so I don't know how much DPS he can afford over a long period of time.
Problem is as well, you're kind of relying on Shanji face checking this. If Shanji doesn't move over to you, that wave ain't ever going to crash itself.
No. So I think he's fine. And just paying a lot of respect. He's just farming with E for the most part. Hits level 11. Big power point for Rumble, of course. next point in the R. And
perhaps this is the longest play in the history of top lane. Rico comes through and he realizes he's wasted his time. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But hey, look, we came into game number 2 saying we need more proactivity from OMG. We've absolutely seen that. And it feels like top esports are kind of out of sorts already. We're only 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah, all it took was one bad play, and then we get top esports that we've known since about week 3. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah, I think OMG just need to keep the pace, though, to sort of bring ourselves back down to earth a little bit. They've already moved PP God Unable to the mid lane, which I really quite like. Put Cream on the side lane. Be the demolitionist that Tristana wants to be. Try and break down the towers. Feel good about it. Wait for the next dragon to come up. As long as you can secure mid lane priority on that specific wave, and I think also Shanji coming down at sort of like 40 seconds, shoving the wave when there's 40 seconds away on the top side, moving down then, because remember Shanji no teleport, right? He's got the ignite. Also going to be crucial. So where he moves around on the map will have to be tracked as well. But I just wonder, like, how long will it take for top esports to really feel comfortable about taking a fight, right? Because they're so far behind in gold at the moment that you don't really want to try and go toe to toe as things stand. And especially with a rumble on the map, fighting objectives just feels horrible when you've only really got one form of hard engage from the Sejuani.
There is a silver lining, though, and that's that these objectives took so long to go down at the start of the game that actually there isn't a soul for like another 15 minutes yet. Like, we're a long way away from any significant objective threat. In the meantime, potentially a pick. PP God escapes, though, and it's Rookie to go down instead. Cream with the resets. That's 2 already. As Wayward next on the chopper block, knocked away by the Buster shot after the leap strike. That's insane. Another double for Shanji, and the full house composition comes up trumps.
Oh man, that's so rough for Wayward. You have to feel for him a little bit to not even pick up 1 kill onto anyone there. But I mean, top esports, I don't know, quarter sleep of the will. Shanji there, no, maybe they just weren't expecting that. And again, fighting into a rumble at this stage. He's 6-0-3.
Yeah.
This is like a solo queue rumble, man. This is like, you know when you don't see champions in solo queue for a really long time, and then you're like, hey, oh yeah, I forgot that champion exists, and then they just like stomp whoever they're laning against. This feels like that game, maybe for top esports, dealing with the rumble.
Look, this is not the first time either that has been the case with Shanji playing this rumble, right? Feel like every so often we kind of forget about it. Every so often we don't see it for a while. He's been playing Cassante, Sion this split. Brings it out, shows us what he is made of again. Look at that damage, man.
Oh man, that's just nasty. Knocked up on the equalizer. That is a red carpet. And
Buster shot.
Yeah, Buster shot. If he just, I mean, you can't predict that. You cannot predict that. That is just one of those awkward things. If he doesn't queue to try and go for the kill, then he gets knocked onto PP God.
Into PP God, yeah.
And then he'd kill him. But yeah, that sucks. That definitely does suck. And it's not like a tilter, because I feel like you're so far behind in this game that if you were to tilt, probably would have done it by now. As a bit of an awkward zip back from Rookie, but he's okay. He will walk out of it. I just don't know where top esports go, Joe. To be honest with you.
Do you know, the thing is, a minute ago we were talking about, you know, Rookie maybe could be the shining light for the squad. Like, how on earth does Rookie side lane against Cream at this point? We just saw like 3 auto attacks and an E. That's more than half of Rookie's health. Now Herald in the mid lane for OMG as they continue to roll this snowball. Equalizer comes down, Jagular stuck on top of it. Will get out with his life, but can't say the same for TN. And that'll be tower taken. And a jungler on top of it as well. OMG just getting everything they could want. And in the meantime, Cream is just pushing away. There's a Drake up on the map. Like, everything going the way of OMG right now.
Cream's even going to make his way up to this top side here. Oh, got interrupted by Rookie. Very, very cute. But, you know, win the line in. First 2 dragons. It feels like that is the pace for OMG. Gale Force plus Lightning as we get the picture of confirmation. Chains connects. Wayward, I mean, it gets Wayward the top side tower and it's a bounty. So, feels good. But that tower is also worth 600 gold split between those 3 members. So, it's, you know,
yeah,
silver linings.
Silver linings. Silver linings. I will say, that has to be the first time I've seen a LeBlanc stop a TP with a chain. I don't think I've ever seen that actually happen before.
Like, yeah, I think it's been I haven't seen it in pro ever.
It's a long old cast, the chain. It takes a long time for the fruit to actually land. The speed at which you got to make that happen, pretty commendable for rookie. And Jamada, I'm so glad to say that we may well be getting a proper series. Because after game number 1, I was real nervous. I was really thinking that it was going to be domination. But now,
Joe, say the phrase.
OMG showing up.
Say the phrase.
I think.
Do it.
I mean, I can't say it yet. I can't say it yet. Not until the
Okay.
game ends.
Okay.
But hands may be involved in this series. That's all I'll say. It's possible.
Ooh, it's getting hot. It's hot in here. All of a sudden,
Just want to mention, totally different note. Kraken Slayer picked up for Abel. You don't often see a Kraken Slayer's Aya.
Yeah, normally Gale Force, right? Damage option. Tien's probably dead. Bye-bye, Tien.
Yeah, he made the classic error of believing that that's his jungle. And OMG, they don't take kindly to that. That's their territory. That's private property. All right? Go back onto the Baron. They go with no jungle here for Top Esports. They need a miracle fight. I don't know if they're even going to get here in time for a miracle fight. Jackalove has red and white. Perhaps this can be the window. 2K on the Baron. It should be smited here. The Scream forced away. Baron taken. Hostile takeover is pretty big, but doesn't get much done. And now the Cyclone onto Jackalove. He's going to go down. Wayward's down. Mark is down. Rookie is down. And OMG are down for a series here. 17-3. An absolute smacking.
Top Esports backhanded OMG in the previous game. And OMG said, oh yeah, I'll do you one better. Because we're 21 minutes into the game. A 17-3 kill score and a 10,000 gold difference. And now OMG have Baron. 4 versus 5. You can't fault Top Esports for trying here. This hostile takeover is huge. It does buy a fair amount of time, but it doesn't really stop Aki from going in for this engage. And locking down Jackalove. Mark is also in an awkward position, and Wayward just kind of...
I can't believe Abel lives
too
that.
much. Abel... Very broken. Abel. No Gale Force. He just knew he didn't need it.
See the Jackalove fan there, sat just staring at the screen. Wishing things were different. And Mark now basically one shot. As the rest of the team there trying to protect their support, but in the meantime, Cream just annihilates the towers on the top side. And look at the side lane pressure that you have with the Tristana coming out of the mid lane. Oh, Mark almost goes down to the equalizer. Oh, gee, they know they've won this game already. Oh, Abel in trouble though. Wayward's there. The CC follow-up. 80 carry down. It's a big pick for Top Esports.
Huge.
It's in trade for an inhibitor though.
Yeah, should be. There's no ultimate available on Shanji. Honestly, oh, okay. Never mind.
I don't think they can win 4v5.
No, I was
Abel
gonna say
is
like
not
this
the damage source on this team.
No, like I was gonna say, this is maybe the window where you'd want to see Top Esports force, but like they don't really have anything besides Tien's ultimate to do it, and they just found Abel. So they kind of just have to sit there and watch their inhibitor fall. And OMG, full control of their fate right here in this game, number 2. I think Top Esports, this game's probably run its course for this one from their perspective. And it's just about how cleanly OMG can actually close this one out.
I reckon Top Esports have got one more fight in them. They lose another fight here. If the supers are anywhere near the base, it's going to be over. Because, let's be honest, this composition does not exactly struggle to take towers. And Cream is just, like, we've been talking so much about Shanji. And by the way, Shanji, 10-stack Medjai's in his pocket now. Just picked that up off the previous recall. But in the meantime, Cream has been quietly building a lead of his own. 3-0-6, a 500 gold bounty. He's got his Bloodthirster as well as a Kraken Slayer. He's headed towards an IE. And he can just happily sit separate from the rest of the team. He's so safe on the Tristana. It's basically impossible for anyone on Top Esports to match him.
Yep. It's tough. It's tough, Munch. I mean, we had a very similar game, just flipped before this. So it's one of those situations where OMG are in full control and Top Esports just kind of have to dig deep and hope that there's like 3 throws in a row and that one of them is in front of Baron. Otherwise, this will go to 1-on-1 and we'll have something on our hands. I don't know what yet. But we'll have something on our hands, right, Munch? Need the Nexus to blow up first.
Soap and water, because I want to wash my hands of this game at this point. with how disgusted it has been from OMG. And I have to say, massive props to Shanji. Like,
absolutely.
I think a clear MVP coming out of this one, assuming that OMG don't mess it up.
Yep.
You'd assume playing MVP for Shanji, some real plays on the top side. The fact that he survived that Herald play, where Wayward almost gets the all-in onto him. That
Not
play
just the
from
Herald
Wayward,
play.
so close to turning the game around.
Not even just the Herald play, but the top side play too, right? Where they tried to just 2v1 and burst him out. Didn't work out.
Yeah.
It's a Cyclone blown. But I don't think there's going to be much else. I think it has to be said. Jackie deals a fair amount of damage. It's just not as much as OMG do as a unit.
Tien! The flash away keeps himself alive. Jagged trying to escape as well. Flashes PP God, but Tien still goes down. Mark escapes, but he might be the only one to escape as Jagged 1 HP. Wayward, you've turned him golden, but I don't think you win that 1v1. Goes for the leap strike over the wall. The burn isn't there. Wayward is trying to escape from Shanji. He knows the game is over, but he'll walk away with his life at very least. I think that's the first fight that he walked away from this game. 21-5. And OMG reminding everyone of why we were hyped about this team coming into playoffs.
Exactly. It's such a fun team to watch, OMG. And I mean, just routed. Nothing that Top Esports could do, giving us that very fun Rumble pick and then just taking over the game with it, right? And Shanji's very, very, very creative roam at level 5 didn't even have Equalizer showing up to a dragon fight. Who cares? just show up and win it. Really, really good stuff from OMG. I think as soon as Top Esports tried to force the plays that they did, and they didn't go the way that they wanted, it just felt not only too difficult, but I think generally as if Top Esports had kind of just run out of ideas. I think that was the key thing for me.
Yeah, and like you mentioned the dragon fight as well. It wasn't even really a dragon fight, honestly. It was Top Esports thinking that they had numbers advantage and just being baited in. Shanji is there, takes them all out, sets himself up 2-0-1 at that point, and then takes over the game. Unbelievable stuff coming out from OMG. And now we've had game number 1, Top Esports absolutely smash it. Game number 2, OMG absolutely smash it. Game number 3, potentially a very close one. I don't know, Jamada. All I'll say is after game number 1 looking so one-sided, I was nervous. But after game number 2, we've got a series on our hands.
He said the line, guys. He said the line. Yeah, I'm expecting great things from this series now. And for me, for Top Esports, if you get rolled like that after having such a good game 1, I just wonder where the mindset's at. Like, what changes do you want to make draft side? What resource priorities do you want to go towards in terms of who will you be playing for? Is it just going to be bot side because that's the meta we're in, or do you go towards where you would try and shut down Shanji? Because I think we had a pretty good read here on the caster desk about what we wanted from OMG, right? Which was potentially a more creative pick out of Shanji, something out of his wheelhouse, which we got in the Rumble, but also, and crucially, agency from the bottom side, right? Which we got out of the Zyra Khan, even though Abel and PP God contributed about 10,000 damage to the game, and that was about it. I think just having PP God and Abel in a situation where they could push Jackie Love and Mark back pretty much from start of lane to finish really enabled OMG to get things going, and also, I guess, underneath that layer 2, the mid lane matchup. So I think just generally, agency is what is king for OMG. If they sit on their hands, Top Esports will take control of the game and they'll win. So Top Esports need to try and find a way to strip that agency away from OMG, whether it's through draft or whether it's through gameplay decisions like what we saw from Rookie, right? Just every single time that Cream had ultimate, Rookie would burn his, all of a sudden OMG can't play a 2v2. And that was kind of the story of that game. So I think that's what we need to see from Top Esports, whether it's from draft or whether it's from gameplay, just trying to curb whatever agency OMG look for.
Well, we'll see if Top Esports can make it happen. More proactivity is what the doctor ordered. We'll see if they're going to fulfill the prescription. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what happens in Game 3.
It does not matter whether you clone or not. Tien looking for it all in onto Cream at the top side. Spirit Rush is available. Can't push the ulti though, and he just autos him down.
Hey, both coming in.
TPs from both solo laners as they know they need to be here. Wayward's making up.
Oh!
The play. Rookie's on the backline. Hanging down what? Instant triple for Rookie. The man of the century in this fight. Care has to go huge. Still surviving. Has a shield over the wall looking for Jackie. He gets one for himself. Wayward chasing down the Cassidin. They've done enough to get themselves the Drake.
And that's a lot of Magic Pen as well as you look at his angle. Level 18, they're hitting the Baron, but they're turning to fight the all-ins there. A good all-in stun, but now IG have to be wary of Yagao. They haven't killed anyone yet. IG, as you said, Lyric, got to be scared of the damage as Arn jumps forward, but he's chasing. The Event Horizon saves his life as on to Shun. Hang on, a Felios moment. No way, it's happening again. On, run for your life. Yagao there as well as Elk is the only hope of taking him down. Gravitum is there with Calibrum too, but Arn's going to heal this back up with the BT. On needs a beautiful hick onto Arn through the gap close. Hook. Event Horizon saves his day. Elk's going to be rooted up. There's a double with Renan. Arn's still alive as Blue Buff is saving his life. Arn's going to die onto Elk. The range is there. They kill each other. That's my LPL.
He is having a hell of a game for himself, and now Death Cap in pocket. They've maybe found a big Shallow who pulls Wayward back. The bubble lands though. It's Shallow who's gone too deep. LWX forced to flash out of the play. Dracula retreated as well. Here goes Rookie onto the back line, into the Shroud. He's 1 HP, but he's looking for LWX before he goes down. The Shuriken, no! Cut down, gunned down! In midair, Care knocked up, and Wayward slows him. Care down! Dracula onto LWX, but this is Zeri in the late game. He's turning it around. LWX hammered into the floor by Wayward, who turns out to be the hero in the end. So crucial. Azaki, the target, knocked up, taken down. No smites when you've got no jungler. As Rookie. Oh,
Jackie's dead.
Shanji turns it around. Abel still alive as Rookie finishes him off, flashing forwards to make the hero play. Dodges the knockup, uses his clone, somehow dashes back out of the play, blocking, and Mark saves his mid laner. Absolute heroics from Rookie.
Please come this way.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
就感觉这个赛季刚开始可能大家打的都不是特别好，然后心态就没那么好，但是还是感谢队友这个赛季就我们个人互相扶持吧，就能走到今天就直接进入季后赛第2轮也挺不容易的。希望就春季赛我们打的就不让我们5个人后悔就行了。我希望你们打OMG只需要注意一点，就是你们只要跟我们平衡发育，我们团战就把你们0化5。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL at day number 4 of playoffs, and we're into game number 3 between OMG and Top Esports. I'm Munch, joined by Jamada, and, well, OMG certainly came back swinging in game 2.
To say the least, yeah. Just a little bit of a dip and a immediate uppercut is what it felt like from OMG in that game number 2. Top Esports tried, like, 2 times, and as soon as they failed both those plays, they just felt lost, and OMG just... they more than took the game by the reins, it felt like. And even though game number 1 was like a complete shellacking, very, very slow paced, but very surgical, OMG did not mess around. That was like a 24, 25-minute game tops, and that was it. That was just Shanji snowballing on the Rumble, and the rest of the map also just falling in place for them.
Yep, and Shanji will get himself that MVP as well off the back of this, like you say, monstrous performance. 9-0-7 for the 2,500 gold lead by the end of the game. I mean, just annihilated. The fact that he went for the Medjais as well towards the end of the game, you just love to see it.
Just complete domination, right? And it was Wayward that picked into it, right? Picked into the Rumble with the Jax. Didn't really end up winning with it, and I feel like Top Esports, if you go with the Jax Sejuani, you have to kind of just full send it from minute 1, right? You have, well, not necessarily from minute 1, but from as soon as you get the first opportunity to try and shut down a pick like Rumble, when you've got that kind of combination. Otherwise, like I said, the lane sucks. And I mean, Shanji had the opportunity to make a level 5 roam happen because the lane is so good. It gave him the time to effectively win this skirmish, which really set OMG on the beaten path.
It certainly did. And this next play, I'm going to assume we have a replay of. This is where things did get a little bit dicey. No, this is actually the following play where
it's the following
it just burns them to a crisp. And PP God comes in to save the day. Feels like every single play that was being made, PP God was there, managing to turn things around.
Yeah, PP God also a very silent MVP. I feel like so many times did he find the knock-up and then Shanji just puts the equalizer down on top of it and no response, right? And even here in this fight, even though he's the last to come out of the pit, one-shots Wayward, gets over to the rest of the fight and also just deletes everyone else alongside Cream's damage. monster. And now the Rumble is something you have to, consider banning again. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a bit tough.
Yeah. And now we're going to switch sides in the draft as well. So Top Esports will be going to our blue side. And this will be the first time in the series that we see Top Esports on the blue side, OMG on the red. So anticipate the draft to change somewhat. We had very similar drafts between game number 1 and game number 2, just the Lucian being banned instead of that LeBlanc for the side of OMG. But now with Top Esports on the blue side, I'm curious what their priorities will be and how things change coming into game number 3. And Jamada, honestly, I'm just hoping that we have a bit more of an even game, because we've had 2 games now where one team gets a lead early on and kind of just dominates from that point onwards. Top Esports did a game 1, OMG did a game number 2. I'm hoping we get a close one for game number 3, because the third game of the series like this is often a huge deciding factor. Quite often it ends up being 4 games from that point. Like you said, I mean, the analogy you used to fighting games earlier, the download has happened now. Let's see which teams come out with the right conclusions. Right.
It's such a tough call. I really want to see where Top Esports go with their draft as well, specifically now that they're on blue. I think for OMG, I'm hoping that this game was a bit of an eye-opener, and they were just like, okay, we just need to go in. that is what we're good at. Let's stick to it. I think for Top Esports, it's more about trying to find what identity they need to take down OMG, right? Not Qingtian. Wayward had the opportunity to get the counter pick up in the top side. Didn't really use it to great success, so I'm wondering, for one, who OMG actually give R5 to, but also 2, what Top Esports are going to do on their 4-5. I expect, the top side or the first 3 to be, very reminiscent, unless LeBlanc is left up again, in a fashion of AD, jungle, support, very, very common. I just want to see something where we actually get more lane control. I think that's probably the way that you can try and shut down OMG. Nip the problem in the bud, right? If OMG can't get out of lane, then they start to struggle in the terms of proactivity and looking for plays. So look for better lane matchups, even if maybe you kind of suffer in the like team comp department, even if you might have a bit of an incohesive team composition. I don't think it matters. I think as long as you can stop OMG from actually syncing up with one another, you feel pretty okay about it.
Look, I said it right at the start, and I'll say it again. First 15 minutes is everything in this series, based on the stats from both teams across the course of the year. And one of the picks that I think might actually become a big focus in this series, either in picks or bans, is the Tristana, right? We saw Cream taking it in the mid lane there. It was a bit of an issue for Rookie. But if Lucian is being banned by OMG, Tristana can fulfill a similar, like, I spike really hard once I've got a couple of items, I can dominate the mid-game, like, role to that Lucian. So perhaps could be a way forward for Top Esports. Then again, also, the Draven for Jaculov. It's always an option if you do need to get that aggression going.
Yeah, always an option. Always an option. I don't know. I'm usually such a big hater of the Lucian army. I feel like Jaculov and Mark are...
Look at them chairs.
I know, it's real fancy, isn't it? It's imagine if you had those in venues in Europe or NA. It'd be really cool. Those big lounger chairs. But
it's like when you go to the cinema, you get one of the VIP seats that reclines and sat there with your popcorn, your bottle of pop. You're sat on your recliner. Oh,
your bottle of pop.
Bottle of pop. What do you call it?
What, just like a
soda?
Fizzy drink. A fizzy drink. No, I'm not American. Calm down. Bloody hell.
All right.
We're on the same side here, mate.
Fizzy drink is just short for fizzy pop, I'm telling you. All right, picks and bans. Strategies Rumble, obviously, take it off of the board. Yone, Silas, both respect banned away from Cream. Vi, the Lucian and Jace still taken off the board.
Surely.
Wukong. Now, we rinse and repeat with the Zyra Khan, though.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, you're hovering the jacks. I think it's just a bit of a funny but there's no way that you give up Zyra Khan if you have the opportunity for it, especially considering Top Esports already have the Wukong. We're going to try and split those 2 up, and I think OMG can just go straight into something like the Sejuani as well. Just look for straight up team fighting, and there you go. You can then also index into one of Cream's melee champions on R4 or on R5 and feel alright about it. Top Esports, though, more scaling now for Jaculov and Mark, Zeri Lulu. We know what to expect there, as you called out the Tristana as being a very important pick, and it's going to go through here instead of the jungle now.
Yeah, nice one there with the Tristana locked in. I'm just looking at the faces on the players. You see
Yeah.
Wayward is still just like giggling away to himself in the top side. Like, he's happy. He's well happy with what's going on, even though he just got absolutely smacked in the previous game. And then it pans to Jackalov and Mark, and it is like serious game face as they lock in the Zeri and the Lulu. LeBlanc going to be banned away from Rookie once more. We'll see where we go in the draft from here. I'm kind of surprised to see the LeBlanc ban, honestly, with that Tristana, because Cream looked like he was comfortable into the LeBlanc.
Comfortable, yes, but if you have the opportunity to trim away at what is a very strong mid-jungle 2v2, I think you always still take it, right? And that's the mentality I think OMG are coming into it with. Even though Cream looked very comfortable, I don't think it necessarily matters. It's just more about ensuring that Rookie's on something that doesn't necessarily facilitate that 2v2 to be as strong as it potentially could be, especially when OMG are going to be eating jungle bans here. And they know that realistically their jungler might not necessarily be the strongest in the 2v2 skirmishing, and Top Esports kind of more buying into the team fighting side, right? With the Maokai.
Yeah.
Obviously Maokai has early setup, but obviously it's team fighting that you really, and the objective setting up that you really pick that Maokai for. Kennen, okay.
I thought they were going to ban the Sejuani. I was thinking,
that's
if you
what I was
ban
thinking.
Sejuani here, what jungler do you go for? But actually, Aki just going to go for an Elise anyway. This is the first time he'll play Elise this year.
Wow,
Interesting.
okay. So first time Elise, but I think this is a really scary setup now for Top Esports, because you've got a mid-lane matchup where sure you're going to find a counter pick, but Tristana plus Elise is just so much burst damage. Bottom side as well, a 2v2 where you can expect to find at least, you know, a little bit of agency, potentially burst damage, and we see so many times where Elise gets locked in and then the game, like the pace of the game just changes immediately, right? It's all about where she is and what she can achieve on the map. Rookie, it looks like, is going to be piloting the Gragas as just kind of a disruption tool, and one that can't necessarily be locked down super easily. And maybe Wayward goes towards the Cassante, takes that one away from Shanji, and it forces him onto something a little bit different. I mean, for me though, even if he does go towards his Cassante, I feel like Shanji's going to have something up his sleeve, right? It doesn't matter what it is. He will find something. Whether he throws back the Olaf... No, actually, we're going to get Gragas in the top side. I don't mind this either. I think Ari obviously makes a lot of sense. I buy the fantasy a little bit more of chucking Gragas in the mid lane, because I feel like it would have survived a little bit easier, and Ari can definitely fall prey to this mid jungle with a brief misstep. So that'll be the lane assignment here for Top Esports. Still not definitely a big problem, but for OMG, if they slam this Sion, this just says to me, we're playing bot 3v3 and we're playing 2v2 in the mid jungle. We don't care about the top side. We do not care. And it seems like that is going to be the case here for OMG. Full send on the bottom side. I want to see proactive plays from Aki. And I think from the opposite side for TN, he just has to do his best to track where this Elise is going, because until the level 6s come in, the skirmishing is just not going to be on their side at all in the early levels.
So we'll see if TN can keep a track of Aki in that early game. And I mean, there is plenty of snowball potential on the side of OMG if Aki does get the ball rolling, like Cream and Abel, both of them on carries. They will take over a game, given the opportunity. The Ari and Zeri, no slouches either. Curious how Top Esports approach this one. I'm surprised, honestly, that coming out of game number 1 and 2, their conclusion is essentially lock in the Zeri and play scaling. It feels like it's very much OMG with the advantage in this early game. And early game has been king in this series so far.
Yeah, early game has been king in this series so far, which is what gives me such good vibes about the OMG draft in terms of the early game playmaking potential. I think Top Esports, though, a lot of strong and, you know, very flexible tools to use in the mid game. A lot of non-committal tools as well, I think, is the crucial thing, right? Between Cask, Ari can always like dip in, charm. Does it hit? No? All right, just dip back out. All of a sudden, fight's done. All right, so I think Top Esports have a lot of flexibility in what they can actually look for in terms of the engages. I just feel like, as you said, early game being so crucial. With that in mind, you have to favor OMG for the first 15, maybe even 20 minutes of the game. See how things pan out as we get onto the Rift for game number 3.
Certainly do. Top Esports OMG game number 3. PP God versus Rookie. Teammates against each other. And PP God answering back after game number 1 here. Rookie looking to get some damage done. I don't think any wards went down from PP God there. In fact, PP God has a sweeper, so it was very unlikely that he was going to ward.
I think very cheeky. What PP God was looking for was the classic W over the back of the Dragon Pit wall or Baron Pit wall, and then just catch whoever's playing, you know, scrim guard here or scrum guard here on this entrance gets found out. But it looks like a late invade going to be happening. And I mean, why not? You have Elise, Zaire, Khan. There's no reason for this to not happen. Shanji's also here because he's Sion. So why not? Will Rookie spot it out? He's waiting and he's going to see it.
Yes, he will.
So they have information. They know it's happening. But how will Top Esports respond?
Play.
Yeah.
It's a full 5-man play here.
Oh, they're doing the... Okay, they're doing the double jungle thing. So, the idea is clear 3 camps, though this could get a bit awkward considering where April and PB God are. And we'll just find the chunk,
I think. 2v2. Tien's just going to try and take his Krugs before the play can continue. Jackulov, in the meantime, is absolutely destroying the health bars of OMG's bottom lane. Shanji moving into the bottom lane as well. It's pure chaos to start game number 3 here. Jackulov in trouble as Shanji walks on forwards, looking for the knockup, but Mark flashes away. And now Shanji, the next target. You should be able to walk this one out. Elise now behind enemy lines. Aki with an opportunity, but Tien using the warrior tricks gets out. It's absolute shenanigans in game 3.
Okay. OMG channeling their best BDS impression from a couple of weeks ago. Except Shanji isn't going to fall 7 levels behind, or whatever the nonsense that was. And honestly, I've got to say, I really like the adaptation from Tien in particular. Just going down towards the Krugs and saying, you know what, I know this invade is going on. As long as I can stop Elise from hitting level 3 and being down here on the bottom side of Shanji, my job is kind of done. So I really, really respect that. And Shanji, at the end of the day, also, before he teleported, got Mark's flash. So Mark is very vulnerable to a potential play. And I think Aki's still going to commit for this. It just looked a bit awkward, maybe like he was on vision, but they're going to go forward now.
You have to assume Jackulov has his E. Oh, jumps into the cocoon. The cleanse is still there, though. So he'll be okay. The repel out to the minion wave. Another summoner burn.
You know, I actually think Jackulov tanked that on purpose. I think the target was probably Mark because he has no flash, right? So Jackulov just kind of just tanks it, which is pretty good. Yeah, the target was definitely for Mark. And now the counter invade will be up here for Tien on the red buff.
All right, so Tien will be able to get himself something. It's Wayward, you can see, pretty reasonable CS lead off of the back of that ridiculousness. Oh no, and every single minion dies. It's a nightmare for Shanji. Not going to be the end of the world on the Sion though. Like, let's be honest. Of all champions to miss CS on. Okay, Aki, attempt number 19 in the bottom lane as Jackulov hitting the tower. Mark, still no flash. Jackulov has his. Jackulov can just E over the wall. Can Mark get out is the question. Stun lands.
No.
Do they have the damage? Knockup is there. Mark gets a shield, but will go down. First blood comes on through in the end. It's PP God to take it.
Yeah, but for all this investment and the fact they also abandoned the wave, the fact that PP God gets the first blood credit, maybe doesn't feel as bad for Top Esports as it kind of looks, especially considering how many investment ganks Aki sent down here. You really wanted that to go on to Abel, or at the very least, the Elise. So, first blood is still finally adhered to it, finally comes through. I don't think it's that bad in the grand scheme of things. We'll see whether or not OMG continue to force the plays down here on the bottom side, as, again, you know, it's kind of the MO of the draft and the composition.
Tien's only level 3 here.
Jump out.
Cream will jump over the wall. Just takes an extra tap there. The red buff will stop the recall as PP God's arrived in the mid lane as well. Wayward here, trying to bully Shanji as much as he can. I'm surprised that they're the same level, honestly, after everything that happened at level 1. Grasp, gonna be doing some work here. Shanji, no mana though. Tien moves into the lane. There's a flash. The sustain is there from Wayward as well. Shanji flashes. Aki moving in as well. Tien has to not go too aggressive on this one. Does still have. Warrior tricks are available. And Aki won't be able to make the play happen.
Dude, this early game is so funny.
This is more like it. This is what we wanted.
Yes, okay. I will underline it by saying this is exactly what I wanted and what we wanted. However, how these plays are unfolding is pretty comical. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny for sure. Now, I think OMG just need to keep the same tempo up, right? Just, you know, keep sending Aki lane to lane. And he's got no camps on the top side. He's got camps on the bottom side, but if he's to go by what we've been seeing, he's probably going to skip them and run straight to bot lane, as Rookie eats a pretty meaty trade. Lethal tempo auto as well, just on the back end. And another one. but hits
keeping
it,
that
so-
lethal tempo up as well, which does make it tough. That extended range, as Rookie also needs the tower. He's having a bit of a struggle in this matchup, but managing to stay relatively even in CS, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, exactly. Stay even, or stay close to, right? Within sort of one wave, feels pretty good. Aki's on this dragon, because he's got Pryo in mid and bot, but top esports don't care about Pryo, and they're here anyway. So
Jaculov's just cleared
Fiesta.
the wave. Be in trouble, 2K on the Drake. Aki's the one in trouble, actually. He's a level down as well. Repel comes on through. Aki gets the Drake. Can he survive? It's TN to go down to start the fight off. A Drake, a kill, and now another flash from Mark. He's not had a second of flash available all game. Rookie with an ult into the play, but Abel survives. And it's Cream to get the kill in the end. Wayward has come down for the Dragon play, but he's too little and he's too late. And in the meantime, Shanji's hitting a tower.
yeah, Shanji's getting plates on the top side.
Oh,
PP God's going
PP
to
God.
interrupt the base on the back end. It's just all going wrong for top esports. They're the one that invest numbers into this play. They could have just let this dragon go down for free and just kind of just taken the L. You know, just gone, you know what? Good job, OMG. You outmaneuvered us. But they don't. And it turns up to be a 50-50, and the coin lands OMG. Easy as that. Q smite too hard to deal with. And the fight that ensues is just super one-sided because it's OMG with the numbers advantage.
And this feels desperate, right? The fact that they're overforcing this. The fact that, again, these buster shots following everyone across the map. Look how happy the OMG fans are. And rightly so, because in game number 2, it was Shanji doing an early roam at level 5 to influence a dragon play. This time around, it's Wayward to make that roam, but doesn't get there in time to influence the play. And it means that OMG just get advantages across the board. That early lead in the top lane has been minimized.
Yep, exactly. All of a sudden, all of the work Wayward had kind of laid out in front of him, to be fair. Undone. And now, top esports at the very least, it looks like they're going to start this Herald. PP God did open out onto the map on the top side, but it doesn't seem like OMG are interested in this one at all. So they will just give it over. So my guesstimation here is that we end up seeing a bit of a cross-map play onto the bottom side. I'm unsure if Abel is stacking a wave or anything to prepare for it or not, but it does look to be the case. So as the rest of top esports sort of return down to the bottom side here, see a slow collapse, they won't see that ward. So top esports know this is going on, but OMG don't know there could be a response. And how scary is the collapse?
Rookie's here as well. Ward comes down, it was instantly cleared by Jaculov. In the meantime, Abel just crashes away, gets himself a free plate. Might even be able to get a second one, honestly, on this one as Jaculov arrives. Just going to have to clear the wave, though. And the second plate won't go down. But again, these small advantages being picked up by OMG, they're just straight up better at macro.
Yeah, so far they are. So far they are. Is Cream going to get caught out where it tricks the flash?
There's a knock-up from the Cyclone. Cream, watch out for his jump. That's going to be crucial, but the charm is going to land. The Cyclone is going to land. He never even gets to jump.
I don't know. Did he just not have it? That's my guess there. And it's like, the reason why that play went down is perhaps Rocket Jump got used by Cream at some point off screen. So, goes down. And now the play will be returned in favor. Herald in the mid lane, 2 plates at the very least. I don't think they'll be able to shove it down to 3. But still, Cash Gold injection feels pretty good for top esports. Close that gap. It's starting to open up to almost 1.5k, much needed, like you say,
Jaculov trading back and forth on the bottom side. Does have a bit of a CS lead.
Let's
take
see.
another look.
Let's see.
He must
It
have
has to
jumped
be.
in. Yeah, okay, there it is.
Yeah. Just as we panned up. Like, we panned up here. So we didn't quite have information. And there was no rocket jump, so it's just on cooldown. You can kind of see, as soon as he starts kiting down instead of back up towards his tower, you kind of know. There is no rocket jump, so just punished for a little bit of over-aggression. Really nice from top esports. OMG need to keep a certain level of discipline, right? Even though you did, you just had that massive one-handed or one-sided game, rather. Top esports aren't a team that you can disrespect.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like, if you're trying to win on hands, like players like Rookie and Jaculov, yeah, not the players you want to try and play the hands game with. As Rookie and TN managing to make the play happen. Jaculov will be able to get himself a plate and even just zip away if he needs to, but doesn't even need to. And we are now in a much more even early game, right? Where OMG only have a 1,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. And perhaps this could be the game where we do have a close early game. We end up in a close mid game. It would be so exciting to see as Shanchi has actually managed to find himself the advantage in this top side, right? Like, only a tiny bit of CS down, but crucially, already has a plate for himself as well. So, slightly ahead of Wayward despite everything that happened at level 1. Wayward's roam towards the Drake, really biting him in the bum.
Yeah, it really is. And can I just say, how stupid is Sion Q? Oh, wow.
You're just going to say,
my
anyway,
bad.
why ask for permission if you'd...
Yeah. But how stupid is Sion Q hitbox, man? Like, it's so silly.
It's so massively outside of the line that it draws on the map. Why draw a line if you're going to ignore the line in the first place?
It's like a coloring book, which is just wrong. You know, just wrong. That was a really nice charm to stop a potential hard trade coming in. And the second dragon of the game is going to go over to OMG. So, or will it? I think we'll go to OMG. You never know. You never know. Maybe Jackalove steals that with the W.
Yeah, he certainly gave it an attempt. Do you know, I'm not sure I've ever seen Azeri steal a Drake with a W since they changed it away from literally being Lux Laser.
Yeah.
I feel like they always give it an attempt, and rightly so, but I don't feel like we ever see it.
I'm glad that we don't have that version of Zeri in the game anymore. That's...
I know. Not that this version of Zeri is that much better.
I mean,
still
be fair,
problematic,
though, like,
but
the old version was so obnoxious because the W was magic damage, and also had that like weird crit scaling to it as well. I think it probably still has the crit scaling as like now, but
it's just minimized. Yeah,
it just feels a little more. You know, if you're a frontline champ, you get to itemize against it, right? Like, that's it. That's a Jackalove skate over the wall because Zeri was made in 2022.
He'll be all right on this one. TN moving down to the bottom side. There's no Drake up on the map, despite the fact that both junglers are here in the bottom side. Just fighting over this wave. As Mark could be in trouble, but uses the whimsy to give himself a bit of movement speed and get himself out to safety.
Yeah, and actually one thing I want to highlight, maybe not the right time, because Aki's setting up for a lane gank. OMG rolled Chemtech, so it's just a bad dragon. It's a bad dragon. So
it's not great.
No, it's not ideal if you're trying to snowball a game. Now speaking of trying to snowball,
Good cocoon, bit of follow-up damage, but that's all they've got. They just don't have the damage to deal with the Lulu right now.
Nope. So, pace of the game slowed down, and I've got to say, it just flat out, it benefits top esports. There's not really too much to say. The longer the game goes on, the less the gold lead that OMG have accrued matters, and just generally, it gives yourself the opportunity to open up Zeri and Lulu to... Zeri and Lulu. just Zeri and Lulu all over the place. So, I think even though OMG have the double AD carry and they'll never lack the damage, it's more about top esports having a longer game, which means more opportunity to catch back up, and also just find charms, find big ultimates from either Wayward or TN to set up for that fight to go down. So, I guess the big question off the back of that statement is, where do OMG go from there, pretty much? And I think Herald being up is going to help, but I don't really feel like it gets them too much. So waiting maybe till 2 items and then trying to force a Baron with the double AD carry is probably their best shot at trying to get a concise snowball. But for now, at this pace, top esports can kind of just, they can almost fall asleep at the wheel in this game state, to be honest with you. They are really chilling.
Forget cruise control, they're an autopilot at this point. They are just flying through the galaxy. And, like you say, fully asleep. And rightly so, because Aki, the pressure is on him to make things happen. Apparently not. Top esports still do want it. By one, an ulti out from Wayward. And Jackalove picking up the kill. No, TN to get the first one onto Aki here. Herald still alive, but Smite in favor of top esports. In goes PP God, and down goes PP God. A great pickup by top esports as the Buster shot trying to keep Cream and Shanchi safe. Oh, the flash shot from Rookie is gorgeous. And now Jackalove with his first.
The chase down is excellent, but the engage from Wayward was even better. And they get the Herald as well, top esports. They needed that. They really, really needed that. Not in the sense that they were in a hole, like we were just saying. They were in cruise control, to be honest with you, but to now be able to take control of the map, that's going to feel like an excellent starting point.
Yeah.
Now with the Herald, they can just open up on the map wherever.
I think that's a big difference between top teams and mid teams in the LPL is, yes, you can just cruise control here, but why let them have a Herald that you can deny it? When Wayward's pulling out plays like this, you can absolutely deny it.
Yeah, and also just locked up Aki before he can even repel. Awesome stuff. And yeah, OMG just... I'm not sure why people Goblin it. I'm just gonna say it. Sometimes you can give justification to things. Sometimes you can't. And that is one of those moments where you just can't. Great flash charm from Rookie.
That
Locks
hits
down an
either
extra
of
kill
them.
for Jackie Love. Yep.
It
does.
flash predicts both players simultaneously. If Shanchi doesn't flash it, it's Cream. That is an insane charm. Rookie's pretty good at League of Legends, I'm willing to say.
Rookie's the GOAT. Oh, he missed that cannon though, so maybe he's not good.
Yeah, I'd take it all back.
He's not good. Yeah,
End of his career, he's washed.
-1.
All right, PP God trying to make a play in the mid lane, but he's spotted out here. Drake is up onto the map, and Wayward, he's a beefy boy. He's got that sustain. This Rookie moves in as well. We're just going to 5v5 this one. Herald in the mid lane. Oh, a great charm onto PP God. Everfrost is there, and knocked back into the team! The solo laners are now Cyclone from TN as well. Able 1v1 by the jungler atop esports. And OMG, it felt like they had control and they've completely crumbled.
Completely crumbled. 2 skirmishes back to back. No discipline. Simple as that. OMG did not have the setup required on both objectives. And top esports just pounced. Easy. Super, super easy. Another cast from Wayward as well, which is just super good. Finds another high value target and they snowball the team fight. OMG just routed in the space of about 3 minutes.
Yeah. And honestly, if Wayward doesn't get MVP after these last 2 fights, I'll be very disappointed because, you know, it's a great charm and everything, but the follow-up there off of the Everfrost, just beautiful.
And that's why you build Everfrost, you know? Don't need Ludens if you can lock down a target and get them back into the rest of the team. As yeah, chase down, super easy, and like you said, it's just all off the back of the Wayward cask. OMG kind of just sent back it, right? It just felt really, really awkward to navigate this team fight once PP God is gone, because he is one of the facets of the engage, and the fact that TN hit so many members with that flash engage of his own off the back end just made it an unwinnable fight for OMG.
Phenomenal stuff here. And actually TN doing almost the most damage, almost matching this area. And that's off the back of that 3-person Cyclone he was able to find. And now OMG kind of left scratching their heads, it feels like, because this is a composition that, like we said, I mean, it's not like it doesn't have scaling, you know? Xayah, Tristana, and a Sion, they certainly can scale into the late game. It's just, how does it function in a team fight versus that of a Zeri Lulu with a big tank Gragas with a Wukong to set up the team fights? It feels very difficult to pilot when you don't have control of the map. And right now, they absolutely do not have control. 10 stacks for Rookie, by the way. Little Dark Seal check there in the mid lane.
Magi's? Mod check? Magi's? We'll see.
I'm ready to read. I'm ready to read. Give me a book.
I like reading. Yeah, reading's pretty cool. It's not bad.
I quite often
like
read the back of a shampoo bottle when I'm dropping the kids off at the pool.
What? Okay.
That's the majority of my reading, I'll be honest.
That's your reading. Yeah. I'm not very read up either, to be honest. I don't know. I don't find books necessarily interesting. I'm like a...
Oof. Right, I'm going to steer us away before you say something that everyone on Twitter is going to rail you for. 8-3 on the scoreboard as the third tower is taken down. The second one in the mid lane. It's a 4,000 gold lead for top esports. Oh, Cream could be in big trouble. He's tanking the tower here. I'm not sure if he realized as Wayward is going to save the tower. No, he's not. Cream jumps onto it. Wayward, have you got enough to finish the job? No ultimate available. Cream has his buster shot. Oh, but here comes TN. Here comes TN. Cream trying to lifesteal, but he's taking just as much damage from the wave as he was lifestealing. And TN will finish the job. He did get the damage down.
Yeah, maybe if the buster shot is completely buffered, but coming out of the Warrior Trickster, a little bit too hard to react to. So, I guess Cream got the tower, so, you know, feels good. It was an objective bounty too, right? So, everyone gets gold. Great stuff. Great stuff. But the pressure is still felt on the map, Munch, and I think that's the big problem right now for OMG. With no map pressure, it feels like their plays are super duper limited.
Yeah.
And Top Esports can just continue to take control and do what they're doing right now. They can wait for the next dragon to spawn up. Jackie Love's got 2 and a bit items. Rookie's probably basing for Omegi's, right? Aware. And then the next fight that Top Esports take, you have to imagine, is just theirs, because they are up in items just about everywhere across the board.
Yep. And this is feeling a bit like game number 1, right? Where Top Esports get themselves an early lead and then essentially just slam the brakes and say, look, the onus is on you to stop us now. We are going to very slowly win through macro and take control of the game that way. We're not just going to brute force fights anymore. Which, you know, like comparatively to historic Top Esports, that is a very different look. They might have found some picks up at the top side though. PP God is there alongside Aki Cream. This is a 5-man play from Top Esports. That tower is not going to be able to protect you. We've got a big old dive on our way. Wayward there, ready to tank up if he needs to.
There is a hero caster minion holding up the wave right now.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
in fact, he's deleted the wave.
He's deleted the wave.
Minion. He just 1v6'd the wave. That minion.
What the hell?
Unbelievable techers. He's literally Spartan minion.
OMG need to give that minion a contract, like right now.
Someone
get him a jersey. A lot of the LPL teams have numbers on their back as well. Get that minion a number and all.
Certainly, I think you'd get more than a minimum contract at this point. Fantastic. So, fortunately for him, Office in the LCS could be there off the ground. Rookie does take a bit of damage there, but he won't be able to follow up too much. This has been a weird series of plays on the top side, where it feels like Top Esports are kind of leaning, but not really willing to commit to anything.
Yeah, it's certainly very strange. Dragon is up as well, so I guess Top Esports will go and play for that. Do you know what I'm waiting for, Munch? I'm waiting for the Magi from Rookie, which he didn't buy because he went needlessly larger odds, so it's okay. You know,
didn't buy in game 1 either.
Yeah, there's always next series against LMG, right? Or next game, I guess. We're not done with the series yet. Soon, I'm sure it'll happen. OMG and Cream specifically will get this tower, so a little bit more gold traded back, an objective bounty as well. So the gold slowly clawing its way into a position where OMG could maybe feel comfortable. I don't read Mandarin, but I think by the noise cue that the objective bounties are going to fall off. Yeah, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the minimap, objective bounties will be falling off. So the game has determined that OMG are close enough to not require that comeback mechanic. And I mean, if you take a step back, look at the inventories, they're kind of almost there. You know, item completions are the most important thing in League of Legends. They change how champions work. And right now, OMG are even in complete items, but not necessarily components. And that's about it. So I think considering how the last 5 to almost 10 minutes went, Munch, they can call that a win.
Yeah, slowing the game down and managing to match the plays that Top Esports were trying to set up, right? Like the potential dive at the top side, and answered by OMG, with Shanji pushing at the bottom side simultaneously. Now Top Esports just going to try and take an inhib tower in the mid lane. Won't be able to brute force this one quite. OMG with enough presence here to deny.
Just about. I was wondering if Shanji was going to press Zaki. It did, didn't it? It was yeah, I think ambitious is just the perfect word to describe that. But with the Dragon off the map, they'll take control of the top side surely, and then look for a Baron takedown or a Baron attempt, draw OMG into a team fight where you look for a good turnaround. Wayward's had 2 great casts back-to-back. TN as well had an awesome engage. Yeah, just deny vision. Just constantly here. And I like the vision toggle, though we need to see where Rookie and where TN are going back to. But just a brief look at how little information there is for OMG on the top side.
Interesting to see the build from Rookie as well with the Everfrost. With the Shadow Flame, it's like you obviously, we all know Nymera, not a huge fan of the Everfrost, so, generally speaking, not enough damage, but still building damage alongside it, right? Having that Shadow Flame, has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal.
I'm gonna be honest.
Still bring damage to the party.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Ari still deals damage. Oh yeah. But -1 Wayward. Happens to the best of us.
Oh, did you see him on the cam? He's gutted. He can't believe he just missed the cannon. He knows that Twitch is going to be spamming him.
He knows. But I feel like in a game like this, Everfrost is probably going to give you more value anyway. Just simply because you are working with so many squishies in the sense of if you find a charm or you get an Everfrost and force out a key spell, that's likely more valuable than what Ludens will give you. There's not really a lot of setup for the rest of the team to give Rookie free charms and free setups, etc. So I like it more here. Also, Everfrost deals more damage in one combo. Just gonna throw it out there. Ludens actually deals a little bit less, because it's got a little less scaling. But if you get another cast of Ludens, right, because it's on a very short cooldown, it's like 8 seconds or whatever. Wayward. Oh my god!
That blast code! PP got sent the wrong way, but look, there's a TP coming out from Shanji.
Okay.
I don't think they can take out the side at this point.
Nope. Won't happen. It's fine.
The blast cone shenanigans. You know, that felt like a wayward ult, but it wasn't. It was a blast cone. Very close to disaster for OMG. And top esports are like, look, you don't have vision. We're just going to start the Baron. And PP God's like, look, I do have vision as he drops a ward over the wall. And OMG trying to get into position to contest. Take a look at where Abel is on the minimap. He's having to walk all the way around. He's just in the red buff currently. Wayward and Rookie looking to try and find a pick onto him. Abel's there. Rookie surely will pounce. No, doesn't pull the trigger. Shanchi moving forwards. Wayward tanking in the meantime, but he's not tanking enough. Wild Growth has to come through. Flashes out to safety. And knocked back onto Abel. As TN still in the pit, still tethering the Baron for the time being. Are they going to commit to this one? Aki trying to get into the pit. It's a 50-50. Rookie gets it. And now absolute carnage in the Baron pit. PP gone with the knockup, but doesn't have the help. Rookie back into the pit once more. Aki down. Jackie Love stacking. Shanti on the front line. In goes Abel, but he can't find the kills. Double for Jackie. Triple as he looks for Cream. The quadra kill is in. And Top Esports take over the game.
That was almost a Top Esports Baron moment. It looked sketchy, but Rookie had the smite with the spell book. I promise you, it wasn't as flipped as it looked. That's why they go for the execute. They find it. And in the fight that ensues, no one can lock down Jackie Love. Initially, he dashes over the back of the Baron pit and then just flashes back in for the repositioning and opens up onto OMG. No one can touch him. Quadra kill for the game. Baron, base opened. This feels pretty good. We'll take a look at the replay. As initially, Wayward gets chunked out so quickly that maybe you're thinking this fight is actually going to be pretty one-sided. All of a sudden, maybe Top Esports have kind of overstepped their bounds. Like you said, Tien's still tethering the Baron, still keeping it leashed, but it's the double smite here. There's a brief window where maybe it could have been smited away by Aki, but the framing is just so small. He's probably not expecting it at 2k. Jackie Love dashes over the wall. Once he sees he has to flash back in, he goes immediately. And then look at this. All of the extra AoE damage between the ultimate, between the Runans. Just super good. And you can't forward and try it.
I like the idea from Abel, you know?
Yeah.
The flash feathers, but...
It's like, do you remember that old, the old cinematic with Xayah and Zed and Rakam? Where Xayah tries to do some similar stuff there to Zed. That's what, you know, maybe he was just watching the cinematic and he wanted to try and recreate it, but with Top Esports. And it didn't work out. Didn't work out, but you can respect him for trying.
Didn't quite have the damage to make it work. Now Baron in pocket. Top Esports poised to potentially just finish this one off. You see Cream on the other side of the map has TP available, but these towers will not last long. You can see Jagalub just shredding through them. Now looking for more onto Shanchi as well. It's a 3.5 item Zeri, and Jagalub knows it. As this will be 2 inhibs taken. And they're not just going to stop at inhibs. Cream, yeah, he's going to get a tier 2 for himself, but is that worth your entire base? The recall now finally being channeled. He needs to get here if he wants to stay in the game. Top Esports looking for more as first Nexus turret halfway down. Still 20 seconds on that Baron. They've got another wave. These cannons will do the work for them. Rookie with a charm slightly wide. As OMG holding on for the time being. An extended stare-off just outside the Nexus.
Mexican standoff. I can hear the music. Rookie goes forward. Won't find anyone with the charm or the Everfrost.
Just an inch away from finding it. Shanchi stepping forward once again, and I don't think they've done it. They've run out of Baron at this point. Rookie can't find anything with the Spirit Rush. Everyone hops over the wall, and OMG have managed to survive the standoff. 3 tricks for Top Esports, 2 inhibs, a 7,000 gold lead.
They're just looking to see if OMG... Yeah, that's what they're looking for. They're looking to see if anyone face checks. That's why they were kind of apprehensive about immediately recalling. They'll do it now, though. Nothing on the map to lose. Maybe this tier 1, I guess, but honestly, pretty big consolation
Not that
prize
bothered,
at best. Yeah, so they won't lose that. And Top Esports, they still get the damage done. It's just not really as much as you would maybe expect of a gold lead like that. And I mean, kind of following the trend from game 1, where even with a pretty sizable lead, man, I don't know how to frame this, right? But Top Esports, whether you want to say struggling to close out or being very, very tentative about it and not overstepping boundaries.
Yeah.
But still with the lead and with the control is, you know, the underlying fact. And they will move up towards the top side and look to work on the final lane with towers left in it.
It feels kind of funny, honestly, to see Top Esports playing such a patient style of gameplay when they have the lead. Like, it's the polar opposite of what you'd historically expect from this team, but trying to just play it absolutely by the book, dot every single I, cross every single T. Make sure none of your vowels look the same. There's now pushing in the top side as well. The Supers are a long way away from the base, so they might not be able to find the siege right now. Oh, it's a great cast, and it's Shanji just melted. The damage easily there from Top Esports. He's still tanky even in zombie form, but it is not gonna matter. A nice, simple pick. And with an opening like that, might just be everything in. There you go. The cask is there. And another kill picked up. Aki next on the chopping block as Tien gets one for himself. And wow, what a clean fight to finish this one out as Top Esports just dismantle OMG.
Yeah. Similar to game 1, it almost feels like, right? OMG, however, took a bit of control, I think, by nature of draft, right? First 10, 15 minutes, but after that Herald play, that's it. That's all Top Esports. 2-1 the series. And now OMG backs against the wall. They're going to have to find something for game number 4. And I think Top Esports, they can, I don't know, this is a strange series to break down, Munch. I really have to say, because we've effectively had 3 stomps now back to back.
On opposite sides.
On opposite sides. And it doesn't really feel like there's a clear theme, other than I feel like in this game, the kind of agency that OMG had was a little bit different. It was more about stomping lane. They didn't really have like proper mid-game tools. And especially after they lost control after the Herald, it felt like there's no real way to play out your team composition against what Top Esports had with so much mobility and snap engage. Whereas for Top Esports in, you know, the game where they lost, it was the complete lack of agency to then agency in this one, but in the mid game and not in the early game. So it's tough. I can at very least say, and we can be very positive about the fact that Top Esports are playing out disciplined mid to late games, especially after how a lot of the back end of their series went.
And I will say, I got real nervous about that when Baron was started off, but you rightly pointed out with the spellbook in play, it wasn't a 50-50 in the same way they could coordinate their smites to be able to guarantee the objective. So, well, I say guarantee. Maybe not quite guarantee, but as close to guarantee as you could get, really. Yeah, very, very safe game from Top Esports. Like, that kind of burger flip for Baron, when you got an advantage, it's not really a flip, right? It's like rolling a 3-sided die. So it's not quite a flip. It's like 66%. So, you know, it's a bonus play. It's an advantageous play. I just want them to fight, man. I just want a close game in this series. I feel like that's just stomps back to back. This is not what I expected.
No, this is so strange. It's like I haven't seen a series like this maybe since I started watching competitive league. Like, this is just stomp into stomp into stomp on both sides. And now, you know, to me, all right, OMG, I'm OMG's head coach. I need Shanji off tanks. I need Shanji on the carry, for one. That has to be a thing. And I need to see OMG index into less nuanced skirmishing than what's present here, right? Because I feel like the setup is very wishy-washy, where it's all about vision control between, you know, Elise, Rakan, and you're playing for Cocoon or you're playing for an engage where realistically PP God can't like comfortably engage into this team composition, right? Lulu, Ari, Wukong, how do you do it? You're the primary engage, technically, in this kind of setup. It doesn't feel good. So I think just kind of like, you know, in football, right? If you're in America for some reason, I'm watching the LPL at this hour, soccer, get real, where they just say, get it in the box, right? Chuck it up the wing, get it in the box. This is what I actually need to see from OMG here. Something simple, not even necessarily front to back, just like 2 engage tools, 2 hard engage tools, and Shanji on a carry. That's it. Like, just full send it off the back of that. And I think OMG set themselves up for a really solid formula for top esports. They seem to be very shaken up if they, you know, kind of get pushed a bit. I think this game was handed over to them. So yeah, I will await bated breath to see what the adaptations are for game number 4. But that is what I need to see from OMG.
Well, for OMG, we just want them to full send. We'll see if they're going to do that right after the break as we head to game number 4. OMG against the ropes. Top esports close to their 3rd round of playoffs.
Yankees on the chase, hard Blackshot branches away from it, the charge is wide, but he is the only. And there go the entirety of Mad Lions. That's 2. He's looking for more. He's looking for 3. He chases Chasey underneath the tower. It's 3. Can he make it 4? Rock and stone. Broken blade.
But who he gets caught out as 100 Thieves don't get a chance to defend the tower from falling, but they got 1 kill while Licorice is making work in the base.
Yeah, he's already on the end here.
Stixie!
Oh my god!
On Stixie, turns 1, he flashes back, he's still alive! Closure tries to look for the punish, but Closures get taken out! Golden Guardian's now on the front, double lift is gone, Pearson is the only damage carry left alive! It's just an acid Busio, no way, Golden Guardians! Have they done it? Stixie has been taken out as well, but Licorice and Corey are still alive! This just might be it! Golden Guardians!
They've done it!
小老虎直接尝试去开团，自己看着神鬼石板甲，但是可能要把自己给卖掉了。我的天呐，他在干什么？刘伟强也被打残。这一波方 plus 可能要做撤退，大特林第一波先去打前排的 Rookie 第一时间可能要被融化了，猴子先倒 ，Rookie 残血拉开，再强行进去，要被走力在空中击落 ，K 3个人在围他，没有被大叔给拍了一下 ，K 想跑被拍回来，强行换，没能换掉后排的残血，林伟强一丝血往后拉扯，到林伟强的天下，林伟强看到3张，开始拉扯，被纳尔排住，维沃的这波野立功又到了残局，纳美精准的水炮将最后一个球球抛起，被纳尔。그리고 와 지금 자연이죠. 자연이 들어가요.
이건 갑니다.
이러면 KT 비상.
一个人是确实应该要稍微拖一下时间就好了，把视野先巩固住，不要有机会给 BYG 开。
空月大绕背。扫野好像是没有被扫到了，这里很想开啊！空月出来开，4个全部人都开到了。第2段的无极风暴，现在搭配的是自己队友的一个进场1-6进去，不够吗？两边去打了一个互换，但是小炮不在啊！这里随着辛朵拉的倒地，自己的 AD 是还没有参战，BioPaper 进到塔下带一个电磁炮的贴近，最后一下的普攻崛起的反击风暴想要运，但 BYG。
Herald will be starting soon. Younghoon's on the step forward. Death Sentence connects. Kobe cleanses away. Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advients drop low. 200, 100. Tick, tick. Feathers fly. Flash forward from Kobe. The double kill for Kobe.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop, I'm reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no.
OMG 打野的话，我其实对他常规赛的印象不是很深刻。我觉得 OMG 主要还是以团战取胜为主的战队，然后他们团战打得挺有规划的。常规赛输给 OMG 的话，我觉得我们有点太着急了，而且我们的团战打得并不是很好。季后赛我们会更有信心，然后准备更多东西，然后我们团战要处理得更好一点。对面主教练就以前也是我的小弟吧，算是，然后我觉得我们拿下他们是合情合理的。
TN, the absolute savage across that interview, saying that he's not impressed by Aki at all and that their head coach used to be my subordinate. So we'll definitely get the dub here. I mean, coming out swinging in the interview, that is for sure. I'm much joined by Jamada. And TN not only going to be coming out swinging in the interview, but in game number 3 as well, as he gets himself an MVP.
Yeah, you know, we were discussing like, okay, probably Wayward, right? I think Wayward had 2-3 game-changing ultimates. Tien also, you know, when you think about it, quite a few engages, pretty damn solid. 2, 3, 4-man cyclones at times. And just generally, I suppose, was also just kind of everywhere throughout a lot of the plays. Kind of stopping, you know, an over-aggressive play like this as an example. But also, I think on the next part, which I expect to be in the B-roll, is the 3-man knock-up off the back of Wayward's engage on the bottom side Dragon. Just a solid game from Tien overall.
Yeah, fantastic game. I mean, this knock-up on the Cyclone here, obviously it's a great setup by Wayward and by Rookie, but then Tien manages to get into that brush, knocks up all 3 squishies simultaneously, and then 1v1's able. I mean, what more could you ask for from a jungler in a fight?
Jungled it. Smile. Man, Wukong is still so powerful in moments like that as well, where, yeah, as able, you can't really do anything. It feels a little bit bad, to be honest with you. And as well, securing the Smite fight, a big part into the turnaround here from Top Esports. Just generally very well organized for the most part, and not too many issues in this game. And, you know, we kind of mentioned how Top Esports almost need a lead a lot of the time to get ahead, and a fair amount of the time that does depend on whether or not Tien also can find advantages inside of the lanes a lot of the time. Here, it wasn't the case, but backed it up with the team fight.
Yeah, Abel attempting with the feathers there. Doesn't quite connect him though. Jackie Love finds himself a quadra kill to finish the game off. Fantastic stuff from Top Esports. And now we go back to the draft once more. It'll be OMG on the blue side once more. And the potentially last chance for OMG. If they can't win through this draft, they are going to be out of this series and out of playoffs. And yes, it'll be their best playoffs result in 6 years. They'll finish 7th and 8th, which that feels like a disappointment to me. From how OMG have performed across the course of this split, I want to see more. I want to see them push top 6. I want to see them try and fight their way into the double elimination. I just want to see this rookie project work out for them. And so we need to see 5 games here. We need to see another one from OMG to push us the distance. But honestly, I love both of these teams. I don't mind who wins. I just want there to be at least one close game of the series. That's my biggest wanting out from this series so far, Jamada, because we have had just 3 stops in opposite directions.
Do you know as well, just to cut back on the point first, do you know who else wants their rookie project to work?
Nice.
I'm not even going to finish the punchline. Yeah, I mean, I just, like you're saying, really need to see a close series because, yeah, it just feels like whoever takes firm control of the game keeps it, and there's just no recourse, right? At all. So,
yeah.
For Top Esports, for OMG more specifically, they, you know, backs against the wall now. You fall behind. Top Esports have proven that they're very capable of closing out a game, and if you do get a lead, if you don't have the kind of composition that it feels like you need as a team to rally behind each other and then continue the snowball, it feels quite bad. And even actually in the interview clip that we had before we came back live, it was even said by Tien, OMG strength is team fighting. So, you know, to see the kind of composition that we got out of them in the previous game, to find an early lead, which is to kind of be expected, but then not find any strong team fights, it feels almost, what's the word I'm looking for? It feels like the opposite. I'm just going to use basic words. It feels like the opposite characteristic of what they would like to play towards. So looking more to index into team fighting like we saw in game number 2, I think is going to be crucial here as we hit the pick and ban stage for game number 4.
So Jace and Lucian banned away. Lee Sin taken off the board. I believe it's the same bans as they went with in game number 2 of the series with Silas and Vi. And now it's going to be that Rumble taken off the board instead of the Yone. So Yone available for Cream if he does want to go in that direction instead. Someone that's been banned, I believe, every game of the series so far. He's now made it through.
You could go something like Zarya here, let Tien take the Wukong, but then go... I mean, see, the problem is, depends on what you want to do with the Rakan and whether or not you want to give up the duo or not. Top Esports have the opportunity to go Zarya Rakan if they really want, as OMG go towards the Wukong in the first pick here. Loads of options. Plenty of options. Zeri Lulu as well, still up. Nami Lucian as well, if Top Esports want that. as recourse, they could do that, and then also go towards a Elise on 3 to just sort of solidify complete team fight early skirmishing domination rather. What can spell team fight domination is what made me say that is the Zeri and the Maokai. I expect the Lulu on 3, so OMG have the opportunity realistically to just kind of pick an aggressive lane here on the bottom side, right? Aphelios Nautilus, Aphelios anything, or Zyra Khan. I think all work really well. It just depends on how OMG get the read here.
I just want to say, TN still 100% win rate on this Maokai. 7-0 at this point. Aphelios locked in. Akali locked in as well. OMG getting some carries in here. Do Top Esports lock in their Lulu here? Or do they go for a pick in the mid lane? Go for bans towards the support role. We'll have to see.
That's the call out. That's the call out realistically, right? Because now you really know that Zeri wants this Lulu and that Top Esports want that pairing. So going towards the Akali now means that as OMG, you get to ban LeBlanc and you get to ban probably Ahri if I had to wager a guess. And then you happily just take the mid lane matchup. No, they're still giving respect over to Wayward's Nah. That's a really big surprise to me, I think, in a situation like this. But Top Esports will very happily ban away the Kennen. And I suspect one more top lane
He's not
pick.
happy about that Nah ban. You see him huge sigh out from Wayward. He's like, for God's sake, just give me one Nah game, man. I just like Nah. He's just cute, you know. He makes little noises when you throw the boomerang. Anyway, Yordles being banned away from the top lane so far with Nah, Kennen, and Rumble all taken off the board. But it's going to be a Nautilus down at the bottom side to stop any hard engage coming through against the Lulu.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. There's still a couple of other options, right? PP could go towards Thresh. You could also go towards Leona if you're sticking towards kind of engage champs. The Olaf ban is the biggest. We're going to go Cassante here, I think, that I've ever seen. And Top Esports, they're just going to go towards Tristana. They will. So just loads of early lane shove here for the side of Top Esports through the mid lane, and counterpick on the top side for Wayward. With Olaf gone, this feels like a very telegraphed pick, and we'll see what Wayward will have locked and loaded for counterpick. Spoke about the support picks as well. I think Thresh makes a lot of sense in the traditional way of just giving a safety net over to Abel. Pick potential in the 2v2 as well. Quite like it. Strong skirmishing from OMG, and I think the team fight can definitely stand up to what Top Esports have in the sort of mid stages of the game. 20-minute mark, 2 items. I think, yeah, this is kind of a bit of a given. Something like Gwen, hell, could have seen something like Darius, though I think that leans more into Ching Tian's champion pool. But either way, this is just a really, really rough lane matchup that Shanji's going to have to endure now.
Yeah, so Shanji going to be on the back foot to start with. Kind of the same story for Cream in the mid lane with that Tristana taken for Rookie. As a Rookie with a lot of power at his fingertips here. Jackie Love, Mark playing the scaling lane. But honestly, coming out of the draft, it feels comfortable for Top Esports, right? I feel like pretty much across the board we've got comfort. In top, jungle, and in the bottom lane, everyone's on a comfort pick. Rookie, not exactly known for Tristana, but I have no doubt that Rookie is very confident and competent on a Tristana. So it feels like for me, OMG, they've got their work cut out, and they don't necessarily have that much proactivity in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's still my big concern, much like their previous game. I think, however, it's a lot easier to make something like Thresh and Wukong work, because all you really need is one good death sentence and it can just change a game. But I do agree with you generally. I will say, however, that this is also a lot of comfort for OMG. This is like all of their bread and butter champions, pretty much, from top to bottom as well. So comfort seems to be the name of the game for both sides, to be entirely honest with you, but I feel like, as you mentioned, the early lane priority is just going to be such a big issue for OMG that I wonder how much it curbs their ability to be proactive in the early game. As we get onto the riff of game number 4, I'm sure that question will be answered for us. And Top Esports, you say OMG have their work cut out for them. I feel like Top Esports have their work cut out for them in the sense of just trying to put OMG behind, or at the very least keep them at bay in the mid game.
Here we go, game 4 between OMG and Top Esports. So much on the line here for Top Esports, proving that they are still a top 6 team, proving that they, I mean, a lot of people expected them just to be top 6. They were in the conversation for top 4 at the very start of the year.
They were in conversation for top 2. The conversation for top 2, don't even sell it short. It's so insane to think they are here.
And then they proved that wrong over the course of the year. Now they need to prove wrong. They're proving wrong of the
Proving wrong. Right, yeah.
They need to make sure everyone knows that they're still a good team. OMG, though, again, wanting to break records for themselves for the first time in 6 years. 2017 was last time they made it this far in playoffs, and it was Rookie that knocked them out. It might just be Rookie doing it again as he takes Cream's Tristana away from him in the draft, and now with a dominant matchup for himself.
Yeah, so much lane priority. I expect Rookie is going to be a bit of a prio bot this game, actually. Just constantly shoving in waves, trying to keep Cream chunked out. And in a very similar fashion to game number 1, where you would see like ultimate trade for ultimate trade, and then OMG couldn't really do much in the 2v2. It's a little bit harder, I feel like, for Rookie to necessarily force out the ult of Cream, but just keeping him at a low enough HP bar for him to not interact with any plays is probably going to be his goal. We'll track and trace and see how well he goes along that path. That's what I feel like OMG need to look for.
Yeah, we were talking about comfort, but actually this split, 2 and 3 for Cream on the Akali. Historically, it's a champion that you really think of for Cream, but so far this split, not actually being that successful for him. Tien down in this bottom side as Aki will spot the fact that the Crooks are gone. They must know now that Tien is on this bottom side, but Aki, unfortunately, been kind of outpathed to start this one off. Will fall behind a little bit in the jungle, unless he can find a skirmish, but Tien kind of stopping him, spots the ward out, and Aki, not a lot he can do about this.
No, it's really, really frustrating. Smite's going to come up very soon for Tien as well, 10 seconds, so I mean, this should go over to Aki at the very least. The pet's going to make sure of it.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no! I mean, it doesn't matter that much. I feel like it feels like it matters a lot more than it does, but that is just heartbreak for Aki. Oh, left it on, what was that, like 10 HP or something?
2.
Really unlucky.
It was on 2 HP.
Well, they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do.
It do be like that sometimes. It just do. All right, well, in terms of the ramifications for what we just saw happen, I don't think Shanji's going to interrupt that base, so I'm going to keep talking. It kind of corners Aki off to the top side. Tien knows this, so he's going to go to the top side scuttle, take it, and then he can just very defensively scope out where Aki can be.
Oh no, okay. Gets him on the Scry's blue! Man, Aki just can't get a single second of respite this game. Tien,
dude, he
just knows everything.
He has 3 camps, it's been 4 minutes, and there's no fun. Look, he's bored, man. He's bored. He's recalling on the wolf camp because he doesn't have anything to do. Like,
This is just tragic. And this is the power of having the priority in the lanes, right? The fact that Rookie 100% could have moved over at any point. And the same cannot be said for Cream on the Akali early on.
Could this be, yeah. Like you say, just complete freedom before the Tien. Double scuttle. Doesn't mean as much as it used to, but it's about domination, isn't it? And
it's been sending a message.
Exactly. And Tien has farmed, what, 2 camps on his side of the map. He's level 4, and he's up a full level on Aki. So he feels pretty alright about it, and he might even get a free play on the bottom side.
Mark got to try and look juicy here, but it's like they will just back away. Tien not going to try and overforce things. Instead, going to move back into his own jungle. No, actually commits to the reset after all. Wants to get himself an item before continuing to clear.
Yeah, makes sense. Now, I've got some copium, silver lining stuff. Aki being behind means that he gets all of the juicy catch-up XP. And he's actually already level 4. Yeah, that's cool. That's alright, I think. Yeah, not bad. He's... Jungle XP and catch-up XP is so weird, man. It's so bad. They really do need to change it, because Tien is actually, I think, at the exact same XP, too, because I think he hit level 4 off of the Skull Crab. So they're just the same level, even though Tien has completely dominated the early jungle. Obviously, the caveat is Tien should technically have more gold, but, like, who cares? When it's at this stage. Levels are a little bit more important.
Wait,
Shanji is...
Shanji is proxying between the tier 2 tower and the inhib tower.
No,
Tien moving over. Is he going to execute?
Yep. He's gonna
What
try.
is going on in this series, Jamada? I just don't understand. That can't be good, right? That can't be a correct play.
Yo, do you know? No. Do you know what we call that? We call that a good death. That's what we call that. All right, just leave it as it is. The Balths are smiling over Shanji right now. That's what's happening. On the bot side, OMG will get a dragon.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least they get a dragon. Tien actually pulled up to the top side to try and answer the proxy, I guess. Or maybe he was already there. I'm not sure. I've lost control of everything. I've lost track of it. I don't know what's happening anymore, Jabana. Bring me back to reality. Talk to me about what needs to happen over the next couple of minutes.
Deep breath. There you go. I got you, bud. Trustful. And we're there. All right. So I think right now, OMG, getting the first dragon feels pretty good. Aki is not actually as out of the jungle matchup as he probably should have been after that complete car crash of a first clear.
Yeah.
So they feel okay. They feel okay. I think once the level 6 has come online, Cream is already level 7, but waiting for Aki to hit level 6, the Cyclone, probably look to try and skirmish for the Herald and just play around that fight. Shanji, even though he's in the losing lane matchup, he's still going to have a fair amount to offer. I say losing lane matchup, he's actually up in CS right now, and I don't think there's a huge wave necessarily crashing over towards Wayward either. So that feels fine. The game state's okay. You just have to worry about how much more proactivity Top Esports can, you know, look and find for themselves, given just the state of the lanes in terms of the push. But it seems to be curved at the moment.
Certainly does. PP God trying to move into the mid lane. We're very even on gold as we broach the 8-minute mark. He's doing it again. He just walks past Wayward, and immediately the frog comes out. Wayward, just as confused as everyone else. This is hilarious.
No, I love this though, because realistically, this lane matchup sucks. You typically do not win the 1v1. It's very hard to trade back. So why even try when you can just proxy? I love it. It's just Giga Chat. I can respect it. And he had a good death. This is not going to be a good death. This is not a good death.
This is a very bad death indeed. Although there's no damage here. It's just Tien and Mark. As Abel is here, PP God wide on the hook. The roots come on through, and there's Jackie Love. He's arrived on the scene, and he's looking for some kills as well. One more auto will do the trick as he grabs himself his first. Tien gets one as well, and suddenly the proxy strategy doesn't feel as good.
But my big question is, why did Abel face tank it? Like, between the two, why not let PP God die? Because now they both die. So strange. So strange. Great play from Top Esports overall, though, just pressuring the right side of the map as they have to. Shanji's going to try and come down here and collect this huge wave. So at the very least, it's not going to go to waste. Jackie Love will still get a plate. So that feels fine. So the play, all in all, very much in favor of Top Esports. So let's... Maybe I saw it wrong in the live. Maybe they were just both on top of each other, and it was a 50-50 on who it would hit. So Observer's also clicking on Thresh for... Oh, so he drops the Lantern on himself for the shield. So then there's no Lantern to bring Abel back. And but Abel steps back, so he tanks it on purpose to try and live. Or try and make PP God live. Strange.
Bit of a weird one. Bit of a weird one. OMG now behind on both sides of the map. Shanji at least will get himself a tower plate as Wayward heads down to the bottom lane. Wayward still falling pretty dramatically behind in CS here. 20 CS lead for Shanji. But he is going for a reset, so perhaps that'll close ever so slightly now for Wayward. But the jungle lead has minimized as well. Aki has been farming it up while Tien has been influencing these lanes. Obviously, a kill and an assist is going to change that slightly in favor of Tien, but so far, relatively quiet early game that Top Esports are finding minor advantages in, but they are very much minor.
Yeah, I feel minor in the moment. I will say they are up. I mean, actually, it looked a lot bigger than it was because there was a number gap difference for a brief second, but it's only really 1,000 gold. So, like you say, minor's correct. So they can just kind of play a slow game as they have. It feels like in all of their wins, realistically. They don't really put their foot on the gas. Which is just, it's so different. This is, again, this has been such a strange day. And such a strange series. Shanji's back here, he's proxying again much, so he doesn't want to interact with Wayward. And that's fine.
Hey, and it's hard to miss CS if there's nothing else DPSing them. It's really hard. He's going to be on basically perfect CS this game. Look at him, 122 at 11 minutes, and that's only going to get better.
Yeah, Shanji, he's been watching some. There's even a ward.
He's just, look at him. His hands aren't even on the mouse and keyboard. There's nothing he can do. He's just got to wait for the wave.
He's like, when do I get
This is more
to
than just
interact?
waves. Yeah, this is mental warfare. Like the psychological damage that Shanji is inflicting on top esports right now.
Do you know what I call this as well? I call this Darius syndrome. Oh, hello. No. I call this Darius syndrome, where Darius really wants to fight. Now, hold the point. TN's not going to flash forward. I'll keep on going. Where Darius, you know, he just really wants to fight, like, all the time. And I feel like Wayward is experiencing that right now, because that's what you want to do in this late matchup. You want to just scuffle, and you want to win, because that's how it works. But Shanji is denying it perfectly. And there's just not really much an answer, because top esports, as a unit, are just very focused on other areas of the map right now. And as I say, it's OMG that actually have the advantage because they dropped the Herald, and now they'll get the second dragon of the game.
And Shanji came down here as well. No TP available for him. Now there are waves for Wayward. Shanji's not in that top side, so he will be rewarded immediately with a couple of plates for himself. In trade for that Drake, it's a Hex Tech Soul as well. Oh my days, Wayward's got some damage. It's the first time we've seen him hit anyone all game, and it's half
if you're wondering, exactly, if you're wondering why Shanji's been proxying, that's why. Does that look fun, guys? It doesn't, does it? And so, Shanji, obviously we're joking, but he's doing a fantastic job. Wayward he has to be bored out of his mind. That's the only thing. Hextech Dragon and Soul, which is a pretty big deal. It's a very snowbally dragon. So, hopefully, for the sake of OMG, and also the viewers, right, give us a game 5, get to the Soul, because it will definitely lean things in their favor in the 5v5. Jackie just picked up the coal there, so that's going to feel nice for him as he gets another injection of gold. The plate, not going to go over.
Oh my days, it must be on a singular HP.
Cue it.
Jackie Love is going to try and hit it, but Abel's body blocking. Denied. Absolutely denied. He's got 30 seconds to get it. I don't think he's going to push that wave in time. Not with Aki there. It's Wayward now. To crash a wave of his own. Trying to let Shanji out a little bit. Tien on the top side. Can they really go for a dive though? All out available. That feels dangerous. Surely not.
Surely not. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Man.
I feel like you're just keen for a scrap at this point.
I
rightly so.
I am.
Do you know, when I woke up this morning, I was like, I get to cast OMG versus Top Esports. It's going to be a bloodbath, both early game teams, like, all about those early advantages.
Dude, you know what? Same. I came back from Berlin, I had a great set of games to cast. It was all just fist fight 24/7, which is not normal for Europe all the time in the FEC. But then I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, forget all that. I get to come back to OMG Top Esports, and I'm with Munch. But then we get here, and we've just had 3 LCK games back to back.
Yeah,
hello.
That's been something. There's a hook for PP. Got to hit the target, but the Wild Growth keeps him alive. Forced to flash away as well. It's a 4-man play from OMG for the Herald. And now Wayward on the top side of the play as well. This could be the moment we've all been waiting for. PP got on the front line as the roots come on through. Oh, it's a great hook onto Rookie, but there's no follow-up. The Lightning Clash comes out as well. Shanji forwards, knocks Dracula back. As a clench comes out as well. Able next target is Wayward trying to get those scissors across the team. Are we actually going to see 0 deaths on the play? It's just a Herald taken by OMG.
Okay, well, feels good for OMG, but why do they not like each other? What? Well, this isn't the LPL that I know and love.
They're both trying to win. Yeah, this is a wacky one. But hey, we've got scaling on both sides. Certainly, both teams will have plenty to bring to the late game. Like, when you look at the top esports composition especially, 3 items is like the magic number for all 3 carries. Zeri, Tristana, and Gwen all love to be on 3 items. So I'm not surprised to see them playing slow, especially with how they played this series. It's more just that this Akali is online at this point. This Akali can certainly do some damage. Rookie He's trying to set up for his team. Shanji the target, all out comes through. Oh, Shanji just wrecks him. The flash does nothing. And in a 1v3, Shanji walks away. That was gorgeous.
My God, I thought for a second maybe he'd mucked up. He actually used all out on TN. I think just the fact that they were both on top of each other made it very hard to click, but doesn't matter. Still had the damage for it. The W plus the auto from the passive. Rookie, he chunked out a little bit too far. Excellent play from Shanji. Tao will be taken by Top Esports on the back end, but as you just saw, it was traded out anyway on the bottom side, so everyone feels pretty alright about it either way. 1-for-1 for OMG. Nah, honestly, I think they'll take right now.
Yeah, Drake coming up as well in 40 seconds. Certainly, you feel like OMG have the advantage for at the current moment in time. Rookie, this felt aggressive to me, but because it was Rookie doing it, my brain was like, it's probably correct.
It's fine.
It was not correct.
No, it wasn't. And as soon as he puts the ward down, he knows he's in trouble. Has the rocket jump. Just never quite gets to use it as you come out of the replay, just see the Herald get dropped.
I mean, yeah, he jumped on Shanji, committed to staying in the fight, and then just gets absolutely rinsed. Jailov hooked by PP God, but no follow-up there. Now fighting for Pryor in the mid lane. Drake up onto the map. Both teams want to fight for this one. We keep talking about win rates when ahead at 15. Well, Top Esports are ahead this time, but it is by a hair that they are ahead. Touching distance between the teams. This is what we asked for. If it was a quiet early game, we needed to make it happen. I'm okay with that. 4K, I don't think Aki can get any time. He just wants to fight instead. Cyclone up to team. Rookie taken out already. And Jackulov alone on the back line. But he does have that wild growth, and Cream has to flash away instead. In the meantime, Wayward bought so much time for the squad. And now Jackulov can sweep up. The knockback's out from Shanji. There's the Moonlight Vigil. TN down. And Shanji gets a double. And he wants a little bit more. Shanji, who needs to carry when you got Kasante? Shanji taking over the game, looking for Mark, denied his Quadra, but dominating Top Esports.
Shanji will not yield. He basically just 1v3s on the back end. And the only reason why he doesn't pick up Mark there is because the all-out times out. They get the Dragon as well, so they're one more away from Soul. Get the tier 1. Everything just comes up OMG. As the initial flank was excellent as well from Aki, and Cream also got involved on the backline. Rookie just gets removed surgically from that team fight. And Top Esports just caught completely lacking by the engage and the pincer.
And you know, at the start of this series, or at the start of this draft, I said, you know, we don't know Rookie for Tristana, but I trust it because it's Rookie.
Oh, give us
I'm
the
not feeling the same at this point. These last couple of fights really have been rough for Rookie.
Yeah, they have. He's been focused a lot. And he just gets perfectly executed by Cream. Not a lot of wiggle room there. The turnaround looks really good, though, for Jackulov for Top Esports. On the backside, Wayward bought a lot of time, but it's about this knock-up here that comes through onto both TN, onto Jackulov as well. The ultimate from the Calibrum for Abel, so he gets a bit of extra DPS. And then another knockback from Shanji just ensures that he gets the extra kill. The rundown comes through. This time, a lot less poker facey from the backroom staff rather, of OMG.
Too right. Too right
indeed.
Absolutely. And because the thing is, coming into this, OMG, in terms of like this split, in terms of recency, I would have said we're favorites coming into the series, but you've still got to be nervous going against Top Esports, right? Like, you're never going to trust what recency has told you when it comes to a team like this. You can always believe that they can level up. So, not surprised to see the happiness across the faces of OMG, across the coaching staff. And I want to revisit the point of Rookie on the Tristana. Turns out, this is his first Tristana game of his career. He has never played Tristana professionally before. That really surprises me. But I've just had a look through his career statistics. Not a single Tristana game.
Not once? I mean, like, obviously, scrims exist, solo queue exists, so it's not like he's uncomfortable per se playing this champion. But not even once. Wow, career first. And he has been very much muted.
And he had a career first earlier in the series with his 3,000 kills as well. So lots of career firsts for Rookie today as he brings the Tristana out. It's not been feeling super confident for him, but perhaps that can change in the later fights, and certainly in the side lane where Tristana shines.
Definitely so. Double AD carry always feels scary, right? And you've got two big space buyers in Gwen and in the Maokai. Lulu for the extra layer of survivability. Let's see what he can get done. Cream gonna get caught out here. How much time will he buy? He should be dead.
The roots are there. Be surprised if he can get away,
Emphasis
but then
on
with
should.
a rocket belt, Jackie Love is here as well, and the Pippin's execution, not even half of his health. That was a three-man play.
Emphasis on should, I guess. Cream, honestly, a bit of a magician move there. He gets out, rocket belt, all the extra mobility. Really, really clean stuff. I mean, you won't have it for the next couple of minutes, but you'll have it back up by the time the Dragon's up. I mean, it's only 35-second cooldown already, so
yeah,
it really is a very, very short cooldown for a Garlic.
I feel like this has happened a couple of times this series when we've got Tien on this tank Maokai, hang on, Wayward in trouble on the top side of the play, and he's gone. Barely gets to move. Not even Gwen is immune to Cassante. It's, another kill goes the way of Shanji. 5-1-0, 200 CS. He's more than happy with how this game is going.
Yep, that's how you lock down the side laner. Top esports could not move. I will say it did cost them 2 ultimates. I think the Cyclone will be back up, but the All-Out actually has a very, very lengthy cooldown. And we saw how important it was to the previous team fight, so OMG might have to space out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just ensure that they have that ready for Shanji so that he can take over the backline. He's 2.5 items. He is so, so, so strong.
Plus 2 tier 1 items. On top of that, almost finishing his next tier 3. That is something else. Shanji is a monster in this game. And I will say, you don't usually think of Cassante as being like a 1v5 carry, but based on what we've seen so far from Shanji today, I can believe that he's got the power.
Yeah, you know, since the nerfs, it feels like he's been defanged a little bit from the 1v9 potential, but Shanji is just showing that it's still very possible. Aki's down here on the same angle, same watch. And this time around, Top Esports will not fall prey to the same pincer. They're searching. They know where Cream is. They're going to see Aki on the wave now.
Cream is
very
just
split.
getting aggressed upon.
Here we go.
Here's Aki on the backline mark, forced to flash. Tien forced to flash as well. Aki following, but the rest of the team not really on board. Tien tanky, but will go down. The jungler for nothing so far in favor of OMG.
Yeah.
It's here with the scissors, but not really do much. Jacking up over the wall. He's feeling confident. Wants the fight. Doesn't want to give up just yet. Trying to keep his passive alive. Keep stacking that ult up. Chaining the lightning. Got them in the back of the pits. 4v5 right now as Wayward jumps over the wall looking for Shanji here. Jackie, look, getting damage onto TV. Got dodges the hook here. Rookie on the backside. Gets one. The reset onto Abel as well, but he can't finish the kill. In the meantime, Dragon taken. Jackie with a 2v1. Rookie's got to protect him. Cream with a double kill. Shanji the target is Rookie. Left alone. And Jackie doesn't have the damage. It's OMG taking top apart.
They really are tearing them down. Right now, OMG, they get the soul as well, so even if the team fights could look a little bit closer, that static shiv chain slow is going to feel so obnoxious from now as well in these team fights. And honestly, the engage from Aki, look, it almost looks a bit suspect once he goes over the wall, right? The initial engage, perfect to force Top Esports out of the river. He manages to get out of his life, takes down Tien, and at that point, 4v5 with no jungler, the objective is just theirs. Now they're looking for this Baron. Cream is playing bodyguard. He doesn't have ultimate, but he's got Shroud. Gonna have to be very, very careful. I think he's got another E to get back over the wall. Should be fine. Lands onto Jackie Love, actually.
Tien, no flash here. He can't get over the wall.
That's it, that's it.
And that's Baron saying, oh, a hook from PP God. He's gonna go for it. Tien pulled back in. Jackie Love alive, dodges the hook, but Tien, not long for the world. Even this kind of tank support Maokai, not tanky enough for what Top Esports need now.
No, it's not. It's not. Top Esports really need a bit of a hope and a prayer to come back into this. OMG, I think just comfort just feels so good for them in this game. We said, you know, we want more proactivity. They've looked for it more in the gameplay sense, right? More proactive on looking for flanks. Cream, Arky, same time, wherever it may be, just always backline access, and the follow-up has been excellent. Shanji as well, just making quick and clean work of wherever he ends up going. Aki, flank onto 2, one of them's Tien. Flash over the wall from multiple Top Esports members, W over the wall, and then flash out from Aki. But they kill Tien, and that's the crucial thing. As soon as they get that target, they can just disengage. Hook doesn't connect onto anyone. And the chase down, it has to happen from Top Esports, right? You have to try and deny the soul. But at this point, it's just too split apart. You don't really have anyone to lock down a diving member like Cream, who just goes in pretty much undisturbed because Rookie gets a little bit split off. And he puts himself in a position to kill Abel, but then he is fully committed for this play.
Oh.
And even though he does get
shot, not
one,
enough.
yeah, it's just not enough. And then because Rookie steps forward and past Cream, Cream gets access to the bottom lane. So it just feels really, really difficult to make decisions here for Top Esports without losing 1 or 2 members at a time.
And that hurts as well, though. That Buster shot saves Abel. Because, you know, that extra kill onto Rookie could make a difference. Perhaps I'm overselling it because they're a soul down anyway. I'm not sure there's a way for Top Esports to get back into this one. And what felt like an incredibly close game for such a long time, a singular fight is blown wide open, and now it feels like Top Esports, not a hope or a prayer of winning this one. I just want to remind you guys at home as well that whoever wins this series goes on to face LNG, one of the best looking teams in the league. I mean, that's going to be a tough opponent for either of these squads.
Yeah, you know, I think usually when you think about LNG as well, you think about discipline. And that's usually how they approach the game. So they have to be looking at both of these teams, probably rubbing their hands together a little bit.
Laughing maniacally.
Yeah,
honestly.
I feel like no matter what you say,
the damage.
Miss me.
That is insane. Wayward sent back to base. That's going to be a mid-in-hit.
Yep.
That's going to be OMG opening the base up. Potentially looking for more. I don't know. They still have the Baron for another 15 seconds, but I think the safer play would be to back away for now. Reset first. Spend that gold you've got. Wait for supers. And then try and finish the job.
Go top side here. And just go play that lane. However, I will say with Elder spawning in 2 minutes time, they might actually use a fair amount of their resource on that instead. We'll see. By the map opening, it looks like they're going to go and play for this final lane. Let the supers do the work on the opposite sides of the map. So OMG feel very, very emboldened with this soul, with the gold lead they have. Just do this one by the books. Don't wait for the Elder, potentially, as they start to set up vision here in the top side of the map.
All right, so talk to me, Jamala. What are we looking for in these fights? Not just for Top Esports miracle comeback kind of conversation, but also in terms of OMG, like, what's the dream scenario? How do they play these fights just beautifully?
I mean, I think a lot of what we've seen previously already, Aki with a flank on the back line, but the issue is with the way that the map is currently just going to play out by nature of 2 inhibs being down, the potential for pincers is just going to be a little bit lower. It's going to be a little bit harder to pull off, so it's a lot more front to back, which honestly should benefit Top Esports, right? Double AD carries, 2 space fires, and Enchanter. Playing front to back will still be Top Esports' best way into this game, and when you take a look at the inventories as well, you know, IM completions are almost even across the board. There's a couple of differences where I feel like Cream might be able to make up for the death cap here, and he, I beg your pardon, does. So that's a huge spike for him. But Top Esports aren't so far behind, despite the 7,000 gold lead. It's playable by items, at the very least. It's just such an uphill battle. I think the best chance solution is Top Esports just don't get flanked. And they try and kind of death ball, but not enough to get wombo comboed by Aki and potentially a Shanji knockback.
Right, okay, well, Wayward's got out in the mid lane. Cream trying to find himself a kill, and he finds it. The solo kill from Cream in a 2v1. And it's 12 seconds before Elder Dragon spawns on the map. Wayward being subbed in for playoffs. Remember, the first game of this series was his 8th of the year. And having a terrible game for it, has to be said. And Shanji on the opposite side of that, looking fantastic today. Jacking up, trying to answer, trying to keep himself alive, stacking up here. The Wild Road keeping him alive. Mark goes down. Shanji jumping forward, Cream there, threatening the backside as well. Jackie Love assassinated. Rookie to go down for the triple for Shanji. It's a top dip all day long from Shanji. 16-4 as OMG pushes to Game 5.
Game 5 coming right up. OMG do not want to go out in a 3-1 fashion, and I mean, it's just been so back and forth the entire series. It has been. It's been win-loss, win-loss. And OMG, I think just massive performances individually. I think Comfort just so key. So key for them in this game. You know, the call-out was try potentially and just look for more agency in terms of, you know, a team composition or the other route is just go comfort, right? And as long as you feel like you know the limitations of your champions, which these guys know so well. Shanji, so many different Cassante games this year. We know Cream is loving the Assassins, and Abel, when you think Abel, you think one of two things. You think Samira, or you think Aphelios. That's it. It's those two champions in combination. And he got the latter, and everyone felt fine. Everyone felt really, really happy, and Top Esports could not ever really figure out how to team fight. It felt like they were always getting caught off on the flanks. They weren't really watching those pincers potentially to come in, and it felt like even though they have a front to back team composition, they never got to play out the team fights in a front to back fashion because they never tracked the flanks, and they never really had Tien or Wayward set up on either side to stop that from going on.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of amazed at the fact that Rookie first timing a champion here in playoffs. I didn't even think it was possible for Rookie to first time a champion. I thought he'd already ticked all of those boxes many years ago. But the Tristana not really working out for him. And I feel like looking towards the draft here for Top Esports, at least they'll be able to choose blue side for the final game, which you'd think would give them an advantage based on how this series has been going so far. But honestly, who knows at this point? Top Esports, a lot to be desired from this team. Wayward especially having a really bad game. And it feels a little bit like all of that proxy farming from Shanji right at the start of the game. Maybe that got to Wayward a bit, because a few times after that, we saw him in really weird positions, getting caught out and getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the question, right? I think you always have to consider these things where, you know, I don't want to say you invest really hard, because it's not like Top Esports did in the draft per se, but you get a counter pick matchup like this, you expect it to be a bit of a slam dunk in a way, right? It's very rare that you see Cassante take control of the lane matchup into Gwen, but it felt like Shanji did, right? And that's a pretty big deal for the side of Top Esports, because if you don't at the very least have, you know, a winning hard top side matchup where you've got priority on the rest of the map, but you're not getting a lot on the rest of the map, right? Then all of a sudden, what are your early game options? They really do start to crumble. Yeah. And it felt like OMG just took full advantage of that 24/7.
OMG, fantastic stuff. Shanji especially, again, definite MVP performance coming out from him. And so many times it felt like we saw Tien trying to influence that top lane and just not managing it. This full tank Maokai build, like we saw the play onto Cream on the top side, where it's Mark and Tien trying to help the play, but they just don't bring any damage to the equation. And there's, yeah, sure, you got a lot of CC there, but if you can't kill them by the time the CC ends, what's the point?
Yeah. You're just right. You're right, Much. I don't really know what else to say. It's just a very tough situation to be in from the perspective of Top Esports. It does make me wonder what they're going to do now. I expect the side swap back over to blue side, but from the perspective of draft, the adaptations, I'm unsure. I feel like if you say that OMG's strong point is team fighting, maybe you try and deny that in draft, or maybe you just try and draft a better team fight composition. But I felt like that's what they tried to do here, and they failed to match up to them in the team fighting anyway. Yeah. So options are limited. They're going to have to dig deep and dig hard because, yeah, OMG looked like they might go into this one with momentum.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. We're going to jump into the final break of the stream, and then we head into game number 5. Get Silver Scrapes ready, because we're going the distance in this one. It's Top Esports. It's OMG fighting for the right to take on LNG.
And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shine out, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate, if he could find the stun. This could be a kill from the Shine. Flashes in.
As Knight jumps in on the Dogger, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Bao Lan. They're gonna kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Look back into the game, but Tarzan,
Total
it's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence, and so does LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level.
It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
常规赛打完，现在队伍状况还不错吧，但是没有当时5连胜那个状态那么好。然后调整的话，就希望我们大家更团队一点吧，然后多练点英雄。就季后赛想面对的话，就想打滔博吧，因为我们怎么都会打他。然后他们上了维沃的，看起来状态还不错，就想去再赢他们一次。我想对你们说，就是我的队友肯定会比你们猛的，所以我就干好我的本职工作就好了。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head to game number 5 between Top Esports and OMG. I'm Munch, joined by Jamada. And, well, it's been a weird series. It's been a really weird series so far, where we've had 4 games, each of them pretty much a stomp in either direction. And now, push to the wire, game 5 comes our way. Let's take a moment to talk about Shanji, though, Jamada, because, I mean, this was a masterclass of how to threaten the game on Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was just 1v9 on the backline, man. Super, super, super powerful. And it's just reminiscent of Cassante, like, on release, right? I said it in the game, how the guy was just 1v3, 1v4 constantly, and his knockbacks turned the team fights around, pretty much. So I'm really hoping, for the sake of Top Esports, that they actually just stop him from getting that champion again, because it was absurd. And even in moments like this, he should be dead here. There's no way he gets out, but he just does, because he's on Cassante and his name is Shanji.
Yeah, just absolute monstrous stuff. And Tiana Mark there, not the damage to finish it off. And then Aki, some phenomenal flanks throughout the game to set these team fights up so the rest of his team could clean up. Cream as well in these team fights, looking really good on the Akali.
Yeah, Cream, Shanji, I think Aki as well. All 3 of them as kind of a bit of a trio, just operating on the backline really, really well. And no one from Top Esports, again, really had the coordination in this game to stop it from happening. And it has to be the focus for me. It has to be the focus. It has to be. Otherwise, I feel like you just get run over again by, you know, individual prowess game, because that's what that felt like. This felt like OMG playing better on an individual level than Top Esports.
And we talked about comfort picks across the board on both teams in game number 4. If the comfort picks don't work, Top Esports, I've got to ask what does. Maybe we get slightly more aggressive comfort picks, like things like the LeBlanc in the mid lane, things like the Draven in the bottom lane. We'll have to wait and see. I want to take a second, though, and talk about Shanji's creativity, because it's not just that he's team fighting well. It's not just that he's impacting when it comes to that stuff. But, like, when he first came into the league, the Shyvana and Rumble top lane, just solo killing everyone. And now, this year, it felt like there was a bit of a shift from Shanji, where he started playing things like the Cassante all the time, playing a lot of Scion. But when he's on that Scion, he's going for crazy stuff at level 1, trying to impact the game. When he's on the Cassante, proxying between the inhib tower and the tier 2 tower because he's got a bad matchup. No matter what the game is, no matter what the situation is, Shanji will bring some flair to that top lane. And that is something to be commended.
Yeah, and that's when Shanji looks the best. So you need to still see it, right? I think if you're top esports and you don't ban away Rumble, Kennen, plus the Cassante, or take it away, I feel like you're just griefing. I feel like I'm just gonna say it how I see it. I think if you don't shut this guy down in champion pool, you're just asking for a bit of a beating. We've seen the difference in this series between Shanji on something like a Scion and Shanji on a carry, and it's been night and day. Plain and simple. What did you catch? What did you catch in the crowd? What was it?
The two girls there didn't realize they were on camera. Then suddenly, like, eyes wide as they realized they're front and center. Yeah, excited to see how Game 5 is going to go down. Top esports, it feels like, have their work cut out. Like, I'm going into this one feeling like OMG, in terms of momentum, in terms of the teams, are the favorite for game number 5. That said, though, Top esports on the blue side, that I feel like equals it up in my mind. So honestly, for me, it really could go either way. But I'm just excited that we've gone the distance in this series with OMG. You know, first time in 6 years, they made it this far in playoffs. They want to keep pushing forwards. For Top esports, trying to maintain their reputation after an incredibly tough split. It is going to be the Rumble, the Silas, the Akali ban this time around. That Yone still available for Cream if he does want to go for that one. On the other side, Lucian banned since game number 1. The Jace has been banned every single game of the series, and now Vi taken away from TN.
All right, what will the port of call be here for Top esports? Do they go towards the Wukong? They do. So, OMG, couple of options. You go jungle, cool. You could also go Zyra Khan here. You could additionally also go like jungle, maybe a mid pick. It would be a bit early, but I think those are all definitely options for you here as OMG. Zyra Khan being up, I feel like you want to separate it. No way. No. I think it has to be a hover.
Do it.
I think it's got to be a hover. I think it would be Supreme Comfort, but I think into blind and super early, unlikely. And I think just lean back on the Aphelios. It looked so good in game number 4, just gone by. OMG. I think just probably looking at jungle pick here, Maokai, Aphelios, and just sit happy with it for now and see what Top esports reveal in the next rotation.
Let's see. Go for Shanji, take it away.
Okay.
Okay, it is going to be the Thresh in the end for PP God. Very much safe, comfort. We saw his hooks were absolutely on point in the previous game, setting up a lot of the plays, and just gives that safety to Abel on the Aphelios. Zyra Khan could be the answer from the side of Top esports. It's something that OMG have played a bunch this series. We haven't seen it from Top esports, but there it is. The Kennen locked in for Shanji. It's one of the strongest top laners, honestly, in the game at the minute, in the right situation. We'll see if he can set himself up in the top lane with a good matchup.
Yeah, and I love this immediate Malphite ban as well, because not only is Malphite generally very good into Aphelios, but also the 1v1 matchup for the Kennen. You'd be surprised, right? You'd think, you know, Kennen, AP champ, Malphite loves to just kind of dumpster on AD champions usually, but this lane sucks. Qmax, Comet, Scorch, all of that good stuff. And Kennen can't really play the game, very susceptible to getting all in as well at level 6. And just a respect ban over to Rookie as well in the LeBlanc. So I quite like the direction that OMG have taken here. They can also then just go jungle here. They've not really been attacked in that department. It is Cream's champion pool, which has been skimmed down tremendously.
Isn't it funny? When you think about this series, one of the thoughts that has been in the back of my mind is Top esports haven't been focusing Cream anywhere near as much as we've seen in the previous versions of playoffs. The story was always just ban out Cream, and that's how you beat OMG. Comes to game number 5, 4 bans towards Cream in the mid lane. He goes for the Ahri.
Yeah, he does go towards the Ahri. I don't know how much I like the Ahri here, though. I think, considering you see jungle, maybe the only thing I can think of right now is the champion pool is so trimmed that OMG don't want to give the proactivity potentially over. But now you get counter matchups, and you still probably lose the 2v2 either way. And because they actually indexed some bans on both sides and more just for the individual lane matchups, Wayward might finally get his Gnar. You can just look at him, it's just lifelessly staring into the screen. I think he's going to lock it in though. There's no reason not to. Range versus ranged. It feels a little bit easier to navigate than probably most melee champions in this matchup.
We
no
finally
reason not to.
see it. He's wanted it all series long. It's been banned so much, and there it is, finally. The Gnar locked in for Wayward. And the Lee Sin. This has been banned a bunch in the series, actually. This is what the Akali ban has replaced. It's locked in for Aki. So we've been talking about proactivity all throughout this series. Aki certainly has it with the Lee Sin. This feels like an exciting matchup. This feels like a lot of ability to skirmish on both sides. I mean, Jamada, what's your take on the draft?
I mean, for top esports, I think it is a lot of team fighting. They've got very strong lane matchups as well, I feel like. Mid jungle specifically is where I'm looking at as a point of power for them. I think for the side of OMG though, it's kind of hard to call. I think the bottom side is very, very volatile, and I think it can honestly go either way, just because of the nature of some Zyra Khan lanes. The amount of burst damage that can come out is very quick. I think team fighting, probably I'd have to edge over to top esports. I think they've got more tools, but the potential of a Kennen engage coming in and kind of just setting everything up in a very picturesque manner is always a big possibility. This is going to be an explosive game, I think, either way you slice it. But I think it all starts with the mid jungle. Wukong, Ahri on one side, or sorry, Lee Sin, Ahri on one side, Wukong and Lissandra on the other. Whoever pounces first, you have to imagine, is going to be the victor in almost any exchange.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. Wayward on a signature, Shanji on a game-changing pick. And then both bottom lanes, kind of signature pairs, right? The Aphelios, you think of the Thresh as one of the first supportive champions to play with it. Zyra Khan goes without saying. They're literally in each other's splash arts. This is everything on the line as we head into Game 5. It's Top Esports versus OMG. OMG's rookie story, bringing 3 rookies into the team, developing them over years. Will it finally pay off? Can they make it to top 6? And then for Top Esports, a different kind of rookie story as they've replaced Knight in the mid lane. Will it work out for them? Mark, he's made his way forwards. Top Esports want to get a little bit cheesy at level 1. I don't know if they'll be able to find a play anyway, unless Aki went really far forwards.
Yeah, unless Aki goes really far forwards, but Mark is where he is. Aki might have to use the flash.
That's a knock up there. Tien goes in as well. Yeah. Okay, it's a ward out. Well, you know, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, I think that's fine though. I think at the end of the day, Aki's not going to feel that too much. I'm pretty sure. I think these days, Lee Sins are going W or E start into then W, or it could also be QE. I'm not entirely sure. But I know it's not the Q start or the W start like it used to be, so that still feels okay. It's not going to affect him too much, and obviously the picture-in-picture of how he got caught out just from this play from Mark. So real nice, but no flash blown, right? Crucially, so it doesn't really impact the game too much.
And good from Aki to not level something up before needed, right? Having that level available to put into his W. I think he can still start the W as well, at least.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
So, fairly quiet start, let's be honest. Top Esports trying to get that aggressive trade, but won't find the summoner. Is Shandy and Wayward just going at it. Boomerangs for shurikens in the top side. Neither will get a significant advantage, but playing a low health lane, this gives a lot of opportunity for playmaking, and Shanji's the one that'll find that opportunity. Wayward too far up in the lane. The stun surely will come on through there. One more auto will do the trick. Shanji won't flash for it. Doesn't feel like he can finish the job.
I don't think that last auto would have done it. I think it would have been really close, but I don't think it would have been the case. Ooh, PP got.
Oh, PP got 1 HP? Not enough. And again, another player walks away.
I can't believe that. I'm very surprised. PP God did not blow his flash, our respect, but holds on to it, loses the health bar. Kind of Giga chats it out. Now this is just blood in the water situation, isn't it? It's just top laners going at it. Wayward's also already going to go back down into Mini Gnar exhausted. Aki skipped a bunch of camps to be here. But Wayward just paying his respect. Nothing will come of it for now.
Tien's cleared upwards and using that ward spots out Aki. So move up towards that top side to make sure if Aki tries to make that play happen, will be spotted. Aki sees that there's no camps. Doesn't know where Tien is. Oh no, he's going to face check in. He's going to be spotted here. Tien has the advantage in the 1v1 to start it off at very least. Aki forced away, and that should keep Wayward safe at the top siders. In the meantime, Jackalope might get a plate already. 3.5 minutes, and he's going to get a kill. No, Mark goes down as well. First blood for Jackalope, but only just.
Oh, only barely. Support for support. Abel's still going to be able to get this wave though, and the AD carries both got kill credits as far as I'm aware. Pullback. Gotta be careful.
Ooh. Nice route, nice route. Can't finish it off though, can't follow it up. Will crash another wave. Tien, he's found Aki once again. Bit of damage to start it off. The mid laners moving on over, but Tien's losing this one. Flash out from Aki. Cream is here. Tien forced to flash as well. Rookie's got no HP. Cream's got no mana though. And they're turning it around. Cream gets the kill. And now with the blue buff, Rookie, can he escape this one? No flash for Cream. And we're marking the wings. It'll just be the 1. 2 for 1 in favor of OMG.
Oh my god, Cream gets so fortunate. Shanji.
Oh, he
got
finds it! Flashes over the wall and finishes the job. This is the early game we were hoping for.
Oh my god, it's just blood everywhere. 3 kills going to OMG. And I don't even know. That was absolutely absurd. There was a tower dive on the bottom side, 1 for 1, and then up here, Tien just looking for Aki because he knows he hasn't got his red buff yet. And he just wants to trade aggressively, but it's Cream with the first move. Over. Just get the replay. Starts down here. Death Sentence connects before the dash can come out. And then he flays him back. Honestly, quite like that from people because if he flays, I don't think he can Death Sentence in time before the dash comes back through. And then it's just a face check here from Aki. Aki was definitely losing it, so flashes over the wall. Tien flashes as well defensively, but Cream finds it, but he doesn't have mana for the Q. He regens it.
So close.
I wonder, does he have biscuits? Actually, Cream, he might have actually biscuits there to get the mana back, because I think his mana bar went up a little bit as well. I think that could have been what it was. It was either that or natural regeneration. Then Shanji with the ward and the roam timing finds the kill back in trade. Really, really good stuff.
The dude in a Thrasher shirt there, over the moon with how the early game is going. And we've talked about this. The early game has been king so far in this series. And now OMG start off strong. A kill for Shanji, who's, let's be honest, in the previous game dominated the top lane matchup. But also Cream off to a fantastic start. And this is where the work for top esports becomes difficult as Cream and Aki move up to the top side. They want to shut Wayward down again. They want to get Shanji rolling. I don't think they'll find an opportunity to dive as you see Rookie and Tien moving as a pair as well.
Moving as a pair, that's right. And we need to see that more, Rookie and Tien moving as this duo. It's such an oppressive 2v2 or 2v1 anywhere because there's just so much CC. You get ruined, then you get stunned by the Lissandra, then you get knocked up. And oftentimes you're dying during the duration of that CC. So top esports need to make good use of it, and they need to make good use of it soon. OMG, with the lead that they have, I'm going to feel really, really confident in the lanes to start making proactive plays as duos as well.
And that's my question is, like, what's the next step? OMG, they've got themselves a lead. Maybe the next step is throwing an ult at Wayward. Shanji won't find his chance. Like, what do you do now as OMG? I guess just roam around as a pair in the mid-jungle.
Yeah, I think right now Cream just equally getting as much lane priority as Rookie could potentially find if he expands his mana bar. So just looking around, see if you can dive Wayward on the Nart, just make him feel uncomfortable. Shanji's had such a good series when he's on carries that realistically just playing towards his top side makes sense. Let the bottom side, you know, to a degree suffer. You always know Aphelios is going to be Aphelios eventually, and he should always have the Lantern bot that is Thresh for safety.
Yeah,
so that should be the focus for OMG.
Rookie expending his mana bar, right, to make that, to push out the mid lane, but the Honey Fruit will answer that. As Drake started up here by Tien, had prior mid, prior bot, start this one pretty much uncontested. Rookie should want to sweep up that wave in the mid lane, but is actually just going to sacrifice that in the name of securing this Drake. So very team-focused play here from Rookie. Shanji takes a little bit of damage, but it won't be too much from Wayward. Dodges everything, actually.
Yeah, he dodged on everything. I haven't got the Q back. Really, really nice trade coming out from Shanji. Nice fancy feet. Dragon does go to top esports. He is. He really is. That's why I said get him off the tanks from, what was it, all the way back in game number 1 or 3. Keep him on the carries. He's just doing a really, really good job. I think now top esports, looking at it from their perspective, they can definitely look to play towards the Herald. I think there's no real harm in it, and especially because you've got bottom side priority, you'll always have Mark roaming up on the map first. So that should never be an issue. That should be a hard focus. Try and time it on Wayward having Meganar as well, or just make play mid.
The CC chain is there. Cream manages to get his dash off though,
Oh,
and he actually
Tien.
survives it. Tien will go down. How the hell did Cream get away with that one? It's daylight robbery.
It is. It's a complete heist, and you just don't need to overextend. You get Cream's ultimate. You can get his flash. Great. Go and do the Herald. Even with the ultimate disadvantages, you know that Shanji just went back to base, and you'll have a window to do the Herald. It might get contested at worst case, but you'll have the numbers first. And now with Tien dead, it should just be a potential Herald. No, it's not going to be for now. But still, Overforce from Top Esports just feel like they deserve the kill. And it's just slight miss execution on how much CC and damage they felt like they had available to them.
And the pressure, it feels like maybe starting to get to Top Esports. Tien really committing to the play here. The damage just not there. The bone plating doing so much work to start the play. That charm as well, buying a lot of space.
Yeah, and I mean, the CC is spaced out excellently from Top Esports. They just don't have the damage. Simple as that. And T-Tors on the overextend. That's a really cool bow. Sorry. But Cream gets away with it. And at the very least, Herald won't be started up now. But still, the damage feels kind of done. Now it's the second kill over to Cream. And on the bottom side, because of the way that the play went, it's meant a couple of awkward rotations for Mark to kind of just step away, and Abel picks up a play off the back of it as well.
And you got to remember, coming into this, Tien in that interview was saying wasn't impressed by Aki at the start of across the course of this year. Felt like he had the advantage hands down in the jungle matchup. Well, 0-2 so far in this game. Game number 5, Top Esports looking to maintain reputations. Herald taken by Aki, now aggressed upon by Tien as Mark comes in with a quickness, but the flash from Shanji gets him out to safety. No picks for Top Esports, but they do deny the Herald.
Yep. No one's going to get that. Tien also... Did we get that? I don't
just double checking. Just double checking.
Yeah, you never know. Like... all right, well...
I respect that, honestly. It's more embarrassing to have missed it than to have checked if whether or not you got it.
Exactly. So, no Herald. I guess the gold smile goes over to OMG. No plates will be taken off the back of the objective. So it just gives, I suppose, Top Esports, in a way, breathing room on that. They know that that's not going to be an issue at perhaps the next Dragon. Very curious to see where OMG's attention will fall next. They haven't necessarily gone super out of their way to be proactive, to be honest with you. It's been Top Esports more than it has been OMG.
And despite that, it has been OMG like winning out these plays, but like you say, Top Esports the ones trying to force it. That said, Aki and Cream did try and put a lot of pressure up on the top side. Like we saw them roaming as a pair pretty regularly early on in this one. As Mark will spot Aki out. PP God's there as well. Can move over towards Jaculov. Has that dash range. Be able to get himself to safety. Should be able to just shove this wave in. 3 plates remaining in the bottom side. No Herald on either side to finish any of those towers off. Rookie spotted out. See Shanji, full respect there, backs away. He's between the towers, but this time it's between his own towers instead of between the enemy towers.
True. That game is weird. Either way, I think probably slow-paced. I'm not sure really if OMG are super interested, per se, in fighting for the Dragon, but I think... Oh, what? Okay.
That's some big damage. That's with Blink Treads for Wayward. That is, I mean, Shanji's hitting hard. He's got his boots. He's got a blasting wand. Drake coming up, though, in 30 seconds' time. Top Esports got the first one of the game.
Yeah, they did. It's the Kennen buffs, man. Yeah, I wonder if... I mean, Top Esports are rotating to the top side. They don't care. They want to go kill Shanji. It seems like they've got complete information that they are unwatched. There's the claw. Wayward's very close to hitting Mega. He can get it off the tower, and the chain CC can commence.
There we go. The slicing maelstrom comes on through. Rookie's there. Wayward slams him against the wall. Does he have the damage to finish the job? No way do they actually answer it. Shanji goes, look at him giggling away on the camera. Shanji knows that he's made an absolute mockery of Top Esports. And now they play towards that top tower, but they're trading for plates in the mid lane and a Drake in the bottom side.
Man, I don't know what to say. I'm a bit gobsmacked, to be entirely honest with you. Sure, they get the kill in the end, but it's traded 1-for-1, and look at the rest of the map. It's terrible.
Hook onto Jaculov, but it's immediately answered onto PP God. Exhaust is there, though, so the damage isn't enough to finish a kill. Infernum actually going to be used by Abel as he just clears the wave and sets up for more plates in the bottom side. Rookie and Tien will finally finish this tower off. It will be first of the game. But I mean, it's a hefty cost for them as red and white on the Aphelios. That's a lot of solo gold onto a hyper carry.
Yeah, this tower is gone. I don't know if he's going to get the final plate just about in time. I think it's going to be a little bit too
3
late.
seconds, 1 second,
He got
he's
it.
got it.
He got it. He got it.
Bonus
Wow.
200 gold basically for him. And well, look at that, 2,000 gold lead now for OMG. And it feels like they're reading every play Top Esports make.
Not only that, but that is just not worth for Top Esports, plain and simple. Abel getting that much gold is just never a good thing. Never a good thing. The hop, and the auto, it doesn't kill Shanji. And even if it does, I think as soon as he has to commit the hop, he is dead.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to make that dive work and get everybody out. Oh my god. Well,
I mean, if you needed a sign that this is going well for OMG, their AD carry and mid laner being essentially 1,000 ahead each. That's certainly a positive sign for them. Jagulov wants the tower in the bottom side. Tien behind enemy lines as Shanji has arrived. Slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. It's only a stun onto Mark though, and now finally turned around. Rookie tanking the tower, gets the shield and will walk away. A kill for Top Esports. Can they get away with it? Shanji no ult, Crescendum does land onto Jagulov. There's a Gravitum as well. A great route from Rookie, but it's not enough to deny the Gale Force. Abel jumps on forwards for more, but can't find the route.
oh man, that was perfect timing. The Calibrum swaps over to the Gravitum. So he's able to just root him. Excellent gun combo. And then they're going to look for a re-engage maybe. Flash forward PP God, not going to do it. Not going to risk that one.
And I love that OMG, they do not give up. They will not give a single inch to Top Esports. They will contest every play. And now moving to the mid lane, great rotations out from OMG means they get a tier 1 in the mid lane off the back of that play as well. So yes, you trade evenly in kills, but again, OMG come out ahead in terms of the objectives.
Top Esports are just scared. I mean, the idea of this dive is okay if you can get it done quickly. Admittedly, I guess maybe the kick from Aki is to stop Jackie Love from DPSing. He could have also maybe angled to try and get the kick back into the Slicing Maelstrom as well. Could have been an angle. Either way, chase down ensues. Swaps over to the Calibrum, or to the... Oh, he drops the turret! That's what it is! That's so smart from Abel. Oh my goodness me.
I mean, we said that this is a signature for Abel, but that was clean as hell. Dropping the turret to swap, so he gets the Gravitum. That was something. And now
that's just supreme knowledge.
Yeah, just not ready for that. Just not ready at all. 6-3 in favor of OMG. We're beyond the 15-minute mark. Remember, just a singular game this split. Top Esports have come back from a deficit at 15. That was in playoffs against WE in game number 1. And that was with a bare Nexus. That was a miracle win. And now Wayward caught out again. The solo lane has found him. Cream with the kill. That's his hat trick. It's getting from bad to worse. It feels like Top Esports are crumbling before our eyes. And maybe this is finally the year that OMG can make it to top 6. Cream looking for a charm as they fight for the Herald here. Man advantage for OMG. With Shanji down at the bottom side, he has TP available.
6 long years. OMG faithful have potentially waited. Engage not going to happen. That's a very early box, but you can't blame PP God for thinking that was going to be an engage. And like you called out from that previous set of events, it might take a miracle for Top Esports to come back into this one, given the pacing and given how OMG are playing. Because every time Top Esports throw a punch, OMG slip it, and they give it a counter, and it just feels so much heavier in response.
And how good would it feel for Aki to win out this game? To win out off of macro, off of decision making. When Tien comes into the series, bad-mouthed a bit in the interview, and not only that, Aki previously being on Top Esports back in 2019, only getting 6 games on stage, the team favoring XX at the time. It would feel so good for him to knock Top Esports out of playoffs and to move on into top 6. OMG, it feels like on the cusp of doing it, but they've got to keep working here. The game ain't over just yet. 2 items on Abel. Drake up in 8 seconds. Top Esports want to contest it. It's a hook onto Jackie Love. Cleanse going to be used. Charm is there, but the Feather Storm keeps him alive at the time being. Is PP got in trouble? Instead, Cream knocked up again. Wayward's in Mininar though. He's not going to be able to get much done there. As Shanji flies through the ranks and takes Top Esports apart. Wayward and Tien left wondering what went wrong. It's one kill, but kicked back from Aki as Wayward goes down. The triple for Cream, and OMG doing a victory lap at this point.
Shanji might have just booked OMG a first-class ticket to the next round of playoffs. Massive ultimate, and it just demolishes Top Esports. No Baron on the map to be had. But honestly, losing a fight like that might as well feel like losing a Baron. Death sentence out of the depth. And the flayback is insane. Drops everything, Jackie Love, to survive. And as soon as his teleport's coming down, I'm like, Shanji's immediately going to go in. But he waits. Curiously enough, I'm not sure the ultimate's actually there yet. Yeah, it's just a couple of seconds off. And as soon as it comes up, that's it. Flash forward in all three members. Bottom lane, Rookie, locked up. And all of a sudden, a fight that could have maybe gone the way of Top Esports at best, because OMG were chasing through that choke, completely turned on its head, kicking to death sentence for style. And Cream gets a triple by Shanji's work. That lays the foundation.
And you've got to go back to the beginnings for this roster, this OMG team that, you know, bringing in 3 rookies over the course of the last couple of years, Cream coming through their LDL system, Aki being picked up from Top Esports, and Shanji coming in from a different LDL team, sticking with them for a couple of years, building this roster up, and then bringing in PP God. 2 veterans, that leadership in the supportive role from PP God as well, to be there for the team as the dominant shot caller. And it feels like we've seen an organization that is willing to invest in a roster long term, to slowly build up these rookies, to slowly build up what is now becoming potentially a top 6 team in the LPL. And it feels so good to see it work out. There are so few orgs across the world that are willing to take this kind of investment over the long term. And OMG making it happen here today against a team like Top Esports of all orgs.
It's history. It's history making. And OMG, they're on the cusp. They're on the cusp. They just need to lock in a Baron. And that way, they'll be able to probably take down a couple more important structures on the side of Top Esports, and that will be the dotting of I's and crossing of T's. A couple of items being pulled in for Top Esports, despite the 4,500 gold deficit. They're kind of at parity, with the exception of the top side, but I just don't think it matters. I think the way that OMG have played the team fights, even if they've got the items, I just don't think Top Esports are in the right side sort of mindset to even be tracking things like Shanji, keeping lock and tabs on Cream. It just hasn't worked. It just has not worked this game.
Hasn't. And, you know, we've been talking about Shanji all game long, and rightly so, because he's had an absolutely phenomenal game on this Kennen. We've kind of failed to mention the fact that Cream has slowly creeped up to 6 kills on the Ahri. He's got a 5-stack Dark Seal. He's close to finishing a Death Cap as well in the mid lane, which should be his 3rd item. We're only at 22 minutes into the game. It's not just a singular carry on the side of OMG, because even Abel, 2-0-5 with 2 items, like, this is an OMG roster that are feeling strong in the game right now. In game number 5, looking confident, feeling like momentum is on their side as well. Top Esports playing with Vision here. Jackie Love and Mark clearing Vision away. Take a look at Rookie and TN playing with the Death Brush.
This is their way back in, but OMG, they're just not biting.
Just going to ignore it.
They just don't believe the Baron. They just don't believe the Baron's going on. Oh, they've got Vision actually. You can see Vision highlighted. There's one ward at the very back. Pit.
It's 3 objectives for OMG.
I don't know. This is just a strange...
They just call the bluff of Top Esports. Vision is still there, but OMG gonna go for this anyway. Aki face checks it. The Lantern is there, and he pulls his jungle into safety as Cream takes out Mark. Aki on the backside. Wayward is gonna find him, but Cream is looking for more in the meantime. It's 1 so far. Tien next target, and it's another great charm. There's a kill onto Tien as Cream continues to stack that seal. And Top Esports trying to bait Baron, but they've just baited themselves.
OMG are sealing the deal on this game. Top Esports, they lose Tien, they lose Mark. You can't fault them for trying. Some kind of Death Rush, some kind of Vision Denial, but it just doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. And OMG...
And just the decision making, so confident from OMG, right? Just going mid and then going, okay, you know what? We reckon we can take this fight.
Yeah, exactly. They look for Aki. They can't get him. They can't lock him down. The feathers come in as he takes the lantern, so there's no confirmation. Lockdown on Mark, just gets one shot. And Tien over the wall. Cream follows. Lockdown isn't enough from Rookie. A little bit of indecision as well from Tien. Maybe seals his fate. Cream always would have had the chase down there, you have to imagine.
Yeah.
And now with Baron, this should be the biggest chunk out of the top esports base, out of the structures that are left remaining. And I don't think there's many more fights left in this game, Munch. I think 2 at the most. Otherwise, top are done.
I love this from OMG, right? They've got the Baron. Dragon is up. It would be sole point for them. But they say, you know what? Let's take a tower first. Let's use this Baron to maximum effect. We have complete control of the bottom side of the map. As long as they don't go for anything too crazy, go for a dive that they can't pull off, they can take a tower first. They can use this Baron to their advantage. PP God might look for a hook here. Jackie loves the target. Only just wide. Oh, the blast cone!
Okay,
he's
it's
okay.
fine,
PP God walks out.
None of that. Not now. Definitely not now.
That was a sweaty moment right there from OMG. Squeaky bum time. But luckily, Top Esports were not ready to pounce on that one. Siege continues. Doesn't feel like OMG have much siege to work with, to be honest.
No, they don't. There's not a whole bunch of range available to them, right? They've got Death Sentence, Charm, that's it. And the wave clear is about enough. Top Esports, as long as they can hold the Baron, they'll feel okay. We're almost at a 10,000 gold deficit, so fighting is almost out of the question.
The wave's not synced up though from OMG. I would have loved to see them just hold that wave, try and crash it simultaneously to the mid lane. But it will be OMG moving over to the straight. Again, sole point if they can take it. You'd expect Top Esports have to just give this one, right?
Yeah. Yep. You can't go. So they'll get third dragon. Soul will be in 5 minutes. Baron's going to time out in 30 seconds. Cool. Secure top side, I suppose. And as you can see, Top Esports.
His carry inventories just then.
Nope.
Bloody hell. Cream just looks terrified, man. And then Abel has picked up his Infinity Edge as well. I mean, good lord. That is, even with Everfrost, that RE one-shots. That's a guarantee.
Over the wall. A lot of mobility here. Shanji's very, very apprehensive. He smells something. And so do the rest of OMG.
Wait.
PP got Abel. Oh, if they just waited.
They back away.
If they just waited.
They could have had it. They could have had a pick on Abel and PP God. That could have opened up the game for them. But they get antsy. Nobody coming in. They think that they've been read. They hadn't. They just get unlucky on that one. And it feels like everything Top Esports do, OMG either have the answer or simply don't happen to walk into it. Feels like fate is on OMG's side at this point.
Destiny arrives. Destiny's waiting for OMG.
You love your Thanos quotes.
I do.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone that doesn't know, whenever Jamada needs to message you on Discord, he won't say hello. He'll put a Thanos arriving through a portal gif. That's his. Thanos is Jamada's spirit animal.
True. Very true.
Here we go. Jackula. Just dodges the charm. That was close. That was real close. A good attempt by Cream. Another tier 2 taken. Feels like OMG are struggling to actually finish this game off, though.
I do agree. It's kind of giving off the same vibes as Top Esports' 2 wins in this series, right?
Yeah.
Take a lead, by the books. Be slow. Don't give an inch to the other team. And it feels like OMG are just giving Top Esports a bit of their own medicine. But realistically, I think the bigger issue is that they just don't really have the engage tools, right? The same sort of level of engage tools as perhaps they had in the previous games to just end.
Yeah.
I think that's just keeping them at bay. And they have to be respectful, because at the end of the day, Top Esports' composition is Nah, Lissandra, and Xayah. It's very hard to dive into that composition and not lose a couple of members. And, you know, your game 5, a lot of rookies, a lot of younger talent. You don't want to be the reason why you potentially muck up one of your organization's best finishes in 6 years.
which is, you know, kind of funny because the early game did not feel like game 5 from OMG. They came in confident, they came in swinging, and now they've said, look, we've got almost a 10,000 gold lead. We've got Soul coming up in 2 minutes. Why risk it? Why overforce things when you don't need to? Baron is up on the map in 35 seconds, and OMG have complete and utter vision control. TN needs to be real careful about trying to contest that brush. Ward goes down. Zabel having priority in the mid lane. Shanji, in the meantime, is going to start split pushing. Level 16, has TP. Someone's going to have to answer the cannon.
Someone will, and I think it's just going to have to be Wayward. Can't be anyone else. And OMG, they're just trying to deny a lot of vision. Potentially look for Cream, but just so difficult with the Spirit Rush. Shredder's was popped, but no trigger will be pulled.
I'm so nervous, Jamada. I'm nervous on behalf of OMG because for top esports, if they win this, it's almost like, yeah, you got to top 6, but what a disappointing way to do it. For OMG, it's like, this is modern history for the organization. Oh, it's a pit in the jungle. Mark has been found, and he will go down. Cream has gone very deep into enemy lines here. Somebody needs to save him. Turns golden. Abel dives forward, looking for Wayward as well, and he gets Cream out, saving Private Cream, and a double kill comes through. Shanji dives the back line, and they might just have done it. Abel spinning around with his shurikens as Shanji wants a little bit more. Jagged desperately trying to lifesteal, trying to dodge away as Wayward gets a stun on through. Jagged with the damage, but he turns golden. He saves himself. Pikachu survives, and one last hook is a death sentence for sure. OMG, for the first time in 6 years, will make it to top 6. Last time they were denied by Rookie. This time they cut him down to size. OMG, make top 6 in the LPL.
Dread it, run from it, but destiny has finally come for OMG to make top 6. 6 long years, and it's modern history for the side and for so many young players as they cut down arguably second or third in name biggest roster in top esports out of the LPL. They will face LNG in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
And what a phenomenal series for them and from them.
And look at the massive smiles on their faces, and rightly so. Taking down top esports, one of the most storied organizations in the LPL, an organization that has had modern dominance, finished 2nd place in both splits last year at the end of playoffs. And with a couple of roster changes obviously coming into the year, but ultimately falling short. And I think it's going to be tough in the top esports camp tonight, but for OMG, I mean, they're going to have a party. I want to. The hot pot's coming out in force. Let me tell you that. It's got to be such a great moment for all of those players, the rookies especially. But PP God just coming in this year, being the leader, being the shot caller, you could see the massive grin on his face coming out of game number 5, and rightly so. Like a well-earned pat on the back from him.
Yeah, and you know, especially from the perspective of PP God, coming off the back of what was a disappointing summer split. Right, having such a strong spring into summer where they just fell short, barely couldn't make it to Worlds. Achieving this with this lineup, and like you say, being the senior, the captain in a way, just by age of this roster, it has to feel excellent to pilot them to a top 6 at the very least. LNG awaits them in the next round. It's not going to be as easy as arguably some of the games were for them today, no doubt, but they can, like you say, break out the hot pots, break out the big feasts and celebrate. Finishing the highest they have in over half a decade.
It's going to feel so good for this team, and it does feel like a full team effort as well. I think Shanji, kind of the man of the match for me in terms of the whole series, but like in this game, Cream massively stepping up. Aki being instrumental in so many of the flanks in previous games, like this Wukong pick really doing a lot of work for them. The whole team across the board, really. I mean, Abel, that Aphelios play in this final game where he jumps forward, drops his turret after he's already shot the Q to swap weapons. Like, the presence of mind to make those kinds of plays. Just magnificent stuff across the board from OMG. And I'm excited to see what they can do against LNG. LNG definitely will be a favorite. It's a little while until that series happens, but man, it will be something to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it will be. And, you know, I think this series would have taught OMG a lot, all right? In terms of what they probably want to look to play towards as a team, what they feel the most comfortable on. Because I think there was a lot of soul searching in between a lot of these games, right? It was win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So, you know, I think it has to be the identity of team fighting, right? That is just where they shine. And looking at their more creative picks, their more out there picks on occasion, things like the Rumble, things like all of Cream's champion pool, basically. Yeah, it's excellent. And I think LNG, even though they will be much bigger favorites than you could maybe argue Top Esports were in this series, depending on your perspective of how they've been playing, they're going to have to watch their backs. They are going to have to make sure that they are, you know, being respectful of OMG.
Sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, sleep with one eye open, because it's not just going to be an easy takedown here.
No, absolutely not. But, you know, I'm excited to see it. LNG will certainly be coming in prepped. Like, they get to watch this series and kind of see OMG really push to their limits. It has to be said, going the full 5 games and exposing some weaknesses. And let's not beat around the bush. Let's not sugarcoat this. This was not a clean series from either team. Like, OMG, yes, they do win it. And their final game definitely was clean. But the series overall, very, very back and forth. Every game one-sided. When you're losing games that handedly, that doesn't fill you with confidence moving on to the next stage of playoffs. But I'm excited to be proven wrong on that one, because Shanji, for me, the shining light of this roster, showing, I mean, he's had an incredible year and a half of LPL, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Shanji has just come online. I think loads of people last year were very excited for Shanji this year as well, especially after his summer, where, again, you know, a lot of those creative picks were coming out. And in this series, I mean, if he doesn't get MVP, I will be kind of surprised. Just in the sense of, I think those 2 big ultimates towards the end of the game, sealing the fate of Top Esports and locking in their next round is absolutely incredible. And I mean, also dealt the most damage in the game. I think you could give it to a lot of people, but I think Shanji has to be a front runner.
Absolutely. And with his Rumble game earlier in the series as well, for me, Shanji, MVP of the whole series. But Cream also. The fact that Cream is able to have such a good game on Ari, when you can see, count them, 4 bans right there for Top Esports against Cream, and he still shows up, he still performs, he still has a carry performance on that Ari. Like, it really is a testament to the power of the solo laners from OMG and the support network that is there. PP God with Aki, able kind of being the late game insurance. But it feels like when this team gets ahead, they're not even worried about the late game. Like, they don't often get that far into the game.
Yeah, they just don't. They end so quickly, and I think that was the other thing about this series too. You know, as soon as they got a lead, it felt like they just kind of ran with it all throughout. Their wins, I think, all sub 30 minutes, pretty much, with the exception of this one, 31 to be semantic. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. And I will say, though, it does give me worries, because I think LNG are a much more structured team about, if they fall behind, how they will cope, how they will deal with those deficits, because the kind of, you know, ins that Top Esports on occasion gave in the earliest stages before they really slowed the pace of the game down, LNG will not give. LNG will not give you those same opportunities to maybe come back in. So I think a lot to think about, a lot to adapt on, but still, for now, OMG have to be happy with the series.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be over the moon with this result. Top 6 in the LPL. What a moment for OMG. It's been a lot of years. There's been a rebrand in there. They've completely changed the roster. It's been a long time in the making, and now it's finally come to fruition. So fantastic stuff for them. And I hope, for OMG's sake, they can give us a good showing against LNG. Maybe even challenge top 4. Whether or not that happens, we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. LNG certainly showed some weaknesses towards the end of the split, but we'll have to see if they can be exploited. On the other side, though, I do think we've kind of got to do a bit of a post-mortem for Top Esports, really, where, you know, this is a team that came in massive expectations for the split. And throughout the split, I feel like the weird thing about this team is it wasn't consistently the same issues across their games. Like, some games, was it game number 1 of this series where they just looked absolutely immaculate, just absolutely dominating? And we saw some games like that during the regular split where they just looked flawless. The macro was fantastic. They were working as a team. And then other games, I don't know. Feels like they're just not logging into Discord. Feels like they're not communicating with each other, and they're all just playing solo queue. So I feel like this is a team that has a lot of issues within this roster, not necessarily in terms of just gameplay, but in terms of I'm not sure these players are meshing well together. And I'm really curious what Top Esports is going to do between spring and summer, whether we see roster changes or whether they're going to commit to this roster and try and fix their issues.
Yeah, it's a lot to ponder on. It's super roster territory, and that's the issue, right? I think there is such an esports curse around rosters that have this much hitting power, and it's very rare that they meet the expectations that they're supposed to meet. And I wonder if this is just a classic case of that same curse hitting Top Esports here. Yeah, a lot to think about. It's hard to say because you've got so many world-class players. You've got 3 ex-world champions on this lineup.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at our MVP. I think you all know who it's going to be coming out of game number 5. It is, of course, Shanji. Absolutely monumental game from him. Almost 40% of the team's damage, by the way. That is
Kennen.
Absolutely insane.
On Kennen. It's not even like he's on, a DPS champion or like Gwen, where he's just side laning and hitting, a big bulky tank or, a DPS. It's Kennen as a burst mage, and he's dealt 40% practically of his team's damage. Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. And it all started from all the way back here, right? Finding this nice roam and getting his own snowball rolling. It never felt like Shanji could step much a foot wrong in this game.
No, absolutely not. And it's not just about the fact that he got his lead and then, these team fights are absolutely obscene, just getting his slicing maelstrom across the team. But crucially, like that first pick, the creativity of going for that roam, being willing to dive the mid lane, being willing to make things happen for himself. The creativity of Shanji's play is really what sets him apart for me as a fantastic top laner. And as a player that, honestly, looking towards next year, I hope OMG are able to keep him because he's going to have some offers, that is for sure.
Yeah, and that is the nature of the LPL. I always forget it's almost like a traditional sport in this league where you have one good season or maybe 2 good seasons on what was originally a middle of the pack team. All of a sudden you've got the big dogs chasing after you. So yeah, like you say, I really do hope that for the sake of OMG, that they can keep a hold of Shanji moving forward. We'll have to see if that's future talk, 100%. But I do have, I think it was either the standings or the results. Not sure. Probably standings.
It's both. It's both. Because it's a bracket. That's how playoffs work. Let's take a look at that bracket as we round things out for today. OMG going to be over the moon with a 3-2 win today. Phenomenal stuff. So both first round teams being massive historied orgs in RNG and Top Esports now being knocked out by teams having a bit of a resurgence. BLG up against Weibo. That will be the next game on the chopping block tomorrow. And in the following game, we get to see whether or not OMG can keep this ball rolling up against a team like LNG. But we're into the top 6 now, and none of these teams can be sniffed at. This is a bracket and a half. These are teams that you have to fear.
Yeah, these are teams that you have to fear. Now, and I wonder how big the resurgence is for BLG coming into Weibo. Weibo, they often play at the level of their opponent. They make games a lot harder than they have to be. But we've seen incredible ceilings from this team and incredible floors as well, incredibly low as the ceilings are high. So I think BLG, as long as they can keep consistent with how they played into RNG, may find themselves having a good time. But of course, big matchup will be OMG LNG, just to see how OMG will look into this team.
Yeah, and that if you mentioned for BLG, it's a big if. We'll see if they can pull it off. Weibo certainly a team of ups and downs as well. That's going to be it from us, Jamada. It's been a pleasure casting with you. As always, we've had a full 5-game series for ourselves, but we're going to round out the show. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We'll be in chat tomorrow, so we will see you there. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.